everybody. Quick shot here, looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
They're going to come in here ready to fight up against a Fnatic that has just improved so much with how they play through this early game.
So before we get right on into the meat and potatoes of pick and ban, I do want to remind our audience at home, Mickey is subbed out this week. promisQ is subbing in the support position. Mickey has an injured wrist and is so taking some time out so that he can be ready and prepared, hopefully, for playoffs.
And as a reminder, G2 have locked in that first place spot for the end of the regular season. They will be going to Rotterdam. They cannot move out of that position, whereas for Fnatic, they can lock in playoffs with this win right now.
Now, as we get in towards the draft here, I'm already seeing 2 support bans here from G2 Esports, and that immediately makes me think, what do they want to put in the hands of promisQ? Something like the Thresh jumps out to me immediately if they want to set him up here for success in the 2v2.
With the Jace, LeBlanc, Akali bans, Lissandra, the final ban there from G2 as well. Looks like it might be an AD carry first for the side of Fnatic, but something like the Lucian's still available. The Kai'Sa is an interesting hover to me.
Yeah, Lucian is up and available, and let's not forget the Perks is more than happy to play things like the Kalista and Draven should it be required. So I feel like G2 are more than happy as they have plenty of answers. I love the Akali ban coming out. We've seen it already earlier in the day. The buffs definitely make her a little bit more of a threat that we saw on 9.5. And in the hands of Caps, that is a very scary champion. So they do not want to give that one away.
Yeah, I mean, it's Fnatic banning away 3 very explosive, very lane-dominant champions. Yet G2 identify there's still a very strong flex pick option available. That, of course, is the Rise. We've seen it go top lane, mid lane, all over the place. And it's very successful at securing a solid laning phase and a better late game.
And I wonder if they look to put any value on the Jarvan here. Instead, they're just immediately going to lock in the Alistar. So they want to try and get promisQ on something comfortable. It adds that extra bit of engage. But I feel like for Fnatic, they now have a lot of options. You could just go for the Jarvan and the Cassio right now. Cassio to answer up the Rise, and Jarvan that can both be flexed between top and jungle as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here for Fnatic, but I specifically want to touch on that Alistar one more time because bringing the engage from the support role makes me feel like this Rise could be going top lane here for Wunder, giving him something that can deal a little bit more damage. Lacks in terms of the all-in, but that's why you have the Alistar.
So we've got those next couple of picks coming in from Fnatic as well. It's the Rakan to match up in the bottom lane. You have the Karthus as well for Broxah, playing it against the guy that really popularized it on the EU scene in the form of Jankos. Broxah's gone 2-0 so far on that Karthus pick.
Now, the Karthus is an interesting one to me because when I look at Broxah, the big improvements he's made is his early game pathing and his ability to impact the map and get his lanes an advantage. With the Karthus, it is much less about that idea of having a strong early game and more about securing strong scaling teamfight damage, which is what Broxah is now going to be bringing to the
But never forget, Ender, that when it's Fnatic, they will always find a way to gank bot lane. And when you're running the Karthus, it doesn't matter whether it's a good early game jungler or not. With a Rakan, they'll find a way to set up a play. They did it with the Vayne last week. It would not be surprised to see them make that trip once more.
And with Jisoo having not locked in their AD carry, we start to see the bans come towards it. Kalista taken away, Renekton removed by G2 as well towards that top lane. I wonder whether we'll see something like the Ezreal or the Draven removed as well.
No, I mean, Wunder plays for G2, mate. He's in the top lane. But in any case, with the Renekton banned away, this to me implies that they are looking for a potential Aurelia up towards the top side, given that he is very strong in the early laning phase. With the Aatrox focus as well, this just reinforces more and more Aurelia. And remember that it can be flexed towards the bot side of the map as well. They have that triple flex option should they want it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually see that lock in now, and then Fnatic try to find some kind of answer to it, and then it's whip-swapped all over the place.
I mean, hearing you talk about the flex picks for G2 just reminds me of the start of the split, this team where they could just draft 3 champions. They could basically go into any roles that they wanted to. And
how could we forget
with
the
Cassio being locked in, there's still options because Perks can play that in the bottom lane, Caps can play it in the mid lane. G2 don't have to reveal their hand until they lock in their 5th and final pick.
A lot of damage coming out from that composition already as well. We talked about how explosive these teams can be. Remember the last time they faced up against each other, it was a 20-minute stomp, the fastest game we have ever had in LEC history. That includes all of EULCS as well. But the gauntlet has been laid down to Whippo in that top lane. It looks like he's going to answer with an Aurelia of his own.
Wow. I love this pick so much from Whippo. There's a lot of confidence to just blind pick the Aurelia. Now remember, it can still go into the mid lane. You just don't have that flex option between top and mid. But given that both Renekton and Aatrox were banned away, G2 basically offered a free channel on the player, but the Gangplank now coming out from Whippo, he was also buffed on this patch. Early damage to Kegs, giving him a little bit more damage in the early game, but it's also a very risky champion because he's something that in the past you can often just dive against very early on, and right now there's a lot of AP damage, but let's see what direction they take this draft now.
Yeah, I mean, the Gangplank is risky, especially when you see
Come on! Okay, throw it all out the window. Get rid of your notes, get rid of your papers. Caps is laying it down against his former team. That's a Zed mid.
Oh man, I love it too, because Vedius is saying, wait, there's a lot of AP on this team. You know what brings AD to the mid lane? Not the Yasuo, get rid of that. We want the Zed now for Caps here.
Oh
and it's
God.
up against the Aurelia as well. This is gonna be a ridiculous 1v1.
But it's actually so good into Fnatic's comp as well, right? Because when you think about it, Rakan, yes, you can offer peel, and with his shield and taunt, maybe it can lock the Zed down, but regardless of that, he's really good in the 1v1 against Aurelia and Gangplank in a side lane. He's only going to get stronger as the game progresses. And if you ever try to force a 2 versus 2, Jarvan Zed against Karthus Aurelia heavily goes in the favor of G2 Esports.
It absolutely does. And if you look at the side of Fnatic, you want reliable crowd control to shut down this Zed pick, and that is just not here for them. All they have in terms of immediate CC is going to be that Rakan ultimate, and if you're using that just to lock up a Zed, well, you're missing out so much in the team fight. I think Caps is going to have a field day here.
And I think what I love so much about this draft from G2 is it's almost like you're actually seeing G2 in full power. Perks locking in a mid lane, Cassio as well, one of his most well-known champions, and Caps on the Zed. I feel like you could not be more unlocked than what you've got for yourself right now.
We've got a hectic game ahead of us, guys. We've got a Zed, we've got a Cassio, we've got an Aurelia. Just take a breath. Let's take a moment. Let's soak in the history that is this game. These teams have met 33 times before. 18-15 in favor of G2. Fnatic have won 9 of the last 11 games they've played against each other, and Fnatic are the team on the rise. They're the team that still needs to secure their spot in playoffs. They're the team still fighting to make it to Rotterdam. G2 are there, and they are trying to slam that door in the face of Fnatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Fnatic versus G2. The crowd is amped. There are a lot of Fnatic fans. The fans at home voted for Fnatic. They expect them to be winning this game. And how can you not? Fnatic, they've had a miraculous comeback in the second half of the split. 6-1 games in their last 6 games. G2 are slumping, but when it comes to Fnatic, they are their bitter rivals, and they will not back down.
No, they absolutely will not. And I mean, as we actually dive in towards this game, we have to start looking at these matchups. And I see already Reckless started with the E here on the Lucian. He hopped over this wall. That's going to buy room for Hylissang to walk on in. And if Perk steps too close to this bush, it could be trouble.
Definitely could. He's going to hug the wall, though, slither his way down towards the bottom side. Fnatic won't find anything out of it. Looks like Brox and Whippo might try for a bit of invade here, though. Straight onto Jankos. Force that Jarvan back. He's already tanking it up. Now he'll step into the bush. He doesn't know. Now he realizes that they're there. Boxer and Whippo will force him away. Lay waste landing. But Boxer immediately says, okay, I want the red. I want to secure this for myself.
Yeah, and you'll see Jankos has to walk immediately out of this side of the jungle because you actually cannot fight against the Karthus level 1 damage. Now Brox is going to get to take the Raptors as well. And I wonder if he just immediately passed towards the bottom side of his own jungle, because right now the only answer for Jankos is to go from blue buff towards the Fnatic red and try to trade, and Broxa could easily shut that down just by moving.
But I think it's really risky to try to do that as well, because they don't have pressure in the bot lane right now. Cassio at early levels is very punishable, and you can already see that Hylissang moved up towards the river to drop these wards, and they have full information on what Jankos is up to, so trying to secure this would be risky.
Oh. Jankos didn't have the smite. Flawless duo is going to land from Nemesis, but Nemesis unable to get the Scuttle Crab with the Blade Surge.
And now this is actually really rough here for Jankos, because not only is he going to be denied in the experience department, but also Fnatic just know exactly where this early game champion is on the map. You know he now only has 3 camps available, the Wolves, the Gromp. He's probably going to be on that side of the map for quite a while at the very least, and it's going to allow Fnatic's players to play very forward in their lanes, to play aggressively and try to build up an advantage.
You can see the bottom lane actually. Reckless already building up a bit bit of an advantage for himself. 17 farm to 9 up. There is a wave pushing in here for Perks, but only 4 more minions there for him. So going to be a little bit of a lead. Top side Wonder's ahead as well with about an 8 farm advantage over Whippo on this gangplank.
Yeah, so this is all well and good, but we've got to talk about Zed versus Aurelia now. Like, the most important matchup in the game.
Hit me with your knowledge bombs.
So I'm a massive fan of this matchup because it is very skill intensive. The important thing to remember is that once level 6 is hit is when things really start to get spicy. The thing about Zed is in the early laning phase, he can farm relatively safely, but it's Aurelia that typically has the pressure because of all the extra damage you get on your passive, and she also has the Q to farm a little bit in a safer position. And on top of her stun, that CC means that she'll often win out on these early skirmishes.
Now, Proxer is around this mid lane. We do want to just bring your attention, guys. Reckless is on our POV stream. You can see it in your bottom left corner, twitch.tv/Riot Games 2. You can have a look at exactly how he's piloting this Lucian into Perks. A matchup for the ages, you have to feel, with there just being so much history between those two players.
There definitely is so much here between Perks and Reckless playing against each other for a very long time, but this matchup in particular is also one that interests me a lot, because I think when you see actually Perks gets engaged on, gets to take a lot of damage.
Flashes away the Ignite down as well. Miasma comes out, but all they wanted was Perks to summon a spell.
Now here's the thing, because I actually think Cassiopeia should have a good chance here. Now, we're going to have to put that on pause because Jankos is in the mid lane looking for Nemesis.
Nemesis has his flash. Jankos, comedy trade is level 3 versus level 5. The minion wave is very big as well. Cap's already harassed down to half HP. And Nemesis, who remember replaced Caps on Fnatic, comes out on top in the early trades.
So, yeah, a couple of things to touch on there. First off, going back to the mid lane matchup just very quickly, because of the stun, it means the Caps has to be very careful when approaching the minion wave, because if he ever gets locked up, then the Aurelia is always going to win out on that one. And when he ults the Aurelia as well, remember that his landing point will be defined, because it will always be behind the Aurelia, which means that it's very easy for her to land the stun the moment that he comes out of that. So there are definitely opportunities for the Aurelia to outplay, but the amount of burst damage that the Zed will get as the game progresses means that even after the stun lands, it's very easy for Zed to just land his skill shots and then just obliterate the Aurelia.
Yeah, I think the other thing that sort of Caps has going for him in this matchup is that Zed holds a range advantage. When you can actually use your shadow to poke with the shurikens from long range, you can also clear away the waves relatively easily. Caps should be able to build up sort of an HP advantage in the 1v1 just by trading offensively with the shadow into shuriken.
So Perks backed away, used the teleport to get back into the lane, has a tear first on this Cassiopeia. Sometimes we see them go for the
Lost Chapter.
Lost Chapter, that's the one. I was going to say Finished Codex, and I've remembered that it's actually the Lost Chapter. Tear doesn't give you as much harass potential in the lane.
No, it doesn't. But mana is what's most important for Perks on the Cassio, which means that he's now going to have more spammability of the spells. And you guys will notice that in these early levels, Reckless has heavily dominated, but a lot of that has actually come off the back of Hylissang, largely because with Hylissang being able to approach very aggressively in the lane against the Alistar, it becomes difficult for the Cassio Alistar to really do much in the early laning phase, so they're zoned off a lot of farm, and they're kind of forced underneath their tower, where it can be rather challenging for Perks to actually keep up in the CS department.
Yeah, and while Perks might struggle to CS early on, I think the Cassio plus Alistar combo is absolutely deadly because you can use 100%. The miasma to basically guarantee the headbutt pull. You can't flash away from that. So once level 6s come in, especially for Jankos, I'm going to look for G2 to make plays bot side, but right now it's Fnatic that want to do the same.
Looking for the play, the double knocker comes out. Reckless underneath the tower, Perks the first of all. Nemesis gets it. Promise Q will follow up shortly after. Now Jankos could come and join this fight, but he's not going to be able to do it. The tower plates fall in the bottom lane as well, and Fnatic strike burst in the match.
Brilliantly set up there from Fnatic as the crowd goes wild. They're going to pick up 2 turret plates off the back of that as well, as Reckless jumps out to an 800 gold lead over Perks.
It was such a massive wave, and Perks needed to get that farm. His flash was down, and he just... everything that was in front of him, he needed, but Fnatic set that play up beautifully, as you said, Ender. They had priority in mid, they had control over the river, and there was no flash available on Perks. All of the ingredients were there to allow them to get the play, and Fnatic find themselves with 2 early kills.
Oh yeah, Perks had just also used his teleport to get back to lane relatively shortly before that as well, so there's no chance for him to make up in CS as Wonder.
Whippo so low, Wonder just takes him out. I mean, Wonder's had his number the entire time, but Whippo couldn't get away. Here comes the Requiem, it's enough! Rockstar presses R, gets his second kill of the game.
So it ends up being a 1-for-1 overall, but that solo kill is still a big deal for Wonder up in the top lane. Remember that Fnatic, they voluntarily picked the Gangplank. There was the flexibility option, but have a look at this. You can see that Zed and Jarvan, they couldn't get towards the bot side of the map fast enough. The double knockup coming in from Hylissang was beautifully served.
Oh, Cap's caught out. Hylissang ignited. Is he going to tick away? No. Nemesis once again teams up with his support and gets another kill for Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's Hylissang actually finding all of these plays because it was in the bottom lane where he burned the flash off perks, then found the flash W engage underneath the tower, and with a good roam into the mid lane as well, Fnatic are out to a pretty sizable lead.
And the one that we had coming into pick and ban was, could G2 shut down the Fnatic early game? Could they play at the same tempo as Fnatic in the early game? And I think plays like this show that it's just not happening for G2.
Oh, so Caps is going back here. I think he's sitting in the shop thinking that he's safe. He doesn't have his shadow available. Remember that at level 1, it's got an 22-second cooldown. I even think it's ridiculously high. So that wasn't up and available. And if he'd had it, he probably could have been able to kill Hylissang. But the moment that Nemesis joins the fray and that Hylissang buys enough time, it ends up being an easy kill. So that's a really big deal as Fnatic extends to a 2,000 gold lead in this early game.
And now as we sort of look to the side of G2, because they're down 2,000 gold, and yet they're the ones with like sort of the proactive early game champions. You have a Jarvan in the jungle here for Jankos that's been unable to sort of impact this map. You have the Cassio Alistar down bottom lane to try and set up for that. I really feel like we need to start seeing G2 combat against Fnatic in this early game, because right now Fnatic are sort of having their way with G2.
What I will say though is that while we are very early in the game, as Fnatic look to set up another potential dive towards the bot side of the map, I do feel G2 have the scaling advantage. I feel that as the game progresses, Ryze in a side lane should be able to hold his own against both the Gangplank and the Aurelia. And Zed, as we talked about in the draft, also does very well in those 1v1s. So assuming G2 can split up the map, I think they're in a great position. But the problem they're going to find is that Fnatic are very good at converting their early leads into team fights later on. And with the Gangplank, Aurelia, and Karthus in those 4v4s, 5v5s, that is a very strong composition, and G2 might not be able to split them up.
Exactly, because I would agree with you that G2 do have the scaling advantage in the 5v5, but to me it's more about their front line in that front to back, because you have the Alistar plus the Jarvan. You have a lot more tools to try and soak up damage, whereas when I look at Fnatic's side, they actually have 5 very squishy champions. So yes, they're going to perform very well in these smaller skirmishes, but in the straight up front to back team fight, that's where it might be a little bit more difficult to find the proper setup.
So now we see Fnatic starting up the Cloud Drake. They should be able to secure this one pretty easy peasy, while Perks continues to fall at a deficit down towards the bottom lane. 40 CS is the difference there.
I mean, there's 40 CS in the bottom lane, as you say, as Rectus gets the advantage and the Dragon goes down. But you have to look up towards the top lane if you're on the side of G2. You've got a 35 CS lead. You've already solo killed Whippo as Wonder. And this was a matchup they talked about on the analyst desk, saying this could be a pivotal matchup for how this game plays out.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because if you look at what's been sort of going on recently, Wonder actually is topping the charts in most of these categories in terms of the laning phase, and now he's calling up Caps here. They want to dive on towards Whippo, and there's no one around from Fnatic.
Cannon barrage used by Whippo to clear out the wave. Caps just going to clear that control ward. Knows that he doesn't really want to go for the full-on dive when Whippo still has his flash available, and so instead we'll go back towards mid, which Nemesis has pushed out.
And Jankos was maybe looking for a gank in this mid lane, but it's not going to happen. Now, actually moving back towards that top side, I think it's really interesting, not just looking at the players in this matchup, but actually the champions. It's Whippo on a self-counterpick Gangplank up against the Ryze. Wonder's going to teleport in because he wants to take an aggressive trade with the rest of G2 on the prowl looking for the dive.
All of G2 on their way. The tower's still pretty tanky. Whippo still has the flash. No ultimate.
But Karthus is here as well, actually.
Yeah, could have been a strong counter gank there. G2 respect the fact that Broxah is nearby, still has the ultimate as well.
So what I found really interesting was we heard the analyst desk talking a lot about the top lane matchup, but I felt coming into this game, the jungle matchup would actually be one of the most pivotal, because something, Ender, you were saying before we even came into the game was, ooh, Caps.
Nemesis with a great long-range stun there from the flawless duet. Promiscu coming in as well, knocked up straight away, charmed up as well, will pop the ultimate. Dodges away from the Vanguard's edge. On a knife edge for Promiscu. Requiem. He's waited for the ultimate to time out. That's a kill. Another one back to the fountain.
And it's perfect that Broxah just picks up the kill as I'm about to talk about him, because it is this guy that has made the early game so much better for Fnatic. You talked about it in the draft as well. You talked about it earlier on, Ender, but overall, this guy's early game impact is really what has changed the game for Fnatic, and he's actually where the gold difference is coming from. He's like a 1.5k gold ahead of Jankos right now, and he is getting so strong so quickly, only 12.5 minutes in.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's absolutely smashing. And honestly, this player went from maybe the 8th best jungler in the league in the first half because he was underperforming to one of, if not the best here, because he's actually just showing up Jankos in this match. You look at how he's been able to impact early games. This game, maybe not quite as much on the Karthus. He's picking up some kills with the ultimate, but you look at level 2 tower dives on the Nocturne as Broxa here. He has completely leveled up his game.
LEC fighting here. The Deathmark comes out onto him. The Guardian will keep him alive just for the moment. Deathmark still proc, not enough damage, and the culling from Reckless straight onto Caps. Caps dodges back. Can he dodge away from his former teammates? LEC still has the chase, has the flash. Jumps straight in. LEC. Good night, sweet prince. You can change teams, but the result is still the same.
And Caps tries to go for a 2v1 outplay, cannot pull it off, and now there's more action up towards the top side.
Whipper flashes away. Cassiopeia and Perks on the way up here as well. Promiscu not going to go for the full-in dive, as Whippo just retreats behind the tower.
Let's just take a minute to appreciate. This is the 3rd time G2 have sent 3 or more members towards the top side to try and get a kill onto Whippo. He has not been caught out a single time. It is just the Herald there that they can use to trade a turret up top lane, but the rest of Fnatic now have bounties across the board. The entire team is actually just taking these turret plates and building up more and more of a lead.
Such an exciting game so far that Fnatic has been in full control of, and the member that I really want to draw attention to is Nemesis as well. Let's not forget the last time these two players met, it was very one-sided in favor of Nemesis, and now Caps on this Zed. He tries to go for the execution onto Hylissang. He reads it too late. He's just trying to help wave clear, but he gets all these shields with his E. I think his passive may have even come back up there as well. I think he's running the Guardian as well, so he gets that proc off of from the Lucian, and then he just comes in, gets a knockup. Caps can't sidestep, and that's just a very easy kill.
Yeah, Hylissang not going to take any chances there, using the flash to secure the kill on towards Caps. And Fnatic, they're not slowing down at all. They sort of saw G2 as the other early game focused team in the league and said, you know what, we're just going to beat you at your own game. They're now with a 3,000 gold lead. Once again, Whippo looking to be dove under the tower.
Rush comes out. There's the Deathmark used by Caps straight away. Whippo, not many places for him to go apart from back underneath his last tower. Caps jumps back and Whippo's still alive here. Caps couldn't go behind the tower. Nemesis actually has a great flank position off here. Perks chased out by Hylissang, lands the petrifying gaze. Hylissang's going to be tanking up the tower. A couple of shots comes out. Reckless on his way in though. Perks flashes away. There's Miasma. Reckless can just chase them down. The Requiem will definitely be enough. Goodbye to Perks and Caps now dodging around as much as you can, but your fancy feet might not save you for too long. Nemesis jumps in. The Ignite ticks away, and Fnatic are 8 kills to 1 up. 15 minutes into this game, they are dismantling G2.
Fnatic are absolutely smashing in this game. And remember, last time it was G2 with the fastest game in LEC history up against Fnatic. Now it's Fnatic doing the exact same thing to G2.
Last time they met, Fnatic didn't get a tower. They only got 4 kills. At 15 minutes, they were 8,000 gold behind. This time, Fnatic show why they are continuing their march up the standings in the LEC.
And it is across the board. There are advantages except for Whippo, the poor man up in the top lane. He's had a great second half of the split, but he's also one of the players that often gets left behind. But even still, he's offering value. He's not falling too far behind. You can see in a 2 versus 1, he ends up walking away with his life. He dodges all of the shurikens. He also uses the W, the oranges, to keep himself alive, and is able to dodge away. And while all this is happening, Hylissang looks for an opportunity onto Perks. He feels that he can go for this play, but then Reckless just dives in saying, you know what? Go back to mid lane, my friend, because you cannot compete with me, as the Requiem ends up securing that kill, and Caps, he ends up falling.
Oh my god, that's the thing though, is the Requiem canceled the recall from Caps. I think Caps was going to get out scot-free right there, but no, he can't go back to base, and Nemesis is there to secure yet another kill as the cherry on top.
Everything coming up in favor of Fnatic. We wondered whether G2 would be able to match him in the early game. They have not been able to do that. G2 maybe have the scaling advantage. They can put the Rise, the Zed in a side lane, but at this point, you're 5,000 gold ahead as Fnatic. You can 1v1 pretty much anyone on the enemy team.
Yeah, all the pressure falls on Wonder's shoulders right now, because he's the only one that's even staying relatively close to the rest of Fnatic. He's at 7.1k gold to the 7.3 and 7.2 of Broxa and Reckless. He has now completed his Archangel staff, and he's looking to improve that, along with getting a very early, needlessly large rod. So he's strong, but there are 4 other members of Fnatic that are just as strong as he is, and they're looking to push in the top tier 2.
Yeah, and notice what Fnatic are doing, right? They're moving as sort of a 4-man roaming squad through this top side of the jungle. Just eliminate turrets off the map. Currently, G2 don't have enough control wards to protect their own jungle, so Fnatic can walk in, deny vision away from G2, and just set up for picks against this team.
G2 licking their wounds a little bit. 6,000 gold behind, but they do have Wonder in an okay position in the side lane. They can still maybe find some of those outplays. We've seen Caps pull a rabbit out of a hat time after time in these games.
But we've never seen Caps 0-3 at 15 minutes.
That's true.
Except for when he went up against Rookie. And the reality is this guy's tried to make a bunch of plays so far this game rather, and he hasn't been able to make them pull off. A couple of poor decisions, like sitting in the shop, getting killed by Hylissang, trying to go for a 2v1 outplay bot lane, has ended up in his demise, and now he is behind on this set as Wonder, just dodging out.
Phase rush enough to keep Wonder alive.
Such a speedy boy. Just runs away from that one. Hylissang not able to lock him down.
And G2, what can this team do in this position? Because I think you sort of nailed it, right? Wonder is the player with gold in the bank right now. He's got the Archangel stacking up. Eventually he'll finish off the Rabadons or the Spellbinder as well. But then it's only sort of like 1v1 fights that he can take, because honestly, I think G2 need more time along the rest of them. So we see that replay one more time, and how Wonder can just lock up Hylissang right before the
prison. It
touches.
Really good. Well done from him. Now we can see that G2 isn't completely conceding the map. They've actually got decent vision control over the top side of Fnatic's jungle. They know they can't challenge the next mountain drake, so they're not bothering to invest towards the bot side. And you can see that there is a lot of darkness towards the bottom of the map, so Cap showing a lot of respect towards the enemy.
G2 just trying to count their losses where they can. You can see Caps has the double lethality items now with the Duskblade, with the Yumus. You've got Trinity Force finished on Nemesis as well, so maybe if Caps just catches out someone, he can burst them down. 2 items on Reckless though as well, with the Blade of the Ruin King and the Black Cleaver complete. So you're looking at 1.5 compared to 2 items on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a very big difference right now, and honestly, G2 can't fight against Fnatic if they keep moving together as sort of this core 4-man unit. Where G2 do have some strength is their ability to isolate individual members with the Jarvan, the Alistar. If they can see a member get too far away from the rest of his team, like Hylissang has done from time to time in the past, that is potentially where G2 can try to fight back and reclaim some territory on this map.
Now, the Baron has just spawned. Fnatic don't have the best Baron take because they don't really have a front line that can tank it, so I would be surprised if Fnatic made that threat. The one thing you have to be careful of as Fnatic is G2 rushing it down with a Cassio and with a Jarvan that's building full tank. They could sneak it from over the wall. And it's just something you have to keep in the back of your mind. Given the situation that G2's in and the gambles that they're not afraid to take, they will look for that kind of an opportunity.
Just as you talked about it, we saw 5 or 6 assist me pings come out on the Baron from Fnatic, so they knew it was a possibility. Roxa was there to react in time and stops G2 from sneaking anything away. But as we crest the 20-minute mark, game very much in Fnatic's favor. G2 have fought back from worse positions than this, though. I remember the Vitality game last week. They were absolutely getting dumpstered, and still they were able to hold on to their base, hold on to the game, and fight back.
And yet, in that game, we'd already seen, at this point at the 20-minute mark, Vitality making some mistakes. And what it came down to was splitting up members, going 2-3 members off in a side lane trying to get a tower. Now, Fnatic have not made those similar levels of mistakes because, honestly, I think that is where G2 can try to exploit Fnatic. If they were trying to sort of spread their luck too thin and try to take multiple towers in multiple lanes at the same time, but Fnatic are playing smart. And you said they take it slow, but they have a mountain to try and sneak this one away from right underneath G2.
21 minutes in, the Baron's been started. You can see Wonder still in the side lane, has the teleport to join the fight. Promiscu puts in the ward, 2,000 HP left on the Baron. Jankos has to flash in, it's trusted it, but Reckless secures it. You can't outsmite the Lucian. They get the kill on Jankos as well, and they're going to follow it up with a little bit more. The Requiem comes out. Caps ignited to his doom, and Fnatic get 2. They get the Baron, and they get everything they wanted.
Massive play from Fnatic. The confidence to make that kind of a play.
Just dodged the petrifying gaze from Perks. He stared the other ADK right in the eyes and said, get the hell back to mid lane. Fnatic just continue to outplay G2.
Reckless absolutely styled on Perks right now, and now with an open base Fnatic, they're going to be looking to take an inhibitor.
The inhibitor at least is going to go down. Jankos about to respawn. Caps on his way up as well.
He's back to base, Wonder.
Stealing away the Razorbeaks. He can't get back to save the inhibitor, so instead he says, I'll take what little I can. Fnatic, though, are taking chunks out of the heart of G2 right now. They have an 8,000 gold lead, and they look like the better team today.
Oh, they absolutely do, and they set this up so well. They knew they had the time to try and take this one down. Jankos actually sneaks into the pit, but is unable to secure the Baron. And then watch as Reckless just jumps completely over the wall, trying to set up the kill. Caps knows he's dead to the Requiem, so he tries to come back and trade 1-for-1. But then this is the play. Reckless right on the Fog of War. He steps back here, dodges the Petrifying Gaze, and that leaves room for Nemesis to jump straight on forward and get another kill.
Beautiful stuff from Fnatic, and I thought they wouldn't try. It was still a risk to go for that Baron, but this is the difference from Fnatic. In the past, we've criticized them for not having the confidence to make those kind of plays, for taking their time, for being a little slow, but against G2, they show the same confidence that G2 tried to demonstrate. They take those gambles, they make those plays, and now they are at a 8,000 gold lead, and they're knocking on the doors of these tier 2 towers.
And look at this super stacked minion wave here that Fnatic have built up as well. So many ranged minions, so many melees as well, just sort of soak up the damage from this turn. And G2, they were thinking about forcing and engage, trying to find that 5 versus 4, but they realized Fnatic are too strong. Even in a numbers advantage scenario, G2 still don't think they can win the fight.
And again, the only small piece of hope for G2 is Wonder. Level 15 on the rise. He's kept even in gold. He has the death cap, but I don't know if it's enough as an engage begins.
Jankos jumps in, he's forced out straight away. Down to about 100 HP, the flawless roulette hits onto Caps. Nemesis, though, jumped on with the death mark. Caps jumping around as much as he can. Weapon will take him out, but Nemesis falls as well. And now Hillisang in with the charm, with the engage. Promiscue has to flash away. Fnatic can continue to push in. The Realm Warp comes out, but the Requiem's going to follow them to their base. Forced away. That's a hell of a lot of damage as Fnatic get the second inhibitor of the game. Maybe even look for the win here, because Caps is still down instead. Hillisang will get the Baron buff on these minions up towards the top side.
And inside of the base, it is still a 4 versus 4, but 2 inhibitors are down. And Fnatic, they want more. G2, they've got the health though. They went back to base and they're able to force Fnatic out of their territory.
And I think with a performance like this, you have to start asking yourself the question, are G2 still the best team in the league? Because right now, Fnatic look unstoppable. This is 6 wins in a row so far for them. This would make it lucky number 7.
Even with a sub, G2 are not looking of sorts as Fnatic are dumpstering them right now. G2, they tried to go for a last-ditch team fight, but the Jarvan goes in, immediately goes back out. Caps uses his fancy feet, but it's not enough to dodge the barrels from Wonder. And you can see that Wonder as well, just immediately they're just forced to disengage. And the Realm Warp doing a good job of helping the rest of his team getting back to base and healing back up, but the damage is done. 2 inhibitors are now down, and you can talk about scaling all you want, but Fnatic are not going to give G2 the room to breathe. Immediately they're back on the pressure. They have the rise on Wonder, and they're looking for a kill.
Wonder should be able to TP out of this one. Just escapes a keg to the back, but will be able to get away now. 2 super minion waves pushing in for Fnatic. 25 minutes in, they have an 8,000 gold lead. You're sitting at 2.5 completed items on Reckless, on Nemesis. Even Whippo has 2 items under his belt as well. He will have an impact in these fights if he's there.
Fnatic are in such a strong position, yet G2 still have to ask themselves the question, how do we approach a team fight? Because with 2 inhibitors down, G2 more than likely will have to pull the trigger around the top lane or around the Baron that spawns in a minute and a half. And what you have to be thinking is we have to explode a priority target. That means Reckless, Nemesis, or Broxa. Right now, Reckless has the stopwatch, so that is a much weaker option. But in the last fight, they were able to kill Nemesis. If they can single him off one more time, that's the only chance they have to try and keep themselves alive in this match.
Honestly, I think G2 are just trying to maintain as much vision control as they can around the top side of the map so they can go for a potential Baron steal. And if they can secure it, they can at the very least stall the game out for longer to get to a point where they can rely on their scaling. But again, Fnatic not slowing down. They're sieging on top. They force Perks back.
Jankos eats up the culling serfs, used as well by Perks. Minion waves pushing in the other side lanes. The Vanguard's edge comes out. Hillisang with a double charm, gets the 3rd as well. As they all just try and dive the tower, but Reckless almost goes down. Promiscue there. Caps fighting against Whipple down towards the bottom side. Has to flash away. The death mark will get him. And they get another kill underneath the tower. G2 has somehow turned it around. The Requiem comes out. Is it going to be enough? Caps trying to kill him before he gets out. It's not enough. And Caps will fall. Promiscue will follow shortly after. It's a double for Broxa. And still Fnatic are in this fight.
Brox is able to turn it around on the back with the Requiem, but it's still a 2 versus 2 Fnatic. They want this turret so desperately. Can Perks and Wonder do anything? Not really, because Wonder has to defend against the super minions on the base.
LEC just tanking up the tower shots. Perks there trying to turn it back around onto Broxer, but doesn't have the ultimate, so can't really do too much. And Broxer 6-0-5 on this Karthus has very much come alive in this game.
But there you see the potential team fight power of G2, the team you can never afford to underestimate. Look at Reckless. This time he doesn't dodge out from the Cassie ultimate. He actually flashes straight into it. And while the stopwatch buys time, he's unfortunately underneath the tower. He loses all his HP and he ends up dropping it. It is this ultimate that ends up ultimately keeping the fight even for the two teams. Promise you can't close the gap quick enough to interrupt. And it means that it ends up being a 3-for-3 overall. But G2 demonstrating they're getting these items. The scaling is still a thing for them. And Fnatic, they need to show that respect or G2 can still come out in a team fight.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Fnatic now, they have control over the Baron. It's no longer them diving into G2, going underneath the tower. It is G2 coming to them. Can Jankos get the steal?
This is it, Jankos. Do or die. If you steal this, you can keep the hopes of G2 alive.
Here we go. He's on the blast cone. Reckless there as well. He blast cones away. He's giving it up. That's the Baron. Fnatic get it. 28 minutes in. It's the second Baron of the game for them. And with it, maybe the hopes of G2 have been quashed.
Here's the thing. Jankos can never go for that steal because if he does and he dies and loses the Baron, Fnatic just run into their base, take 2 inhibitors or even end the game. As it stands, there are 2 exposed inhibs now that Fnatic have their eyes set on. No turrets to defend G2. And Fnatic, all they have to do is pull the trigger, go right on in, and cut down G2 where they stand.
When you listen to G2 comms after they beat Fnatic earlier in the split, they said that was personal. Caps dominated on the Zoe. 5-1-2, now 1-6-1 on this Zed. It feels pretty personal from Fnatic this time. 8,000 gold ahead. They're pushing in for these inhibitors. And all 5 members strong. They're going to try and push G2 back towards their own base. Reckless jumps in, caught out with the Petrifying Gaze, but no one can catch him. Nemesis down to about half HP immediately. The Requiem used. No one can get up to the back line, and that will be a lot of damage coming out from Boxer, but no one has fallen yet. Fnatic regroup, reset. Nemesis has to back away. Wonder with a lot of damage out. Reckless jumped on by Caps. Can he do it? The death mark isn't enough to pop. His bomber AD carry not quite, but they force Fnatic back once again. The inhibitor line still stands.
Fnatic don't have the tank line to walk forward and knock down this inhibitor. G2 are able to play with their backs against the wall and keep their lives up in this match.
G2 demonstrating that they can hold the line. All 3 inhibitors have respawned. A Baron-empowered Fnatic was still not enough to end the game. Wonder is now level 18. Caps is starting to get those items completed, and G2, the longer this game goes, the better their scaling gets, and we get to see if G2 can keep up with the team fighting of Fnatic.
Look, we've had questions about G2's team fighting all split long, and now they're playing on hard mode, but you can see how they kite back here, how Wonder is able to just influence this fight so much. Even though he doesn't put down a lot of damage, you can see that the rest of Fnatic don't want to walk through this sort of corridor in the mid, and then Caps almost is able to find Reckless on the back end of this. The electrocute, just barely not able to secure the kill.
One more auto and ignite, that would have been enough to find the kill. So close between these two teams. And you wouldn't expect that. Fnatic have an 7,500 gold lead. They have the Baron buff. This should be just the game over, but G2 demonstrating that they can hold the line. They can do the impossible.
So what have we got in terms of ultimates here? Hylissang has his, but no flash. Does have the Sorellis if he wants to get on the back line. No flash on Reckless either. Caps has the death mark, could try and catch out that enemy AD carry. He's only level 15 though, really needs that 16 for the upgrade on the ultimate.
And for Fnatic, in order to threaten the inhibitor, they have to walk up the steps of the base. But there's so much threat here from G2 with the Miasma, the threat of a Petrifying Gaze turnaround, the Jankos going in with the ultimate. This tight area of the map is so difficult for Fnatic to funnel into without having a strong front line. And that's why we're seeing this standoff at the moment where they just can't walk up to G2.
Cannon Barrage used. Perks hits the Petrifying Gaze. Promiscue jumps in as well, but it's only Nemesis they've caught out, and Perks already down to half HP. Boxer now pushing forward with the rest of Fnatic. They just want the inhibitor. They can push up towards the top side as well. Caps unable to get on the back line of that fight, and now Fnatic have broken open that inhibitor line once again. Quickness was used by Hylissang though, and G2, they're not going to fight over it. They give up both their inhibs.
Now the problem for G2 is they had 3 ultimates used in the back end of that fight, so they couldn't go for the re-engage, especially with Broxer still having the Requiem available. So Fnatic, they break through the defense of G2, They secure 2 inhibitors, and the pressure falls back onto the G2 esports squad.
And we've seen this situation before in this game where Fnatic have 2 inhibitors. G2 are trying to hold on to their 3rd and final inhib. Last time, though, they had a turret at their side. Now their bottom lane inhibitor is left exposed. Fnatic have the opportunity now within the next 2 minutes try and break that line. And then they can set up for Baron and try to close this one out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we said that this would be the game of the century here in the LEC, and I feel like it is delivering so far.
And you guys can get involved at home as well. Vote in chat. Can G2 turn this game around? It would have been one of the biggest comebacks we have seen this split. Spam now, yes or no in Twitch chat. Can G2 turn this game on its head? We said it would deliver, Vedius. We said it would deliver, Ender. 2 teams with 11 EU LCS or LEC titles between them.
It's close.
You give me this vote 5 minutes ago, that's 90% Fnatic. Right now, though, right on a knife's edge, just like this game.
So you can see that the inhibs in the bottom left of your screen will not respawn before the Baron is up. Fnatic will look to secure their 3rd Baron of the game, but before that, they have their eyes set on this bot inhibitor.
And right now, Fnatic see that Perkz is clearing away minions in the top lane. He's actually going to teleport into a minion just to defend this inhibitor because Fnatic were going to make use of that opening. Now they have the minion line themselves, but the flank is here from Promiscu. It's making it very hard for Fnatic to step up.
Caps jumps away, Innocent with the engage, straight onto the backline, Wonder goes golden. What can Promiscu do? He catches them out. Wonder's still there, still alive, Nemesis as well. Reckless has the death mark popping. It's not going to be enough damage, but here comes the Requiem. Wonder still alive, the rest of G2 still alive as well. But maybe the inhibitor will fall pretty soon afterwards. Whipple jumping in, Perkz goes golden. Can they take the inhibitor in time? Because Wonder's back up, they forced them off. G2 still holding onto their base, but it's a 4v3. Jankos is very low. The next towers are the target for those super minions.
Fnatic have the time now to get the inhibitor. G2, they're running back to the fountain, trying to get some health underneath them so that they could threaten a turnaround. But now it is Fnatic with all 3 inhibitors, a Baron buff spawning as well. They can go back to base, heal up, and look to secure that objective to end the game.
Oh my word, these fights are so intense. I saw Caps and Jankos with blood in their eyes as they both dived onto Reckless, but G2, they recognize the situation. They have the Baron set. They're going for it. They have Perkz on the Casio.
Just got to pull the trigger straight away. Hillisang here trying to catch up Perkz, but can't quite get there. Promiscu gets a 3-man knockup. Wonder and Jankos are focusing down. The Baron, 8,000 HP.
This is quick.
There's a fight up towards the other side though because Wimmer has the teleport. Caps is trying to keep him alive. There's 3,000 HP on the Baron. Fnatic, can they get in? Can Broxah do the steal? G2 get the Baron. Whipper forced away as well, but here comes the engagement. Hillisang locked up. He's done. They get the shot.
Nemesis is here.
The Colin comes up. Nemesis here as well. Promiscu's gonna fall. Broxah has the focus. He gets the kill! Here comes the Vanguard's edge! He gets Reckless shot in! Reckless shot into his eyes! And now Nemesis there as well! Wimmer's teleporting in! The base! The base! Gaz is trying to defend the base! Wonder gets the triple kill! Nemesis onto Jankos! They need to get out! The base! He wants it! He wants it! Nemesis trying to keep him around! Jankos is so low! The teleport gets out! Nemesis gets taken out as well! The base is still alive! And G2 survive in this game!
This is the greatest game ever! G2 defend the base, the Nexus is still alive. Medic, catch your breath. G2 that actually keep this game alive as Fnatic lose 4 members. The goal doesn't matter.
Oh my god! G2 with the split-second call to go to the Baron to start it up, and they take it down. And then it's Fnatic just trying to run in, trying to force the fight. But watch how Wonder just explodes Hillisang, and then they're going to come back up forward here and destroy Broxah as well.
And meanwhile, while all this is happening, you can see on your minimap in the bottom right that the super minions are just pushing in. All 3 are exposed, and only Zed is left to defend. So Fnatic is just like, just buy time, just stall, just don't let them get back to base. But then Wonder makes the split-second decision to go, I'm teleporting, guys. Just keep them off me, keep me alive, and I can help us save the game.
Oh yeah, Nemesis hops over the wall to trade 1 more kill for his life. And while that Baron was going down, it was a 1v1 between Caps and Whippo. The Caps was winning, and look how the tides have turned, Europe.
You guys can turn that around though. Spam in chat. FNC if you think Fnatic will take the win. G2 if you think G2 will win it. There's no Nexus towers left. There's no inhibitors left. Well, they started to respawn, but the fact that we could still see G2 winning this game from this position is absolutely gobsmacking.
Now, importantly, coming into this next fight, if Fnatic want to walk into the base of G2, they have 0 flashes on their side. Flash will be so pivotal inside of this team fight because right now, G2 have scaled up. They have the damage. Wonder is so strong. You have to be able to single him out and knock him down.
But I also, caps.
Oh, doesn't want to jump onto Hylissang.
But let's also take appreciation of the levels right now. Remember how far behind all of G2 were. 18 for Wonder, 18 for Caps, 18 for Perks. Their builds are nearly fully complete. And meanwhile for Fnatic, because they haven't been generating a lot of gold, they've just been constantly sieging. They're actually down in levels. They're not even fully complete in terms of itemization yet. And the gold difference is only 2k now.
Yeah, I mean, because there have been super minions flooding into the base of G2 for the better part of the last 15 minutes here, Vedius. Fnatic, even though they are down in levels, though, they still have incomplete control over this map. They have 4 Drakes at their side, which means that when the Elder Dragon comes up, they're going to have control over that area. They're going to be able to try and take that one down and get the massive teamfight buff.
This game has been going hell for leather for the last 15 minutes. Just want to remind everyone here in the studio, everyone at home, if Fnatic win this, they lock their spot in playoffs. They are secure. If they lose against G2, they still have to fight tomorrow. Caps has a bit of a flank up here as Hylissang's forced away. Will escape for the moment. It's just resetting the pressure. G2, get some time, get a bit of breathing room. They can actually move out of their base for the first time in a long time.
And after they take that really good trade, that's the important part. Maybe they can start to take some more control over this map because it will be the Elder Drake to be the next priority, but they know that their base is still exposed and to leave even for a little bit is risky.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Berlin, the teams need your support more than ever right now. The gold means nothing. The difference between these two teams is so small, but G2 now in the late game with their composition. We said it before. I didn't think they would get to this point, and I thought Fnatic, with the lead they had built up, would be able to close it out. But one team fight in the top lane that didn't go their way, that one ultimate from Perks that landed onto Reckless, that shut him down, bought enough time for G2 to get to this point. Now both teams facing off once more. The Baron spawns in a minute 30, but it is the inhibitors that are Fnatic's target. Let's see how things play out.
All 3 inhibitors back up. Nemesis takes a bit of chip damage from Caps. Hylissang has the flash engage, has the opportunity to strike. A moment's notice. A single blink of your eye and you might miss it, because that is all that these teamfights are going to come down to. It's the minuscule moments. The Cannon Barrage comes out, the culling to follow. Caps gets a bit of damage in from the side as Boxer chipped out with the Shurikens, but the inhibitor's still alive, and that's all G2 are looking for at the moment. Cannon, the kegs still connecting as well from Whipper, but he's not as high damage as he would like to be.
So you talked about flashes earlier on, and pretty much all the summoner spells are back up except for Yankos' and Wonders that are just coming up now. Perks up relatively soon. 2 ultimates were used there, both Whippo and Reckless' ulti, but G2 still hesitant to engage. Here it is.
Yankos jumps in, Hylissang forced away. That's his W use. That means he doesn't have that engage tool anymore to jump in, but Yankos did have to use the Cataclysm to get it out.
Whippo also had to use the flash to get over the wall, so Fnatic sticking around is actually very difficult now to walk in towards the inhibitor. What they want to do is they want to keep the pressure on G2 for the next 20 seconds. That means G2 won't have time to walk back and put vision here on the Baron. Last time G2, the only reason they got the Baron was because they made a split-second call and out-rotated Fnatic. Fnatic will not give them that opportunity this time around.
Let's have a look at how we are in terms of builds. Almost a Rabadon's Death Cap complete on Perks. You've got 4 completed items on Caps as well. Look at how big Wonder is in that top lane. Basically full build. Could sell the boots for something else if he wanted, but not going to do that yet.
I mean, Wonder has been by far the MVP of this game for G2. Not only did he build a huge lead in the 1v1 up towards the top side, but the fact that he's been so valuable in these fights, the decisions he's made in the heat of the moment, and the amount of damage he did to the Baron to even secure it for his team has just been so huge. And if this team, if G2 do somehow find this comeback, I feel like it's going to come off the back of Wonder's shoulders.
It absolutely will have to. Now, my question for Fnatic is, do they want to wait for this Elder Dragon to spawn? Again, it's very hard for G2 to get vision on Baron, let alone on Baron and the Elder as well. If they wanted to, they could forego starting this one up and send someone to solo it, but they want to start up the Baron. They're going to force Yankos to come into the pin.
Quick.
Looking for the steal already. It's gone though. Fnatic get their second Baron, third Baron of the game. And now G2 need to work out. Do you fight around Elder? Can you leave your base undefended? Perks was in the bottom lane answering a wave. Teleport comes in here as well as the teams rejoin It's going to be a fight around the Elder Dragon, you feel, but Fnatic say, no, we have push prior, we have the Baron, we can just push in this mid wave.
I feel like G2 have to go for a fight soon. The death cap has now been completed for Perks. They need to have the confidence to make this play a reality, but it's so risky. You don't want to be the player that makes that mistake that costs your team the game. And Fnatic, they know they have priority, as you said, Medic, and immediately back down towards the Elder. They want everything to be in as much of their favor as possible before they commit to a fight.
Fnatic will shred this Baron so quickly. 4 elemental Drakes. G2, they know they have to look for the team fight before the objective goes down. It's getting low. Jankos has to make a move.
6,000 HP left on the Baron. The Realm Warp coming out as well. They're just going onto the back. They're looking. Oh my God! A great flank. G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. They take down 3. They even get the chase down as well. The Elder will be in their eyes as Fnatic just die one by one.
G2 absolutely destroy Fnatic in the bot lane. River Hylissang is doing what he can to run into the base, but Jankos is on the prowl.
It's enough.
It's not gonna do it.
He got the Edge of Night Shield just in time. Hylissang still trying to take down the inhibitor. Can he get it with these Baroned up minions? The Elder Dragon not the target. G2 pushing him mid. Hylissang still there on the inhibitor. Is he actually going to be able to do too much here with the Ignite? He knocks Nat comes up. He's just looking for the inhib.
Forget about the bot lane. Look at the mid lane. There are 2 members of G2 pushing in right now. The death timers are at 20 seconds. I don't know if G2 can look to end the game right now.
There's no way they do this. They were 8,000 gold behind. They had nothing. 15 minutes in, they were getting demolished. But somehow, once again, G2 find a way to turn the game right back on his head.
G2, it was a brilliant flank there with Wonder's Realm Warp. He is stepping up to the plate. An absolute carry performance from the G2 top laner. And now it is their turn to take down the Elder Dragon and take control in this game.
Beautiful spot there, and I was sitting to myself, how did Promiscu get here? How is he creating the flank? And it was all thanks to Wonder getting onto the back line. Oh, just such an exquisite game, a constant back and forth, extremely exciting fights.
And leave it to G2 to see an opening that no one else could have seen. They got the perfect flank onto Fnatic, the perfect team fight. And this all started 20 minutes ago with G2's heroic base defense, just trying to hold on. Remember, there are no turrets left for G2. They had their backs against the wall, and they are now the ones in control.
I remember a while ago I looked up how often a team wins after losing 3 inhibitors. 0.1% of the time. 0.1. And G2, they lost their Nexus towers. They lost it all. They lost hope in the game, but they kept on fighting. They stood tall, and they forced Fnatic back. Fnatic fighting for their place in playoffs. A win here would secure it for them. If they lose here after this performance, that's got to be pretty demoralizing, and they would have to work their way through Splice tomorrow.
And now Fnatic. You know, we've talked a lot about G2 because, you know, they've made this comeback happen. They're now at a point where they're in even footing. And in terms of the straight 5v5, we've seen it. Fnatic can't win anymore. They need to go for some incredible play. And as you guys have already mentioned, there are no towers. All it takes is the commitment from Fnatic to just rush down that Nexus and potentially end the game. There is very little that stands in the way of Fnatic securing the win. And so G2 have to keep their eyes open because Fnatic will always look for that option. They will always keep their eyes out. If you overstep a teleport, if you overstep flashes, one small mistake could still cost this game for G2.
And it means that even now, the G2 have the gold advantage. They picked themselves up the Elder Dragon. Well, with Baron spawning another time in this game in a minute and a half, G2 still are going to be hesitant to leave their base because, quite honestly, Fnatic could still make a bum rush play and look for the end.
We heard people talk about it before the game even started. Match of the week will give you match of the flipping century, and this game has lived up to that. The longest game of the split now as we crest the 46-minute mark.
Okay, his Elder...
No, his Baron.
Oh, sorry, Elder Drake just ran out. There we go, there we go.
On the side of G2.
Inhibitors, you can see this timer's down your bottom left screen. Both should be respawning at about the same time. Neither team really been able to leverage that. Full builds pretty much across the board. Perks working on his 6th. It's still a very close game. Both teams very hesitant. Like, you never get to practice this point in the game. You know, when there's no real objective to play around, when everything is exposed, it's all about who makes that play. It is about those clutch moments, those crucial decisions that will win you these games, because you can't play smart, perfect League of Legends at this point anymore.
With Quickstrut not being on the show this weekend, I want to give a little quick stat as a shout out. These two teams now hold both the shortest and the longest game of the LEC split. It's been an impressive performance. What a game. The middle of the day as well. We've still got 2 games to go after this.
Yeah, I mean, but we're done, Medic, after this. We're done.
I think these players will be done after this one as well.
We did not think this game would be approaching the 50-minute mark, approaching our 4th or 5th Baron. I've lost count, guys, honestly. It's the 4th Baron, and now G2, they're going to teleport
I think it's the 5th Baron. And this, I think, is the 6th. I don't know. Either way.
It doesn't matter, because it's already been started up by
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Baron going, the double mountains are the target.
That's gone.
G2 pushing mid. They're realm warping. They're realm warping in. G2 are going in the base. The Baron buff, though. They can get the recalls. How many can they stop? G2, you've got to stop them all. You've got to stop them all. They're in the base. G2 are looking for the win. Can they pull it off? The realm warp. Once again, the red wave goes out. They wait. The Nexus. The Baron. No way! The Nexus towers in the one side. G2 get the first one, but Reckless and Intersect get in the back door. Oh my God! Let's go! Flipping way! You can do that to them!
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
Hey guys, it's not a sport.
Okay, wrap it up. It's not a sport.
It's over, no goodbye.
Not a sport? Eh? Who gives a shit?
Welcome back, back to the LEC. Get ready for the match of the week in the battle.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins. We can continue to clog them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko Eco Tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. What have you done to me? You're living in my mind, I can't sleep. I'm missing my missing beats. It's got me down and I feel so incomplete. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me. Don't ever leave. Can't find another you. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go. Stay with me. Don't ever leave. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. You've seen my highs and lows, and all the places my mind can go. Oh, I'm safe when I hold you close, and I don't wanna be all alone, alone. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me, don't ever leave. Can't find another you. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go. Stay
sky. Who knew a storm would come and break apart this lie? Like a pillar of flame, my love burned through the roof. It couldn't be contained, but you were fireproof. I'm trapped in the void, an endless plain. No armor can protect me from this pain. Backstabbed by the one who I love most. Betrayed. How am I supposed to cope? I should be glad that we're apart. When you're so reckless with my heart. Rebirth for the wounds that you can't see. Rebirth from the ashes where you left me. And when the tears fully stacked, I know that you'll come crawling back. I gave you 8 long years, and you just threw it away. They even got a new man, and you still wouldn't stay. I guess you had some reasons. They benched you that one split. They made you play Garen, you and me, but I never thought you'd quit. I'm trapped in the void, an endless plain. No armor can protect me from this pain. Backstabbed by the one who I love most. Betrayed. How am I supposed to cope? I should be glad that we're apart. When you're so reckless with my heart. Rebirth for the wounds that you can't see. Rebirth from the ashes where you left me. And when your tears fully stacked, I know that you'll come crawling back. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. This is goodbye the woods that I'm riding. By the one who I love most. How am I supposed to cope? I should be glad that we're apart. When you're so reckless with my heart. For the wounds that you can't see. From the ashes where you left me. And when your tear is fully stacked, I know that you come crawling back.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, on a day that's marking a new chapter in LEC history. The old rivals G2 and Fnatic have represented EU in the last 4 World Championships. Tonight, one of these titans will fall as they battle to keep the 2021 season going. One way or the other, this series will lead to a brand new path for both teams. I'm Shocked, and I am joined by Vedius and Goldborg on the analyst desk for this absolutely epic day. But I gotta say, man, that is so much harder than it looks.
It's actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
I mean, I'm in awe. You know, I've been your biggest fan for years, but this is really nuts. Thank you for doing that for the fans.
Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed it.
I'm also a fan.
It was a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Thank you to our wonderful production team. We made that in a very short notice.
Yes. Regardless, I hope everyone enjoyed it and it helped getting us, you know, even more hyped for today. But let's start, Goldberg, by what we saw yesterday. A statement win from the LEC champions, the Mad Lions. They're sailing up as favorites to defend their title. What a best of 5 that was. I mean, best of 3.
I mean, yeah, genuinely, Mad Lions really just proving themselves that they are this capable playoff teams despite having that regular season. I think they were extremely scary in all games in 3 different ways, which was the most impressive thing. And the most impressive thing to me me as well. Their early game, all of a sudden, they were just straight from the get-go ahead in the game.
It was Niski that sat there and said that he thought that this team had the best mid-game in the league. And it was something that I hadn't really thought about, but I think yesterday was a perfect example of why that is the case. Regardless of what position they're in, whether they be ahead or behind, they find a way to be proactive on the map, and they're able to stay consistent and be able to go even regardless of their position.
Yeah, Mac also had a lot of insights there where he thought that they just knew what to do in the situations. If they are behind, if they are ahead, if they are equal, they have clarity in those moments, which also brings them to good team fights, because when the engage is good, usually the team fight is also pretty good as well. I think we need to commend especially the player of the series, Kaiser. Again, the man found all the flanks, the man found all of the engages, Vetty. It was nuts.
He really did stand out yesterday, and you talked about it. His engage setups were what gave Mad Lions so many fantastic team fights. He found Hans Summer when he just shouldn't have been allowed to be, and he was so flawless in his execution.
It's also just the way they're playing around with the vision. Do you know how many times we see a support who tries to do what Kaiser does? They get spotted and then they get killed. It was the fact we saw this so many times from Kaiser that it just didn't make sense. He was just too good yesterday.
Just gonna let us enjoy the soundtrack. It worked so well. He just snuck up on them time and time again.
Master Sleuth.
Yes. Oh, this is actually beautiful. We get the pro view out of this.
So what's amazing here is he uses his head smash away, and then he sees Hans Summer. It's Hans Summer that he's able to get that engage off, and it sets up the fight beautifully. Just flawless execution, and like he's making, for when he first joined the league last year, expectations were high. He already made his way into the top 3 support list, and right now he is fighting to earn that title of best support in EU, and he already did a great job at MSI. He's going to represent us well at Worlds.
It's going to be great. Let's talk a little bit about Worlds. I know that I went from reading on social media last week that EU was totally doomed to now all of a sudden we're going to win because Matt is so good. So I'm relying on my analysts to give me like a rational opinion on how Matt could do at Worlds.
Well, personally, I'm optimistic, mainly because I like what we're seeing from this team. They are extremely confident in terms of their early game. We know that they have huge champion diversity. I think there are some question marks around that top lane pool still, but I think that what Mad Lions have shown is that they are prepared and ready for any situation, and they will fight to the bitter end. And that mentality at an international event is exactly what you need.
I agree with all these sentiments, really, from Vetty as well. And to me, it's also just the fact that when I take a look at our whole league holistically, Mad Lions just does play the best League of Legends right now. Is it to the point where I feel like the top 4 comments is going to come through with Mats and semis? I think time will tell, really. But what we can say is that we should be very optimistic about this team.
We'll see. Of course, time will tell. We also need to spare a minute for Rogue then. Rogue, of course, not out of the playoff race. They're now going to play the winner of G2 or Fnatic. Goldberg, you said a couple of weeks ago, if I have to pick a representative at Worlds for EU, I'm going to put my money behind Rogue because I think that they can match the LPL aggression. What do you think now?
I mean, I think that Matt just proved me wrong with what they did, because clearly you can't match that early game aggression, and when you're not matching it, then you're just falling behind the mid game where, quite frankly, they were running around like a bit of headless chickens towards that mid game. And when that happened, I kind of lost my faith in Matt, not in Matt, but in Rogue as well. So I'm actually taking that statement back.
It definitely feels like Rogue are not the same selves that we saw during the regular season. Dominant, pushing early game leads into controlled, clean execution to actually close out the game. They struggled against Misfits. They were dominated by the Mad Lions. The only hope now is that they use this time to prepare for next week, where they go up against one of the eventual winners of today in G2 and Fnatic.
Absolutely, they're going to need it. But of course, they can come back from this. Now, across the globe, new teams are starting to lock in their spots at Worlds 2021. Here's Laura for an international check-in.
Thank you, Shocks. We have a fierce battle in the LEC tonight, but with the Worlds just around the corner, teams all over the world are trying as much as they can to make it to China this year. First, this segment is a massive spoiler, so if you want to rewatch all the action from the LCS, LCK and LPL, turn off the stream for 3 minutes and we'll see you right after this. But right now, Team Liquid have already qualified for Worlds, and after spending just 1 year in the LCS, Alfari is back on the world stage. The former Misfits top laner was instrumental in their win versus 100 Thieves yesterday, and Team Liquid secured the spot in the LCL Summer Finals. 100 Thieves will also lock the spot at Worlds, which means that we will finally see Faker Dagger on the international stage. Congrats to both teams, and we're always happy to see that our former EU players are doing well over there. Perks and Cloud9 can still make it to Worlds and face off against Power of Evil's TSM later tonight in an epic battle for NA's last spot. Now, let's move to the LCK where Gen.G managed to grab their first world ticket yesterday. However, our eyes on the current world champion Damwon Kia, who will be there to defend their title. Despite some issues earlier in the roster with some swaps, they have bounced back in the LCK playoffs, and no matter what, Damwon will be a force to reckon with at Worlds 2021. And the most important news from the LCK this week and this morning, the unkillable Demon King is back. Faker and T1 will return to Worlds 2021 and take on Damwon in the LCK Summer Finals next Saturday. It was a dramatic series versus Gen.G earlier today, but thanks to some great late-game shot callings and play from the bot lane of Teddy and Keria, the LCK Titans are looking to reclaim the title. Question is, can they also return to their dominance on the international stage? Now, when it comes to the LPL, everything is still left to be decided, but one thing is sure, we will not see team from last Worlds returning. For now, no teams have qualified yet, but we will soon know if Super Kawhi DoinB will return to Worlds and fight for a second title, as FPX have made an impressive run in the playoffs so far. If they win next series versus Team WE, we could see a battle and reunion between FPX Nogori and his old team Dawon for a second title, which would be one of the most hyped matchup at Worlds for sure, as the LCK and the LPL looks to be the favorites once again, and I'm very sorry about that, EU fans. But for now, we have some important business in the LEC, as one of our two most successful EU teams will definitely miss out on Worlds this year. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Fantastic checkup there, because there's so much to keep track of. And right now, today, we're focusing in on our last Worlds spot as we continue the historic rivalry between G2 and Fnatic, now with a brand new twist. Before we get to the matchup, we're going to test the experts on their knowledge in a G2 versus Fnatic quiz. Now, everyone at home can also join at discord.lec.gg. You guys ready?
And we should say we have not seen these questions ever before.
No.
So,
exactly.
Let's do it.
Here's question 1. Except Reckless, who has played the most G2 versus Fnatic games? Caps, Jankos, Perks, or Broxa?
Well,
They put Broxa in there, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Wait. With Caps, does it count when he was on Fnatic and then versus G2?
Ooh. Yes, Fnatic G2 games.
Caps.
But Caps joined in 2017. And then maybe 2016.
Wait. I need to pause. Kevin, he just brought up, is it also, so it's Caps both on Fnatic and G2, right? In Caps in Fnatic G2 games?
I mean, I'm going to say Jankos anyway. I'm saying Jankos.
It's Perks.
Damn it.
Perks at 61 games, Reckless at 63. So Perks is the correct answer. 0 and 0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Question 2. Of the KDA Kings, Reckless and Upset, who has the best KDA in summer so far?
Upset.
Correct.
That was a hard one.
Discord also got that correct. Production, just so you know, I do have the answers. So, question 3. How many international knockout stages have these two teams made combined? MSI and Worlds.
Oh, combined.
Fnatic and G2. 10,
oh, math, why?
12, 14, or 16?
Oh, my word. Okay. Quick. Semifinals, quarterfinals.
Ooh, you're just flexing now. I like it.
I'm saying 12.
I'm going to copy the homework and add 2, so 14.
14 is correct.
Yeah!
Discord is also correct.
What? How?
Because they're Googling. Of the top laners that have played for Fnatic and G2, only one has gotten a pentakill in the LEC, so not internationally, in the LEC. Was it Expect, Gamsu, Bwipo, or Wonder? Don't look at the teleprompter, for some reason something is bolded.
Wait, what was the players again?
Expect, Gamsu, Bwipo, or Wonder? Pentakill.
And who got a pentakill?
Who had a pentakill in the LEC?
I don't remember any of those.
Discord got it wrong, so Goldberg, you could win here, I think. You could clutch it.
I'm saying Expect.
I'm just going to go with what people won't expect and say Gamsu.
It's Expect.
Damn it!
When did Expect?
Yeah.
When did he get a penta?
In 2017.
Is that just a guess?
I'm not sure. What's the score?
It's tied, isn't it? and Discord beat us both, I think.
All right, I have, okay, name all the top laners that have had a pentakill in the LEC. You and Discord.
Start with Betty.
No, he's out. You and Discord.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm just going to lose.
I know.
Huni?
You literally just heard that expect coming.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, no.
Right.
No, not like this.
Yeah, you can figure it
like
out.
This.
I'm gonna award the victory to the fans. Here we go.
They deserve it. They deserve it.
Let's get into the matchup now of our final series of round 2. It's time for G2 and Fnatic to battle it out for our last seed at Worlds. So it's time to get very, very serious because this is such a big matchup. And over the past years, Fnatic and G2, they have been staples on the international stage. And tonight, one of them will fall, which will mark an end to 4 years of Fnatic and G2 representing Europe at Worlds. There are so many great moments to look at, I think, Fetty. If we start with G2, it started in heartbreak, really, for a few of those tournaments.
It certainly did. It wasn't until MSI 2017 that we really got to see what G2 could do internationally. That was considered Perk's best international performance until, of course, Worlds 2018, where he went with a roster with such low expectations behind them, taking down RNG, going up against IG in the semifinals, and then only continuing their success with the evolution of the roster into 2019.
I think it's also the perspective of it in general, as Vedia say, because back then G2 vacation was a meme. Like EU as a region in general wasn't really put on the landmark in international success. It was years to come later that would happen.
And Fnatic, on the other hand, I think about a lot of great moments, right? They rarely ever get stuck in groups, but they always make it dramatic.
They certainly do. So many insane Fnatic moments. 2016, the base race. 2015, both them and Origin making it to the semifinals. 2017, Fnatic getting out of that group that they should not have gotten out of. The Week 2 Fnatic, famous internationally and something that many international teams have come to respect. It is an organization that has earned many much respect and history over the degree of the Worlds that we've had.
I think that's also what's so crazy about this. Once again, it's that both teams here today is not only teams that has qualified already to the World Championship, but it's former World finalists that we're actually seeing here, and only one can go today, which is just why it's so mind-boggling between the two organizations.
And we have to highlight this one particular storyline, which to me tells so much of the story of what's also between these two organizations. Reckless, always looking for that LEC title, always looking for international success, making the gambit this year and jumping over to G2, now being on the brink of being knocked out by his ex-team, and Upset maybe finally making it to Worlds.
That's the craziest thing, right? Upset for the longest time was considered the person that was meant to overtake Reckless, the guy that was supposed to surpass him, and he's never been able to beat him in a best of 5. And now Reckless joins G2, the rival organization, the team that's supposed to finally get him to the trophy, the world's title trophy that he has craved for so long. And this year, all he has done is struggle. It is going to be insane to see who actually comes out on top. Will it be Reckless, Upset, G2, Fnatic?
Yeah, all the things that Vedius just mentioned, and also just due to the fact of the recent success that we've had this season, like it is a rivalry with Upset, never really having beat them, but despite that, in a best of 5 obviously that is, but despite that, it seems like Upset down in this bot lane has had the better season this time around.
And he's been playing fantastically, I think, throughout the playoffs also, and I think when you look across the board to our Fnatic, it's also insane. You know, Adam in his rookie year, Whippo, who now is playing in the jungle, who got to that world final when he was a sub in the top lane, but got to play in those games. Then the fact that Niski really wants to prove himself again on European soil at Worlds as well. And the bot lane of Hilly and Upset wanting to prove that they are the best bot lane in EU.
It has been a hard-fought playoffs for Fnatic. At the end of the regular season, the expectations were that they would finish top 4, that they would be one of the primary contenders to secure themselves a world spot. But after struggling during the final weeks, they've had to fight their way through Vitality, through Misfits, and now through the Titan that is G2 Esports. Going the full 5 games in every single series, Fnatic have fought tooth and nail to get to this point.
It's nuts. It's really, really crazy. We also have some insight from G2 because their strategic coach, Nelson, he joined the team a couple of months ago. So let's get some more insight from him today, before today's series, rather.
And thank you, Shox, and thank you also, Nelson, for joining me ahead of your game. Big day today for G2 and Fnatic, but I want to roll back and talk about the work you've been doing with the team since you joined. Tell me more about your role and what kind of improvements do you see with G2?
I think, at least for me, I've arrived in Berlin during the second half of the split. And I think my role in the team is to basically let them like understand what they are trying to do or what they want to do in game. More on like the macro side of the game and like trying to softly influence the champions we play and the style we play. And I think there has been improvements for sure, but we faced many difficulties on the way as well, right? Because at least for us or for me, we know, or I know like what the meta is, but we chose not to play towards the meta. But I think in the last weeks, we worked more on playing towards, how the game should be played, and I hope it will show today.
What is difficult about breaking players' habits and making them understand that, yes, the way that you guys play is fine, but if you tried something different, maybe it would be better for the team. How do you manage to do that?
Yeah, I think it's not easy, right? Because, I mean, for sure, for some teams it's different, but at least for the team in G2, we have like so many veterans. Some of them have played for 10 years. And there are like many bad habits which are very hard to change. Like if I have to give you an example, it's like, so why does the AD carry have to stay in mid lane in the mid game, Because it doesn't really make sense. Yeah, it doesn't always make sense to have like your AD carry to stay in mid lane when he might not be able to help the side lanes out if there's a fight breaking out. But if the AD carry is on the side lanes, there's a fight breaking out, your two solo laners can teleport to help him, So I think it's like small stuff like that is where we are still working on. I hope it can show today.
Yeah, micro adjustments, but as you said, it's veterans. So also I think that experience today is going to be a very important factor when it comes to G2. Talking about the matchup specifically, Fnatic, G2, we know the story, we know what it means, but it's do or die for both teams. And the fact that you ended up both in the loser brackets means that there's some improvements that we will be looking for today. What should we be looking at when it comes to G2 and Fnatic today? What will be the focal points, you think?
I think the team who is more patient is going to win for sure. I think, at least for us, I'm not sure like what the public or the rest or the other teams think about us, but I think we, like throughout the split or most of the split, we are a very patient team, probably the best like late game or scaling team, of course. And I think we are good. We are like a good matchup against Fnatic because I think like they only have like one mode or one button where they can only run forward. They never run backwards, and I don't think that's how the game should be played right now.
All right. Well, Nelson, thank you so much for these insights. I'll be looking forward to seeing all this on the Rift today. Good luck against Fnatic. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. We are on stage for the occasion. There's a lot to unpack from that interview. We don't have that much time, Fetty, so I'm going to give you the chance to kind of react maybe to some of the things you've heard.
Well, it was interesting to hear him talking about how he wants to fix some of the bad habits from some of the veteran players. Sometimes when you play for a certain amount of time, you get stuck in a certain amount of ways and certain approaches to the game, and it seems that Nelson has done a lot to try and shift that perspective, and hopefully it will result in a different style of G2 that we might see today.
He also talked about, being more patient in the regular season and playing out the team fights, and I think I want to focus on kind of the drafts that G2 has chosen of recent in the playoffs. It was a lot centered around bot side versus Mad. Treats, what did you make of their approach?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of consistency in the G2 drafts in the series against Mad Lions. They had a lot of Tristana and they played a lot around bot side, with Wunduru being more of the weak side player. So I think that was interesting to see.
I think it's also in general the fact that, when they finally then played topside, it still didn't really work out for them. You can quite clearly see in these drafts that they'd had that they want to play around this bot side that Treats are mentioning, and they are kind of sacking the top lane a little bit in that aspect.
Of course, my counter would be that first game we saw of G2 versus Mad was one of the best games they've played all year, right? So why does that not work?
Well, I think that Mad adapted, and I think that that's what we've come to realize is super important in these best of fives, being willing and able to play both your bot side and your top top side is incredibly important, and it's something that Fnatic has actually already shown us. When we have a look at their drafts, initially they primarily focused on playing through the bot side of the map. The Xayah Rakans being big picks for them, but when they brought out the Cho'Gath, they're actually a lot more invested towards playing towards the top side, trying to shut down Hirit in the top lane and actually denying Misfits a style that they were so comfortable with.
And that was the same thing for me, because I got nostalgic there. I finally saw the Adam that I saw at the European Masters that got the resources up towards the top side of the map, and that was my question at that day as well. Can Fnatic actually play through top side? And I think they showed that adaptability there.
Do you think, Treats, that that's going to be the biggest factor here, the fact that we have not seen the same versatility from G2 that we have from Fnatic in playoffs?
Yeah, I think so far the name of the game in playoffs has been adaptability, both for Mad Lions showing that they can play early game style, and then Fnatic showing that they can play top side. I don't know if you guys can hear Jankos. Probably can.
Yeah.
He's very excited.
When they told us we'd be on stage, we thought there's one thing you need to think about. It's that guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, but adaptability has been the name of the game, and I think today is not going to be any different.
All right, we'll see what happens. I also like to pull up the Whippo kill map, which we also pulled up before the Fnatic series. And this was what it looked like before they played Misfits. Fetty.
It certainly did. In their series versus Vitality, they were very bot-centric. And the reason why we wanted to highlight this is because when you look at their series versus Misfits, notice how Whippo's focus suddenly changes. There's a lot more investment towards the top side of the map. Yeah, they're still looking to dive in the bot lane. They still do make some plays down that side. But the fact that Whippo's focus, and early game focus in particular, really did shift throughout the series is very positive for the side of Fnatic, because it shows their adaptability and flexibility.
And then this is also why they are so scary in a best-of-5 scenario, because they can do this on the fly as well. We saw it against the Vitality team as well. They realized Selfmade and Leader plays a very mid-lane-centric style, and all of a sudden Whippo shifted his pressure from the bot side into the mid side and completely shut it down. So definitely something to look forward to today, that adaptability.
Oh, absolutely. There's just so much between these two organizations. I know that the memes and the salt are flowing either way, but it's incredibly serious business. It is for that last spot at Worlds. There were quotes flying from all around the world, from Khan, for instance, about G2. I think there was also a quote today from Hillesang about G2 and about kind of the clutch factor, if that is still there for them or not. How much do you read into these things?
Well, I think that the expectations around the world are that this G2 roster should be good, and I think that we've seen that they definitely can be good, but depending on who you speak to will tell you very different things around what the level of performance this team is. They are a different G2. With the addition of Reckless, they are behaving and playing differently. The question is that difference enough to get them back to the World Championship?
Yeah, I agree with you completely there. I think it's just, you can't really rule out G2 at any point, I think. They just have stacked names. They have a stacked roster still, and I mean, it just takes one pop of performance, right, for them to make this series happen. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see.
Let's talk about some possible pop-off performances and look at some lanes. I want to pull up the champions pools for both Wunder and Adam, and there it will be very apparent that obviously there is a difference in approach. Goldberg, what is the key here for either top laner to win the game?
I think, for example, if you start with Adam champion pool, once again, I hate we overuse it, but adaptability again through the top side. Even the Renekton matchup is something that Adam can play as a weak sider and then still have some pop-up performances in the team fight scenarios. They only share the Mundo, so these two players are just very different in their champion pool.
And I think that the reason why we bring this up as well is because we want to focus on Wunder. The reality is he is known as a big carry topside player. We know that he can play these carry champions, but we need to see G2 invest in him. We need to see that same level of adaptability by trusting him and putting resources in him, because that is one of the best ways that they can find to actually match G2, Fnatic rather, in their style.
Treats, what does your gut tell you? Is there more left in the tank? Has G2 just not shown it yet, now that they've come through the lower bracket?
Ooh, I mean, I still have some G2 copium in me for sure.
Okay.
I think they still have something in the tank for sure. It's really hard to rule them out, honestly.
For sure. I also want to look at who, for me, have been some of the best performers on the Rift in these playoffs so far. Nisqy versus Caps, the mid laners. I mean, Caps has been phenomenal, I think, ever since the second half of the summer started. And I think Nisqy gave one of his best performances I've ever seen in the last round. So, Goldberg, what do we look at here in terms of the mid lane match?
That's the thing. I did not expect that big of a mid gap going into the Fnatic Misfits series, but Nisqy really popped off. And having seen a Twisted Faith solo killer LeBlanc in a side lane, I never saw anything like that before, just saying. So I think Nisqy definitely had a pop-up performance in his series where the mid lane priority and using that priority to influence the rest of the map is going to be key today.
I think it's really interesting as well because when we talk about champion pools, they do have quite different champion pools. We've been seeing a lot of Silas from Niski, and I wonder how he's going to use that in this series against Caps, because we know that Caps typically is a very flexible player, and as you can see, he's a hyper-aggressive one. We've been seeing him try and go for 1v1 solo kills multiple times in the second half and in playoffs, and we know that he is hungry and ready to go back to the World Championship.
Absolutely, and I want to touch on the bot lane just one more time, Treats, because as said, we've gotten the hype around the bot lane from Fnatic being they are the best bot lane, Hylissang and Upset. But of course, Reckless and Mickey are no slouches. Phenomenal bot lane itself. Where do you think this is going to go? First off, do you think that G2 is again going to go all in on that bot lane in the draft?
I think with the preparation time that G2 had, they will have something else than just going bot, bot, bot. I think they're also going to use their top lane resources to have an advantage in this series. So I think we might see some more adaptability, but maybe for the game 1 and game 2, there will be a bit more bot focus than the rest of the series.
Okay, we've ran through a lot in terms of the game, but there's a lot that is unquantifiable in this matchup, I think. The history, the weight on their shoulders, that pressure on the players, the newer and the older players, about making worlds. It is your most important goal when it comes to the year, and definitely at this point in time when there's only one spot left.
Yeah, for these players and these organizations, Worlds is what matters so much to both of them. They both have multiple LEC titles, and of course, they want to win the split. They want to prove that they are the best, but proving that they can compete with the best internationally is what really matters to so many of these veteran players on both sides.
Oh, fantastic. Well, without further ado, it's time for predictions. Let's see. Vedius, you can go first.
I'm going to start with the G2 3-2. I think that it's going all the way. I think that it's going to be a 4-5 games. And it seems the G2 is quite excited about my first prediction.
Treats?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to agree with Vedi on this one. G2 3-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to explain, or do you just want to have
No,
a yell?
I mean, they're just, I think it's the 3-2, yeah.
All right. Goldborg, what are you going to say, man?
I mean, if you've been good before, you can be good again. So I'm actually giving it a bit more confidence this time around. So I'm going to say 3-1 instead of the 3-2.
The copium. The copium. Wow.
Jankos is happy with that.
And let's see what Discord said. Discord said G2 3-2. That's, hey, you know, I'm just going to say it. That looks like a jinx. That's all I'm gonna say. No, of course, fantastic chances for both teams. G2 and Fnatic, they want to make it to Worlds. Everything is on the line for Fnatic and G2 this series. So without further ado, let's get to the action.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Great job, guys, building up the excitement and the hype.
I love how loud Jankos is every time they get locked in.
I mean, he's getting me excited at least, right? Like
he's shouting louder than when they won that fight. Was it against EDG at Worlds where he was screaming, nice! You know, I think he's screaming louder than that now.
Well, I mean, of course, because if you win the series, you get to go back to Worlds. One of these two teams will not be making it to the World Championship as a European representative.
If you lose, you're out.
Yep, that's how it works.
Don't make playoffs to make Worlds.
Exactly. Don't make playoffs for you. Anyway, Fnatic versus G2, one of the most storied rivalries in the history of the LEC. Usually something we see in the finals, but here we see it in one of our lower bracket matches. The loser is out, no contention for Worlds. The winner goes into next week to face off against a Rogue in that lower semi-final, and then hopefully against Mad in the final.
Yeah, it's great to think of, isn't it? The desk already touched on it. 2016 was the last time Fnatic missed Worlds, and G2 have made Worlds every single time they've been in the LEC. So someone's losing their, you know, long run of just making it to international events here. And I think this is such a stacked game. You have 7 World finalists in one series.
It's absolutely absurd. 7 Worlds finalists. Caps has been there twice. The only players that haven't been there before, Upset and Adam. Of course, Upset has been close.
And Niski.
And Niski, sorry. Oh, no, Niski's gone to Worlds.
Yeah, well, finals, though.
Oh, I was just talking about Worlds. Sorry. That was my mistake there. Only person that hasn't been to Worlds. Adam and Upset Niski went to Worlds with Cloud9 a couple of years ago. But let's get on into the draft, Kadril, as we have a look at this. Thresh immediately banned out by G2.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are going to ban Varus, and they're probably going to ban Xin Zhao as well. The thing is, the difference between these two teams is G2's only played 4 playoffs games. Fnatic has played 10. So G2 have a lot more information on what their pick ban looks like. And G2 has always played blue side as well. So they're in their comfort zone, and they are onto the blue side. I expect Xin Zhao to be banned away perhaps from Fnatic. Otherwise, they might want to target ban Caps, who's had phenomenal performances on LeBlanc and on Syndra.
It's interesting how much LeBlanc has risen in priority across the course of playoffs. We didn't see her that much during the regular season, but she seems to be one of those key picks for the mid lane. Banned out here. And now my question really becomes, what roaming mid laners are we going to see from these teams?
Biggest thing now is TF and Rise. We've seen a lot of Rise in the LCK especially, and it's starting to rise up a little bit in Europe. Renekton banned away. Adam, I think, played four Renekton games.
5 games.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 games on Renekton. That was his go-to. I think after that, it's kind of like Mundo, Mordekaiser, Cho'Gath, a bit off-meta-ish champions. If the Renekton is down, so we'll see what he picks in top lane. Obviously can have counter pick on red side. Last ban now, Syndra, Lee Sin, Viego, Xin Zhao all up, but they're going to take away Ashe. I wonder if that spells a Kalista early rotation from Fnatic. G2 instantly taking the Rakan off of Hylissang.
I mean, Rakan is just such high priority over the last couple of days of best of fives. We've seen it brought out by Kaiser, and now once again we see it going into the hands of Mickey. As you say, Hylissang very well known for it, but Mickey's no slouch on Rakan.
Oh yeah, definitely not. We'll see what Hylissang wants to counter Rakan with. Normally we see things like Morgana out of Hylissang, and although he did win that one game, I still think it's not the real style that Fnatic want to approach here. Kalista with the Ashe ban makes sense as well. We'll see what they opt into in the... Yeah, there it is. You see the Ashe ban, the Varus ban. It spells out a Kalista 1-2. They're going heavy for bot side.
I wonder if they'll look for their support here as well. Of course, Hylissang thrives on those engaged champs. Something like a Leona can work okay alongside the Kalista or even the Alistar.
Could take away a power pick here. You know, you could take things like the Syndra or a Lee Sin if you wanted for your jungle, or Viego, and then pick support on 3, maybe even 4-5. A lot of champions tend to counter Rakan. Kalista wants to pair with Alistar, Leona, Nautilus, Rel. 4 champions open. You can easily pick support on 4-5 if you have higher priorities. In this case, it's Viego. I would like to see, well, G2, Reckless always plays Tristana. When Varus is banned away, we tend to see Tristana 2-3. That's the 4 games that we saw in the playoffs. It was Varus, 3 games of Tristana. We'll see if he goes back to it, but no, we could be seeing a Xayah Rakan come out here from Reckless and Mickey.
I mean, historically, Reckless has been very comfortable on the Xayah as well, and it teams up so well with the Rakan that I'm not too surprised that it has been brought out. Xayah, his 6th most played, 7th most played, with a 76% win rate across the course of his career. Alongside that, G2 looking to the jungle. Lee Sin will be their lock, and interestingly here, Xin Zhao actually making his entire way through this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, maybe Jankos favors the Lee Sin in this draft. Rakan gives you a lot of playmaking, and maybe he thinks it's just the ideal pick into Viego and into Kalista. But anyway, now Fnatic, do you pick your support here, or do you go for a high priority pick, maybe like the Syndra? TF still open as well for Niski, which I think is an important point. You know, you could pick this here now and ban away 2 mid laners. There's a lot of options Fnatic have here, but the Leona, really powerful champion, gonna pick that up now.
Teams well with the Kalista, and it does mean that we have junglers and bot side of the map locked in for both teams. We're looking to top, we're looking to mid. The question for Fnatic is, who do you give counter pick to? Do you get Adam a counter pick in the top lane against Wunder, who has been struggling a little bit in playoffs? Or do you give it to Niski so that he can deal with caps in the mid lane?
I think you might have to give counter pick to Adam, but then again, G2 always like to blind pick champions in top that are very tank heavy. That Diana ban catches me off guard a bit. Unless that's going to be like a Diana solo lane, Lee Sin already picked, or maybe they think Lee Sin solo lane, Diana jungle, something along those lines.
Yeah, Lee Sin solo lane fell off a little bit after the nerfs a couple of patches ago, but it does still work. It's just nowhere near as strong as it used to be.
Okay, so yeah, definitely solo lanes are the aim of the game. G2 tend to blind pick tanks for Wunder. I'll call it weak side in this case, where he picks things like Mundo, he picks things like Tam Kench top lane. And it looks like they're just banning away Adam's champions for now. Set taken off the board. Syndra is still up. Rise is still up. TF is still up. Alongside Orianna, I think these 4 mid laners will be what both teams are looking to prioritize, given the amount of engage that they have.
Something we talked a lot about yesterday is not wanting to have 2 high priority points on the map. You don't want to have a really strong top laner alongside a really strong bot lane, because then your jungler has to split his focus a little bit. So with the Kalista here alongside the Leona, my expectation is Fnatic will want to focus bottom lane quite a bit in the early game.
Yeah.
So Adam will then be put onto tank duty on the top side.
Yeah. You'd expect so. And that Gragas ban also catches me off guard a bit. Caps was laughing there. Maybe he said like, we have Rakan picked. You're not the best Gragas on our team, Mickey. Maybe it's targeted at Wunder for the Gragas top lane. And there goes Cho'Gath. So tanks being taken off the board from both sides. Diana ban a little bit off, but anyway, both solo laners now the focus. The question that you had earlier was who's going to get the blind pick and who's going to get the counter pick on Fnatic. Countering Wunder, Jace is still up. You know, these things, Irelia. I think it looks like it's just going to be a top lane blind of Mundo, just a weak side top for Adam. It makes sense. You have Kalista, you have Leona. Fnatic tend to play for bot side. You have a super strong bot lane right now. And then just blinding a top, getting the best mid matchup for Niski, because often what you see teams do is they play through mid into a side lane. In this case, getting a counter pick mid will help that.
definitely will, and the question is what caps will want to pick blind here. That Syndra still available, LeBlanc banned out of course, but then Twisted Fate and Rise have worked their way all the way through this pick and ban. Both of them very good at taking pressure from the mid lane and moving it into other portions of the map.
Syndra Lee Sin just sounds so strong right now, doesn't it? But maybe they're just gonna go, yeah, they're gonna go for the Orianna instead. So very, very well-rounded combo, I have to say, from G2 here. You've got a lot of playmaking, a lot of engage with Orianna and Rakan, and you have good scaling. Now Wunder has blind picked the Camille. Now Wunder's been playing a lot of tanks top other than the Jace. No, sorry, not a blind pick. Mundo's been showed, of course, so the true damage will help out into the Mundo. But I think this is the first game that Wunder actually has a counter pick in top, I want to say, in playoffs especially, because normally he just gets, they pick blue side, Wunder blind picks top, but in the end. And then the biggest question was, what is Nisqy going to counter the mid lane with? And that's going to be his Sylas into the Orianna. Obviously, will struggle in the early lane to kind of get prio. Has to trade his HP for the push. Orianna should be favored in the level 1 to 5.
And with the drafts locked in, it looks like both teams are going for relatively traditional styles here. Nothing too outlandish. You see mages in the mid lane, a lot of damage coming out from the bottom side of the map, and then top lane tanks and disruption mostly.
Yeah, G2, I mean, you can leave top on an island in a sense. You can know the Camille can just scale. Bot lane is going to be the focus for both teams. You have to expect, and playing through mid is so important. Cap should have the push early. Jankos can contest alongside Whippo. But if you look at both comps in a vacuum, Fnatic double AP solo laners, not so much split push. You have Sylas that can go side lane. Other than that, you have a lot of team fights. Whereas G2, similar in a sense, where the Camille can go side lane. So whichever mid or solo lane is ahead will be beneficiary on the side lane to collapse first into the team fight. But lots of scaling in mid and AD for G2, and lots of playmaking in mid and AD for Fnatic.
Oh, everyone take a breath. We've got 5 games of this, hopefully. Fnatic versus G2, the most decorated organizations in the history of the LEC. 15 titles between them, 65 matches in the past. And this might be the most important best of 5 they've ever played against each other. The world's spot on the line. Let's get on into it. Looks like early lines of scrimmage from both these teams, neither of them stepping too aggressively into the enemy jungle. Jankos just having a little bit of a poke of his head in, but I do just want to come back to something we've mentioned a couple of times here, Kadril, and something that I think has to be the key focus for us, for the audience, for everyone watching this at home, and that is the fact that these guys don't miss Worlds. Fnatic have only missed it in 2016. Before that, they missed it all the way back in Season 2. G2 have been there every single time they've had an opportunity to be there. So every single time since 2016. And not only that, both these teams, when they go to Worlds, are our best performing teams. Fnatic made finals in 2018. G2 made finals in 2019. G2 then made semis in 2020. And this year, we're only going to have half of that power. We're only going to have half of that punching power, and it's on Mad and Rogue to really carry the rest of the reigns.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do it. You know, the last 3 years of being a European fan at international events has been amazing with those results, and we'll see if the teams can step up to it. And it all begins here. Which one of these teams will make it there and represent Europe at the World Championship? Upset and Hillesheim just getting a little bit of vision, and Adam's going to spot out the ankle. So both junglers pathing bot side as expected. Bot lane is a little bit of an Armageddon down here because you've got a Kalista lane, and Kalista lanes need resources. You want to stack waves, look for dives. You have an Aftershock champion, Leona. You have good setup, and there's TPs on the map, so you really want to invest into it. Rekkles and Mickey undefeated on Xayah Rakan. Not together, but that's their win rates right there. So that's good.
That's on the champions specifically, not during these playoffs. Of course, Rekkles yet to bring out the Xayah during summer playoffs 2021, but it's a difficult road for Fnatic to fight into. A combined 100% win rate there for Rekkles and Mickey.
So there's an interesting thing that'll happen here, because both junglers will path bot, but Fnatic will have bot push and G2 will have mid push, so we'll see which one can leverage their lane to contest that Scuttle Crab. You can see Fnatic stacking waves in bots. We'll see if Whippo just wants to do 3 camps and maybe run there straight away to look for some kind of dive or pressure on the map. Right now he's opting into 3 camps topside. Jankos similarly. And in isolation, you might have to favor the Camille in this matchup if she can just push, even without vision. If she knows where the enemy jungle is, she has Ignite in the all-ins. As long as she scales, gets Sunder, she's almost like a tank killer.
That's exactly what Divine Sundra is designed to do. Adam taking a chunk of HP there as Wonder pushes him back underneath the tower. Adam trying to farm up but not being able to get too much out of it. Of course, The Mundo passive, that CC shield, will help him out a little bit against the hookshot wall dives, but Whippo has decided not to do any of his bot side camps here. Instead, he's looking for mid lane. Caps a little bit caught out, has to flash there, as Nisqy was going to land the chains.
Yeah, good flash. If he doesn't do that, the second he gets chained, Whippo's going to channel the W and flash instantly. It's going to be a chain CC, and he'll probably get chased down. So making sure he's safe. Hillesang
going in, looking for Mickey here, but Mickey can just battle dance away. The important thing for this is that Whippo gets a bit of time where he knows the enemy bot laner can't come up, but he isn't able to step in and steal away that red.
Yeah, Jankos 2 camps up right now, so I don't think he minds losing this crab. He can run through mid and take topside crab, which means Whippo can't take away his bot camps. The only problem there is his bot lane's in isolation. They can trade aggressively on the other side. Exhaust already popped.
For the moment, Reckless will be able to walk back underneath his tower, but as you said, getting this Kalista lane so important. Ahead is flash from Hilly. He was looking for the flash stun there, but couldn't quite land it. Whippo down towards the bottom side. The ward across the wall will spot him out if he dares tread outside of the tri-bush.
There's a dive in the waters here, you'd expect, perhaps, because they have a wave stacking up and they know Jankos is topside. Whippo's going to force away Mickey. They have no exhaust on the dive. They have no heal either. Looks like G2's going to have to back away unless they want to invest TPs. Nisqy's already basing, Caps is basing too to make sure they're there.
And the important thing about this is how much do Fnatic get and how much can G2 do, because they're looking towards this top side. Nisqy does have TP. If Adam gets dived, he's going to try and dodge around. The CC chain will come out. There's the TP coming out from Nisqy as he rejoins this fight up towards the top side. Wonder and Jankos are going to back away. Meanwhile, let's have a look at what's going on down towards the bottom side of the map, because Whippo is still waiting for that gank.
The problem Fnatic have now is once you invest your mid lane TP to save your top laner who's already low, you have no TPs to get into bot, and Caps can match the dive. So the only person that can join bot in that case is Caps, so Fnatic can't force it. They just have to crash the wave, and looks like they're going to back off. Whippo going to go back to clearing his camps. Jankos taking away his Krugs, which is the second respawn. So this Krug takeaway, as small as it might look, it's actually the second respawn camp for Whippo, so that's going to hurt.
Wonder, remember, is running the Ignite in this lane. Look at how low Adam is. That Ignite's going to tick for 150 or so true damage. Adam might have to back away. Does have the TP to get back. Still has a flash, but Jankos is going to try and stop this port.
Yep.
Sonic Wave hits. Resonating Strike can follow that up, but with the minion wave not there, don't want to go for the dive as of yet.
He can kill him, Jankos, if he gets on top of him. No, he's just going to opt against it. Doesn't know where Whippo is. He could have based and ran towards the top side. So risky to overcommit. Wunder can't join with an E-Flash. He has Ignite, so just going to back off in the end. Adam zoned away from a lot of creeps. You can see the 10 CS lead for Wunder already. And there's a world where Wunder can save TP here to help out his bot lane. We'll see if he does. But the biggest problem G2 have right now is Caps has no flash, so he needs information. You can see he barely has any vision around mid. Only a ward on Raptors. And Whippo can keep sneaking in here. He has flash to gap close. Nisqy does too. The wave's not in a good spot. So G2 need to bail out their mid laner.
Whippo could look for the Razor Beaks here, stealing that second spawn, so important for a jungler. As we've said, he is equal on CS with Jankos right now, but you can see Caps has to play all the way back here. He just can't step up without that vision, Pedro.
Yeah, Jankos and Whippo both haven't based yet. Almost 6 minutes into the game, neither jungler's based, just keeping on clearing. See if anyone can help out Caps here, because he really can't step up. The wave's good. Here comes a flash.
Stood still, looks to try and dodge away from the Spectral Maw, but you can't dodge away from Death. First Blood, Nisqy.
Yeah, that problem was lingering for over a minute there. I'm not surprised no one really noticed it on G2. Fnatic collapsing and punishing that wave state. Caps, he was in a safe spot. He was quite far back, but the overcommitments with the flash means that no matter where he is in that lane, he's pretty much dead due to the CC chain. Adam going aggressive onto Wunder, forcing him back. Will let the wave crash into him.
Yeah, really good start there from Fnatic. 1,000 gold lead for them here as well. And Caps had to TP back to the lane, has now hit level 6, but still doesn't have that flash for about a quarter of its cooldown. Let's look at where we are in terms of states of the other lanes, because Adam was put behind early on, but he's been able to get some CS and catch up with Wunder as the wave passes into that top lane tower, so Wunder will get a bit of an advantage. But on the bottom side, Upset's got a huge lead over Reckless because of all that pressure Whippo was putting down.
Yeah, exactly. Both junglers and mid laners hovering to opposite sides, which in turn basically means you're zoned off waves. In this case, Adam was zoned away, so Wunder has a slight CS lead, and Upset managed to zone away Reckless, so Reckless is a little bit behind in this lane as well. We'll keep track of that for now, but both junglers are going to base. Jankos out on the map already, hovering towards his top side. Adam has flash and ultimate, but Wunder has the ultimate to lock him up. We'll see if this play is forced.
No, Adam's trying to get away from that. Hextech Ultimatum coming out. Jankos was going in the opposite direction. Adam trying to trade in. The Ignite's been ticking, and Adam won't be able to survive. Jankos takes the kill.
Good execution. It's as simple as that with the Ignite. Nisqy's hovering around. He has flash. He could gap close onto Wunder here with E.
Yeah, flash, steal away the ultimate, and then jump forward. That's what he's looking to do, but he puts the Hextech Ultimatum down onto Jankos. Nisqy trading in here in a 2v1.
Oh,
Nisqy winning, but he takes up a tower shot. Jankos should be able to clean this one up, but can't quite do it. TP comes out. Whippo off towards the top side as well to protect his mid laner. Jankos, though, might step straight into Whippo here, puts down the ward, notices that Whippo's there, and will have to back away.
Yeah, Whippo's level 6. Jankos is really low. He can't contest that. He might lose his blue buff for that. Trading in bot's gonna miss. And Nisqy tried to get one person, but he was hitting both in that fight, it felt like. You could see towards the end of the fight, he queued on top of Wunder, I believe it was, and then tried to flash to finish him off. In the end, he got both of them very low, but didn't get anything. So the biggest winner of that is Caps. You can see he pushed in mid, and now he's moving towards bot lane after having crashed that mid wave, which means that Fnatic's bot lane might have to respect it.
They really do. And after a few forays, after a few scuffles in the first 8 minutes of this game, it's pretty even. Only a 500 goal difference between these two teams. As I say that, Wunder may be caught out. Spectral Maw goes wide. Wunder still looking to trade, but can just hookshot wall dive across this wall as and when he wants. Spectral Maw coming out as well. There's a Heartbreaker. Jankos joins the fray, but he's only level 5. Niski on his way as well. Bibber's going to eat that honey fruit to be okay, as Adam chases them out. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, Mickey had to dance away from death as Upset and Hylissang look to put the pressure down.
Yeah, Jankos wasn't level 6 there. If he was, he could have looked for it all in and mid. Niski's going to deal a lot of damage on the Caps here. See if Caps wants to trade back with the ultimate.
Man, I do love the fact, in Pick and Ban we were saying it's difficult for Sylas, levels 1 to 5, to deal with Orianna because of the ranged into melee matchup.
Niski.
But because the Shockwave comes out here, Caps looking for it. Counter Shockwave used by Niski, but Jankos is here, still only level 5. Caps has to flash away, and Niski will live to fight another day. Can't quite survive in the end as Caps takes him down. But you can see Niski in this pure 1v1 is winning out those trades.
Yeah, when he can get on top of the Orianna, it looks like he can win the trades and he can start to chunk her out and push her back. Caps doesn't have the damage to kind of commit back for the all-in. The ultimate would just be dashed away from or wouldn't have the damage to finish him off, and Niski just keeps opting into these 1v2s in the end. That's going to really backfire for him now because Caps gets a kill, and look how many CS Niski's losing under that mid tower without TP. He's not going to get any of it, so he's going to be down in XP. You can see he's already level 7, slowly falling behind.
Caps with the most experience in the game so far. Niski will get here in time to catch a couple of these minions, but not enough. And with the game swaying to and fro, I want to ask you guys at home a question. And it's a big one. It's one of the biggest questions we've asked recently in the LEC. Who's getting it? Who's going to Worlds? Fnatic or G2? Will Fnatic miss it for the first time since 2016, or will G2 miss it for the first time in their history? Spam G2 if you think they're going to get it. Spam for FNC if you think they will secure it.
Oh, I honestly have no idea, Medic. All the analysts predicted G2 to win, but then again, Shock said it could be cursed. We'll have to see if that does happen. In the end, the game is very, very even right now. Upset's really good movement there to dodge away from knocking Mickey. And Niski's kind of recovered in the CS department. He's got the blue buff now. Upset, though, might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's being rooted up here, and you can see Jankos on his way as well. The exhaust coming down to slow Upset. Here comes Jankos. Hylissang there as well. The quickness coming out from Mickey. He just hit level 6 in the middle of that fight. He's not able to find any marks to charm up. Spectral Maw being used by Bwipo. He needs to be a bit careful because that root caller is on a pretty short cooldown for the Xayah. We'll be able to pull those feathers back.
Yeah, Niski was hovering around that bot lane. He just got into the bot side of the river and he was ready to join the fight. So Mickey popped the ultimate, saw Bwipo, and Niski was like, nope, not going in there. I don't think he had the knock up either. So Upset's just going to have to be forced to flash away. Still has around a 20 CS lead, and he's opted into the plated steel caps to keep himself safe. Wow, 70-30 in favor of G2.
Not too surprising, G2. The more consistent Worlds attendees have never missed it, of course. And with this early start, I think I'd expect it to be a little bit more even overall, but right now G2, of course, having only played one best-of-5 series, haven't had the long road that Fnatic have had to make it to this lower bracket match.
Don't know, another reason why G2 might be slightly favored. You know that graphic we brought up about EU making Worlds, Finals, Final Semi? Do you know who's all in those? It was Caps!
It's always Caps. Sonic Wave comes out, Caps with a Shockwave, managed to find the mark. Ripper going in for the 2v1 trade here, does have the Heartbreaker, can use that ultimate to get Caps down, but can't quite get the damage. Hylissang going in with the center plate as well. It's a double for Jankos. Hylissang will get one in response, but Jankos now with the red buff and with a Rakan to boot.
No flash.
Hylissang should be chased down here. As you say, no flash, Hex Flash won't save you now. It's a triple for Jankos.
A lot of fighting going on mid, but Jankos is there, Mickey's there, and G2 win out on the 3v3. Jankos having a great game already, 4-0-1, 100% kill participation, and a lot of players like Inspired, specifically in PGL, said Jankos is in peak form, especially in scrims. The meta suits him, and he's showing up already in this best of 5.
Yeah, really coming out clutch, being involved in every single one of his team's kills so far. Wunder underneath the tower needs to dodge this final infected Bonesaw, manages to do it. Adam healing up with that ignite using the grievous wounds will tick away at him. Adam's going to flash in. Won't quite die for this. Maximum dosage keeps him alive for the moment. Jankos on his way as well. Adam puts down a couple of wards to spot out Mickey as he comes for the flank, but Jankos is almost here. The rest of Fnatic perhaps throwing good after bad as they look to save Adam, who is already dead.
Yeah, Adam gets the solo bolo, but ends up dying. Another kill over to Jankos with the Herald spawning everyone's move towards the top side. Both AD carries are handshaking bot lane, just trading off creeps. But now Herald is the focus for both these teams. Niski and Hylissang have a great position. They could flank. Jankos has no flash. Mickey has ultimate as well. Caps is split though. This is the biggest problem G2 have here. How does Caps rejoin their team? Is Fnatic just going to commit 3v2 or are they going to turn on Caps?
I mean, the good thing for G2 is they have two of the best escape artists as champions. As their two picks here, Mickey just jumps across the wall. They didn't know that this control ward where Mickey is walking was there, so G2 had been spotted for their entire push towards that Rift Herald. However, the Rift Herald will reset itself, and still that ward survives. Fnatic getting more information than they should at this moment.
Yeah, Wunder's back as well. Adam's going to run towards mid. It's now a 4v4 towards the top side. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Hylissang has no flash. Mickey and Jankos are looking for it. And Wunder's going to go back to top wave. Cap's going to go back to mid wave. And everyone is just going to back off the Herald for now. Plates falling in 50 seconds makes it so that Herald value is dropping every second that goes by. But both teams are going to ignore it for now. And as I say that, maybe Fnatic want to turn around and start it up themselves.
And although bot lane has been a little bit of an island this game, Upset does have a 20 CS lead and 2 plates on that Kalista, so he's a sizable chunk of change ahead of Reckless, but really the focus has been on the rest of the map. You see all of the kills basically on that top side right now as Bwipo starts up the Rift Herald, as you say. Plates falling off at 14 minutes means that this is not as valuable as it would have been a couple of moments ago, but you can see G2 in position to fight.
Yeah, look at Upset though, he's moving out through bot side river, so if the fight's prolonged, he'll be there first while Reckless is bot, so G2 have to make a decision. They have to fight now or back off.
Zenith Blade, Solar Flare, Mickey trying to dance away, but that's both of his battle dances used. There's a quickness as well, and Upset with waiting arms, looks for Mickey. The Ignite is sticking, won't be enough. Reckless now down towards the bottom side looking for those plates, but there's a TP behind him as Fnatic are not willing to let Reckless have any free time. Feathers fly, Feathers storm, and the TPs come in. G2 might look to continue to invest down towards this bottom side. Instead, they back away.
Or G2 are playing with fire around that Herald. Maybe a second later and Mickey would have died. Upset had to rotate all the way up, and Reckless doesn't get a plate in response, but Fnatic do get the Herald and they push G2 back. They're only about 1,000 gold down, but they have the neutrals. They have the Dragon, first Dragon of the game, second one spawning in a minute, and they have the Herald. We'll see how they can use it. Upset now in mid. We're going to see a 1-3-1 come out here from Fnatic, and G2 probably going to respond by matching.
Fnatic have been so good at getting these early objectives throughout the course of playoffs. In fact, their early game has just been very strong in general, getting gold leads against Vitality and Misfits, and on average a very high KD at 15 as well. It means they get 1.3 kills for every time they die, and they get those first dragons. Here, of course, they have fallen behind in gold. They are losing in KD, but they still securing those neutral objectives.
Yeah, Fnatic like to run at you, and they don't really stop until they either die or they kill you.
Yeah.
And that's what we tend to see all the time. Especially in the playoffs best of fives that we've seen, always just diving after getting a kill and forcing the fight. So you need to be a bit more tempered against G2 because they will punish you if you do overextend. For now, it looks like Adam is going to get the first tower of the game on bot lane. Mickey.
He's going to look for the Zenith Blade here, but the Solar Flare onto Jankos will lock him up. Mickey waiting there with the battle dance is really smart because Hylissang a couple of times has Zenith Blade him and then Solar Flared the target that he would jump to. And because he waited, he was then able to jump to Jankos and get away. Upset looking for Reckless down towards this bottom side. Remember, no Feather Storm, so the flash has to be invested by Reckless.
Yeah, Fnatic's just pushing G2 out of their own jungle. They're going to get the bot tier 1, and they're probably just going to start up this Drake and take it. Wunder has no TP, so he can't rejoin the bot side of the map. Looks like it's just going to be a tower for tower trade, but Fnatic winning out. First tower and second dragon of the game now. If they don't lose anything mid, they're A-OK. Reckless loses his flash as well.
So let's talk a little bit about the sequence of plays, because it really feels like G2 have given up the bottom side. They're like, Reckless, you stay down there by yourself. We're not really going to fight it. Fnatic can have all the vision they want. They can take the dragon, they can take the tower. And before this, G2 had a gold lead. They had a really fed Lee Sin. It feels odd that they would just so willingly give up so much of the map.
Yeah, the Lee Sin is ahead, but you also have to question the 3v3 and the skirmish power that Fnatic have. You know, Kalista Leona on one item is so strong. As I say that, Fnatic's just going to pop the Herald in bot tier 2. Yeah, such a strong 3v3. Niski's always moving out of his lane. Caps can't really match it just yet. He wants another item before he can fully commit. And I don't think G2 can stop this tower from falling unless they fight. They kill the Herald, and they are going to arrive in time, defending the play in bot. And negating their Herald.
Jankos looking for this. Goes in. There's the Dragon's Edge as well. Mickey on the chase. There's the quickness. Hylissang does have flash. So does Upset. They're looking for Upset. The TP's coming in as well. Upset still has that flash to jump across the wall. He's used the heal already. Wonder's going to join the prayers. Now Fnatic looking for the fight in the bottom side. Niski steals away the Dragon's Rage. But already a kill goes over to G2, and there's 5 members strong. And Upset You may be like Reckless, but more handsome and less passive in lane, but when you're against 5, you just can't win out. Wonder takes the kill.
Yeah, 2 kills straight over to G2. Fnatic overextending again in bot lane. You get bot tier 1, you have the Heralds from earlier, you get the Dragon, but you're going for a bot tier 2 after Wunder's pushed out top and based and ran towards bot lane. When we get the replay, just look at Wunder on the minimap, because Adam has no TP, so no matter what happens in bot lane, it's a 5v4 already for G2. So as we pull this one up, you can look at Wunder on the bot side, just running straight behind them, all of G2 after pushing out top to tier 2. Adam has no TP, so what Jankos is doing here is he's buying time. He wants Fnatic to fight him. Mickey forces the engage with TP. Niski thinks it's a good idea to match. In the end, it's a 4v5.
And you can see G2 just able to split up Fnatic as well. With Bwipo having to jump across the wall. Upset was all on his lonesome at the end and did fall. And this Kalista, although she got that laning advantage, really isn't as far ahead of the Xayah as she was before, especially with Reckless picking up a kill.
Yeah, if anything, she's possibly behind or at least even. And if Xayah is even or ahead, that's really bad for Fnatic the later this game goes. Only a 1k gold lead for now, but it's going to get worse. Orianna and Xayah really outrange Kalista and Sylas. So Fnatic need to turn this game into a very heavy skirmish type game where they can just pick members off one by one in a full-on front-to-back 5v5. Will be hard for them, especially if Wunder finds a flank onto this Kalista.
That's what he'll be looking for with the Trinity Force complete. No Divine Sundra for Wunder this game, instead going for the Triforce, more outright damage. Alongside that, Executioner's calling to deal with the Mundo in the lane, and of course, the Immortal Shield Bow, the Kingslayer coming out from Niski. There's a lot of healing elements from the Fnatic lineup.
Yeah, everyone's getting towards 2 items now. And what I'm going to do here is just bring up the minimap, because look at what's happening. We've got a cross map going on. You see G2 sitting on top tower. Fnatic's going to get bot tier 2, but the top tower wasn't hit by Herald. Mickey's just dead! Adam just kills him, and Mickey has nowhere to jump. Does G2 have to back off this top tier 2 now? It looks like they do. So the top side of the map just falls apart at the click of a finger. Oh, now Caps might be in trouble.
Caps is all alone here. Abscond Duck misses. Hiddersang flashes in. The flash coming out as well. There's a shockwave, but with the Everfrost, the lockup, Fnatic get 2 quick kills, one out of nowhere. Adam just solo killed Mickey.
Yeah, just like that, out of nowhere. Exactly. Fnatic's can get 4 towers. G2 only have 1. They couldn't get the top tier 2. They lost Herald. They can't get mid tower or bot tower just yet. And that 1 kill just made it so Caps had no one to help him in mid lane. Mickey and Jankos were showing on towards the top side. Fnatic just collapse and they dive.
That's a 2,000 gold swing in the matter of a minute or so, just with Adam making a very good play on the Mundo there, managing to get that solo kill, and the rest of Fnatic very willing to invest into killing off Caps. The Caps 1 and 3 so far. Caps, he's got a very large proportion, almost 40% of his team's deaths. And the question is, can they keep him down? Because we saw earlier, he does still have the most gold in the game, although that may have changed a little bit over the last couple of minutes. With the next Dragon up in a minute's time, though, Kadra, you have to think this is going to be what we're going to fight over.
Yeah. Both teams just want to push in mid and move towards Drake. And now G2 opposite. They might just want to drop the Dragon and just push for this top tier 2. Even then, Wunder has TP to commit to the 5v5 if G2 want to opt into it. Caps has no flash though, and Reckless is coming up soon. So G2 have these really long hyper carries in a sense with Orianna and Xayah. But they want to make sure they're safe, because if Hylissang and Bwipo and Upset get on top of them, they're as good as dead. Looks like Adam's going to match Wunder top for now. Both top laners have TP. Dragon in 40 seconds. Fnatic forced to back away because Hylissang shows top.
Yeah, and Upset's gone up towards the top side as well, so assuming G2 can gain control of this bottom side river, should be 3rd Dragon of the game going over to them. Of course, Fnatic already having 2 means that's not too much of a worry for them, but does delay that Cloud Soul.
I wonder if Fnatic's going to pressure Baron here. Upset's on the top side of the map, in top lane, pushing in top, and G2 are going to get bot tier 1, and they're going to get Dragon. G2 smell this, and they realize, hang on guys, if we go for bot tier 1, Reckless is bot with no TP, Fnatic's just going to start up this Baron. This is a 4v5 no matter what for Fnatic, and it's a good fight to take.
Can you smell what Fnatic is cooking right now? It smells very much like a big purple worm. They've started it up. 8,000 HP on it at the 21-minute mark. Fnatic looking to make G2 make a mistake. Reckless on his way. There's the solar flare. Hits 1. Mickey going in with the quickness as well, and Reckless is now here. It's a
Reckless.
Quickness going back. The shockwave already down as Caps is dead. And now the question is, can G2 fight this 4v5? Feathers fly. Reckless going to try and pull them back, but the chase is on from Hylissang. Wonder dives onto the backline. Reckless is dead as well. So is Mickey, and Fnatic win the fight.
Yeah, G2 thought they could go for the bot tower, and they thought they could go for the Jake, but they're playing against Fnatic, and you know they're just going to start up Baron and turn. The turn was perfect, really good engage from Hylissang, and no matter what the turn is, as long as they start the fight, that's all that matters. So now, after being forced away from the Dragon, they force a fight on Nash, and they get the Dragon themselves. This macro game from Fnatic is fantastic to watch.
Really pretty stuff there from Fnatic. They will look for this 3rd Dragon of the game, keeping G2 on that timer. And right now, they're just in commanding position. Jankos going to have to jump away from this. Hex Flash comes out, Hylissang dives into the pit. and Fnatic have a 1,500 gold lead 22 minutes in.
Yeah, Reckless is sprinting towards the top side, so Fnatic know they have about 3 or 4 seconds to just start the fight, and G2 have to back off until Reckless is here. But then being forced to back away when Caps has no flash, with so much gap close on Fnatic, with Leona, with Kalista, with Amundo and Sylas running at you, Caps is as good as dead before Reckless arrives, so again it's a 4v5. Yes, Bwipo dies on the backside to Jankos and Wunder, but look at Reckless, 4 members on top of him. Mickey tries to save him, and this death ball of Fnatic is unstoppable.
Honestly, Hylissang just played that fight so well. Like, he got the initial Hex Flash into Solar Flare, they got the slow, then the Zenith Blade onto Caps, the stun onto Caps, which meant that Bwipo could then stun him with the Spectral more. Then he turns his attention away from Caps and moves onto Reckless, gets the stun onto Reckless, which means the rest of the team can get in there. A good Leona is so much fun to watch, and it's why I'm happy that Hylissang is playing Leona rather than something like the Morgana, where he doesn't have that agency to really express his skills. Fnatic in the lead right now, of course, still a very close game between these two, but Fnatic didn't end up taking the Baron. They did only take the Cloud Drake, and they can look to get more of those neutral objectives over the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, the good thing for G2 right now is Wunder should win on side lane. He has the healing reduction, has true damage on his Q, so he should be able to win against Adam in the 1v1. But Adam has TP, and he can always just group with his team, get this vision set up, and then base whenever he wants. Or they can force up a Nash and make Wunder TP round 2, ding ding. Only a couple minutes later.
Okay, Fnatic backed away because they knew that they'd been spotted on Vision, perhaps just not wanting to take it. One still pushing, Caps trying to step away from the Solar Flare. The Zenith Blade hits once again, the Shockwave coming out as well. Caps still alive for the moment. The chase is on, Bwipo's low, there's the charm, there's the quick upset to the back line onto Upset. Jankos is looking for this, but he can't quite get the damage down as Upset pulls the stopwatch to go golden. Niski coming in, the TP's joining as well as Wunder looks for the fray. Hexa Golden made him his key target. Upset the one he wants to land it on. Niski steals away a Shockwave, Upset is dead. Adam next on the menu here for G2. Niski on his lonesome in the midst of 5, puts the stopwatch, but that's just a sombrero. G2 win the fight.
Oh, that team fight was beautiful from G2. Fnatic were hungry for blood and they committed to the fight. Wunder was late with the TP, but Caps held his flash that entire fight, and that's what baited Fnatic to just keep going and going and going. And the Baron, it's gone. G2 are going to pick that up. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the Cloud Soul, and just watch how long Caps holds his flash here for. So he gets engaged on by Hylissang, just sidesteps the Leona ultimate, and then when he even gets the stun, Caps doesn't hesitate. Just pops the Shockwave, runs in range of Mickey, Mickey comes in, and then Fnatic Upset. He gets isolated off, and then by the time Wunder arrives, he's there to finish him off.
You can see Fnatic after that initial burst just didn't have the follow-up, and because Wunder is there, as you say, he can just lock up Upset in this Hexa Golden Maiden, making it very difficult for anyone for Fnatic to defend.
Yeah, Niski, it's really hard for him to get into the fight because he was zoned away at the start, and as Fnatic was engaging and committing to the mid lane, he was still in river, so he had to come around the side. That's why you saw him at the end in a very awkward spot where he couldn't dish out any damage, and you can see the carries of Fnatic didn't get as much impact in that fight as they wanted. Wunder has no flash here.
Wunder's going to jump across the wall, the Solar Flare with the chase, only gets the slowdown. Bwipo still chasing in, but Wunder able to walk away. That's Ignite burnt, and the ultimate from Hylissang.
Yeah, Wunder has a lot of tenacity, so he gets through those stuns pretty quick, and G2 gonna push in mid. Wunder has no TP, and Adam does, so G2 might have to be careful here. That's why they're not committing to this tier 2. Could get TP'd on from behind. Upset and Bwipo could commit from bot side into the mid lane. Cap still has his flash up, and he's building towards those 3 items. Reckless as well. These carries are going to get stronger and stronger and stronger for G2. So Fnatic need to find a way to isolate them to make these fights very messy. Adam just going to base. And G2 going to focus on this top tier 2. As I say that, Adam's going to cancel his base and go for the wave. He's delaying the Baron buffed up creeps. That's going to buy Fnatic a lot of time. And G2 chasing him. I mean, oh, he's just going to TP out. Yeah, he has the passive too.
Unless you can root caller, yeah, with the passive as well, it's just nothing you can do.
Wow, that's such a good play because now that stalls about a minute of G2's time. They're just going to have to base. They probably could have gotten the top tier 2 there and maybe forced Fnatic to base out of this bot side so it gives Wunder the bot push. But in the end, it looks like they're not going to get it. But as I say that, I think maybe Reckless has 1 creep left to work with. But no, he's just going to back off.
And that's just such awareness, such sportsmanship from Adam to be aware of that in that moment, think I can take this, they can't CC me. In his first best of 5, his first G2 Fnatic best of 5, to think about that, that's just really smart stuff from the rookie.
It was a 5-head play because TP is not really useful until Nash is up anyway, so it's fine to just use it like that. And now, Cloud Soul in 30 seconds. G2 do have the push in top and the push in mid, so they still should have some control around this. It's whether Fnatic want to opt into the fight or not.
That's the question. Do Fnatic want to fight it? So far, the answer has been yes. Through the season, the answer has been yes. Fnatic always want a fight, always want a fray. And they might look for it in the mid lane as Mickey going forward here can just dance back. Of course, you can see Niski looking for a flank position, but he is on a ward, so he's just going to go back up towards the top lane and clear out that wave.
Yeah, I think they just have to give it, don't they? Fnatic Upset has no flash. Waves are pushing into you. By the time you even get to this Dragon Pit, you're face-checking into Rakan, Xayah, Lee Sin, Camille, Orianna. It's really hard to face-check anything with carries having no flash, so just push in mid, push in top, get some deep vision towards the top side. You can see no matter what happens in the game, when a play is made on one side of the map, you always make a play on the other. So that's why Fnatic push in mid, they all run top side, take wards, deep vision, everything, push in top to tier 2, and buy yourselves time on the map.
Do you think those circles were big enough to highlight what you were doing?
I chose the big circle instead of the small one, but it's okay, we'll ignore it.
It's like covered the entire quad
here.
It's great.
Now they can maybe look for a pick. Mickey has to be careful.
This vision helping them out as Mickey steps forward into the Zenith Blade. Mickey, though, able to dodge away the Guardian as well to keep him alive. So what was invested there? Well, it was only a Solar Flare and a Zenith Blade, not too much. Mickey only burnt his quickness as well. So on either side, actually only support ultimates were used.
Yeah, Mickey should have died there. It's a little bit disrespectful to kind of walk up into the enemy team's territory when you don't see them on the map. But as I say that, Caps has flash, but he's getting TP'd on behind. Wunder's TP is not up for at least 10 to 15 seconds.
Niski looking for the back door plays. He gets in. Caps with a superb flash away from the Everfrost.
Yeah, great flash there.
Can't
so
lock him down.
Yeah, what Niski did was he E'd and he W'd on Sylas and he was playing a game of chicken, but Caps reacted phenomenally to his E and flashed away from it. If he got hit by that, he get rooted, and then there's a world where Niski takes the ult, pulls him into Adam, and he might die. So good flash there, and now Wunder's going to push in top. He saw everyone on Fnatic down towards bot side. Maybe he can get this top tier 2 finally for G2. Feels like G2 have all the map pressure they need to keep control of this river to stop Fnatic getting any more neutral objectives.
You can see the items stacking up on G2 as well. 3 items complete on Reckless, 3 as well for Caps. Wunder in a strong position with his Trinity Force Starax combination. On the other side, though, you know, you do have 2 items on Niski. You do have a Ginsu's on Upset. They are strong. It's just, at the moment, it feels very much like G2 are in the driver's seat of the game. And this ebb and flow of who is in control is something we've seen all the time in G2 Fnatic games.
But I think that Fnatic are going all in this next fight. Upset just bought a Guardian Angel. I think they're just taking what they have and they're throwing it and seeing if it sticks, because this next fight, he has Flash, he has GA, G2 have a lot of dive. I think Fnatic are starting to realize Xayah, Orianna, Camille are they're gonna outscale their counterparts, so the later this game goes, without having control, it's even harder to team fight. So get Guardian Angel, get the 3 items on everyone now, and this next Baron is gonna be a fight no matter what for Fnatic.
Wunder looking for this. Where are the rest of Fnatic? Well, look where Hylissang is. Look where Hylissang is. Can he get the long way around here? Because the Hexagon Maiden is available for Niski. Lots of damage down onto the side. Spots the stopwatch. Whippers here as well. Needs to get over that wall. Upset joins him with a blast cone. Ignite ticking. Niski gonna get the Everfrost slowed there. Wunder's gonna try and hookshot wall dive away. Whippo! Stun with the Spectral Maw. Hylissang with the Solar Flame as well and chases on. Wunder overstepped. Wunder overstayed and Fnatic pounce. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Reckless is gonna be able to get a tower out of this. The question is, can Fnatic now defend their base?
That's the big question though, because Baron's not up for 40 seconds and Wunder's up in 43, so he should be able to TP by the time Fnatic even tried to start it. G2 get a bot tier 2, and Wunder does get shut down, so a lot of gold went over to Fnatic there. It's just a case of what they can get off of it, because it looks like they're basing. No, Upset's just cancelled his recall. He's running for this top tier 2, but Caps is going to clear out the wave. Maybe Fnatic can make a pick onto Caps now. He has no flash. I think they might just commit to a full-on dive. Jankos is trying to find Fnatic. If he does, that'll help out the rest of the map. Fnatic looking.
Good dodge away there by Jankos. Face call coming out as well. He's going to use the flash. That is big because, of course, the next fight around the Baron in 7 seconds' time. Not having that flash for Lee Sin means no possibility of that flash kick.
I think Fnatic's just going to force it, you know. I think they realize it's getting worse and worse and worse. Just pull the trigger, get the fight started.
G2?
G2 of all base. They have TPs. You can see them coming in now, but the bot lane of G2 is really, really far away. Rakan, Reckless, they're very far. It's going to be a 3v5 at best. G2, Fnatic's just going to commit.
Jankos has no flash and Hylissang is acting as a bodyguard. Setting him up, it's gone. The Ren is used. G2, do you fight or do you flee? Fnatic are looking to flee. They're looking to get out of this one as quickly as they can. The Solar Flare coming out as well, and there's the quickness onto the back line. Adam already dead. Upset next on the menu. He's got that GA, but the GA won't save you today. You're left to the hungry wolves that are G2. The rest of the team retreats, and Upset gets taken out.
Yeah, but Baron over to Fnatic. They lost 2 members, and that's a 40 to 50 second death timer for them. But Dragon's up in a minute. I don't think Fnatic will be in time to contest that Dragon, but the important thing is they stopped G2 from getting a Baron for a long, long time, and that should help them hold on at the very least. And we'll see what they can do with it. 3 buffs right now. Hylissang forced to flash away. Wunder's just committing for it.
Hexagon Maiden coming out. Whipper's here as well. Hylissang dead before Whipper can really intervene. Niski looking in the wings as well. Whipper's going to get knocked up, and Fnatic have walked straight into this. 2 quick kills, and the Baron might not even matter here because G2 just have the numbers advantage. They've got waves in the mid lane, waves in the top lane. They've got the inhibitor down. Can Fnatic defend?
15 seconds on Upset. Adam's up now. It's just the solo lanes of Fnatic to defend the Nexus. I think G2 might be able to push an end here, Medic.
First Nexus tower is down. G2 looking to jump in. The quickness coming out. There's the charm. It distracts them. The second Nexus Tower falls as well, though. Adam diving in, looking for the kills. But Upset alive. Off Fnatic, get in here. Upset alive. The stopwatch coming out from Adam. It's a 4v2. It's a 4v1. Upset falls back to the fountain as G2 will clean up game one.
What a performance from that man on your screen. 6-0-12, 100% kill participation from Jankos. It looked like G2 dropped the ball for a second around that Baron, but a couple kills and the waves already pushing in gave them the momentum to push into the base of Fnatic. Fnatic tried to hold on, and G2 was relentless.
It was such a back and forth game in the mid game, but then, as you say, G2 just took control of it, and it became very difficult for Fnatic to ever find an avenue to approach a fight, or to approach G2, or to even approach their own base at times.
Fnatic was against the clock. They had to force it. They went all in with that G on Upset. They wanted to fight or get a Baron at the very least, because TikTok was on the clock, and G2 put the party on stop.
G2 took down their rivals in game one, and we'll get some takeaways from the analyst desk in just a few minutes. That was good. That was
you like that?
Good.
Even though League of Legends is not a physical sport, there's the same eagerness and nerves before every single esports match than I had. The same in swimming. It was always about getting closer to a new high that you can reach, an endless pursuit of perfection. Even though I've come so close, I don't feel bad about it. If I work harder, it is gonna happen.
Kia, movement that inspires.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
back, everyone, to the LEC Summer Playoffs, where G2, they are looking for Worlds spots today, and they took down their rivals Fnatic in Game 1. Goldberg, we talked a lot about the approaches of both teams, but I think specifically we were looking at, can we see different styles coming out of G2? What do you think with this draft?
I think they actually decided to come out with a different style this time around, going for that Zyra Khan in the beginning, taking away the Rakan from Hylissang, and then the Camille for one up in the top side into the Mundo instead. And I think it was also reflected a bit in the way that we're actually pathing up towards that top side.
Yeah, definitely. They changed up their style in Game 1, which I think is pretty surprising. It's usually something that you see later in the series, but yeah, they changed up their style and their early game was superb.
What can you say about the priorities for both teams in terms of what they want to draft? Maybe start with Fnatic. What did they give us in Game 1?
I think Fnatic had a pretty solid draft that they usually like to play. Adam was on weak side this time around. He didn't really play strong side, and their bot lane had a really punishing 2v2 lane with the mid jungle having a lot of kill pressure. So I think it was kind of a standard Fnatic draft, and it's something that suits them overall.
But I think the thing with this draft is, and usually when this happens, I'd say, oh, Adam probably didn't have the best game, but he actually did this time around. He had a really good weak side this time around. I think the problem here is that it became very hard to the team fight setting later into the stage because all of your champions, barely melee, really struggles to play into the Xayah feathers, really struggles to play into the Orianna. So I think from that point of view, if Fnatic didn't get that snowball going in the early game, that's where it really started to fall apart.
And they had double bad luck in that the snowball did go in the way of G2. We're going to take a look at the skirmish mid. I think that gave Jankos a triple kill, but this was so instrumental for the rest of the game, especially that early game.
Yeah, I think Jankos had a super insane performance on Lee Sin in this game, and after a few fights in mid that G2 won, it was kind of hard for Niski to do anything after this. Like, Jankos played all these fights mechanically well, and it was quite unfortunate for Whippo here that he couldn't really pick up caps before he died. So yeah, it was really well played by G2, and it snowballed pretty hard after this.
And it's not only just in these fights, it's also general up towards the pathing in general we talked about in the beginning. And then I will say though, I think Caps was left alone a little bit in the first clear where Whippo did actually come in with an interaction and try and break the flash from Caps here. So maybe a bit more jungle tracking on that point, but outside of that, really still a game from
Maybe he had too much to do. The man had 100% kill participation in the
whole
game. Jankos coming up huge, but then we get to the mid game, and I think here is where, Mikkel, you were also talking about how you see that there are still possibilities for Fnatic in a mid game that they're behind in.
Yeah, I definitely. One thing is you have to criticize G2 from putting Reckless down towards the bottom when the Baron is up, but at the same time, flip side that to Fnatic immediately pulling the trigger and saying, what the hell, he's down towards the bottom side. Now we can just start up this Baron and play for a turn, and that's exactly what they're going to end up doing here.
Yeah, I think with Hylissang engaging, he's always decisive, and he finds Caps, which was the key target for him in this fight, because they know he has no flash. And after this, G2 cannot really win the fight. They're just trying to disengage and try to get whoever they can. And yeah, this was, I think it shows a lot from Fnatic as well, that even when they're behind, they can also have these key moments where they just pull the trigger and go for it.
It was a bit of a flashback to yesterday when Mad Lions were behind and always pulled the trigger. Do you give that same kind of ability to Fnatic? Is that on the same level?
I mean, I won't say it's on the exact same level, but they're doing it right. And the thing is, that mid game, that fight specifically, yes, you could probably say, but it all game long, probably not, right?
That, of course, didn't keep going well for Fnatic. G2, they made the right decisions after, and Verius is going to take us through the second Baron.
Yes, I certainly am, Shox. Let's talk a little bit about this big fight that ultimately decided the game between the two teams. So as you can see in terms of setup, let's start by looking at the minimap and the position. So the Camille is sitting in the bot lane and creating pressure towards the side lane. Camille does have the teleport up and will be able to join the fight, but Fnatic are trying to pressure on the Baron and potentially trying to force this TP out from the Camille to try and get it to force the play. So as we start rolling things out, you can see that Fnatic is looking for an opportunity and they have their eyes on Caps. So the Hex Flash is going to come over and Fnatic sit there and they have a clear focus of who they want to kill. Caps is the priority target. They have a rough idea that Mickey is all the way over here from the rest of the team. Jankos is slightly split. Reckless is also split. The TP hasn't come through from the Camille just yet. And so they're sitting here saying, okay, let's see if we can find ourselves a pick. The crazy thing about this play is Caps doesn't actually flash once throughout it. So keep your eyes on this man here because he's going to show so much patience and respect that he doesn't actually have to use that summoner. The other thing to note here that's really game game-changing is the fact that Niski uses his stopwatch very early into the fight. I can only assume that this was a misclick because look at, this is a perfect opportunity for him to get right into the middle of the fight, get into melee range of the Orianna. Mickey is still all the way out here looking for a flank angle to join the team, and the Camille hasn't joined the fray just yet. So he's trying to disengage. You can see they're in a position where, okay, we can't look for the fight, but look at this beautiful knockup that happened onto Upset. He doesn't react in time, the flash does not come through, and he actually takes so much damage initially. And meanwhile, Caps has been able to disengage, Reckless is now in a better position, and here comes the TP from Wonder because they see this as an opportunity to fight. But meanwhile, look at Niski. He's in this awkward position where he now believes that rather than come in from this angle, he's going all the way around to try and track Caps. They can see him on the ward, and he thinks that he can get the isolated 1v1, but that's not what happens. The fight ends up splitting up into two parts, and now the target becomes all about trying to kill this low health Upset, and the entire squad of G2 is going to dedicate their resources into getting that kill. So they're going to collapse. The fight gets split up for Fnatic. Niski then joins on the backside, but there's very little he can do. Upset ends up dropping, and the moment he dies, G2 come out ahead in the fight, and they secure themselves the Baron. This was a very big team fight for G2, showcasing that they still can team fight very well, but it was a very well executed fight and overall good game from G2. Now we're going to send it back to Shox and the boys for a little bit more insight to round out the draft.
Thank you very much, Vedius. Fantastic breakdown, and in the end, right decision-making for G2 to win that game one. Let's get the draft back up. Fnatic has now picked blue for game two. It was obvious that they needed to change something, be it in the game or in the draft. Goldborg, what do you think it's going to be?
I think that Rakan, once again, is going to be quite pivotal for this series. Last time Fnatic played, it became one of the most pivotal picks there was in that series for an adaptation. And I think the fact that G2 Esports decided to first pick it as well really just illustrates that this is a priority champions, and it probably will be for the rest of the series as well.
If we look at the bans for G2 in game one, do you think a Rakan ban is something they will expend when they're on the red side?
Yeah, most definitely. I don't think Aphelios, for example, is something that they need to ban. I think this series will be a lot about the front to back, and the Rakan is always a super solid front to back, and especially the Rakan first pick just has a lot of pressure in this, so I expect to see it banned now that Fnatic is on blue side.
Okay, then where does the priority go if the Rakan is banned for Fnatic Blue?
Oof, that's a tricky one. I think depends on what they want to get. They could get something like the Lee Sin, which they've also shown that they want to get their hands on before. This game they prioritized the Viego, so it kind of depends on what they want. Yeah, I think a jungler is the most likely option.
Most likely option. We'll see what happens. G2 struck first in tonight's grudge match, and the fight for EU's last spot at Worlds continues after the break.
Fnatic's already playing Medic.
We're dropping in so hot here.
We're going school.
We're going Twisted Towers.
Tilted Towers.
Twisted Tree Line.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace. Anyway,
can I say, before we talk about anything, Jankos let out the biggest war cry I've ever heard before G2, the game started, the draft started. He was looking at Fnatic and he screamed at the top of his lungs.
Polish powerhouse getting the war cries in early, getting that mental warfare in. G2, of course, one game up in this series. But Fnatic, they fought well in the early game, just couldn't quite hold on to it in the mid-game. Here we get on into the second game of draft, and Fnatic have decided to be on the blue side, Pedro.
This is G2's first red side game in playoffs. So we'll see what they decide to ban away. Fnatic take away Varus, Thresh. We'll see if we see similar bans come out, things like the LeBlanc. Ashe banned away. Maybe Fnatic want to run back the Kalista. They think it's working despite having lost the game. And G2 showing very high priority on the Rakan, you know, ban it away from Hylissang and take it away from Hylissang in blue side.
I mean, we've seen it first picked in a lot of the series up this weekend, so I'm not too surprised about the Rakan being banned away. Now, Fnatic, the question is, do you go back to something like the LeBlanc that was banned out in game 1, or do you switch things up a little bit?
I think TF could have been a good pick for Fnatic. I'm not sure if they're willing to blind pick it though, because the last time they picked TF, I believe it was on red side 3 pick, but Sin's out taken away. Maybe Fnatic fancy themselves a first pick Lee Sin here. We saw a lot of Lee Sin trade-offs in the Vitality series as well. And we'll see if Whipper wants to be the one to pick that one up for first pick.
Yeah, Viego, of course, still an option. And with the Renekton being left here, I expect that Fnatic will look to that Renekton as a pick for Adam. Doesn't have to be first pick, of course, but is one of his stronger picks across playoffs.
That's just a Tristana first pick for upset. Now, I will say G2 on blue side always picked Tristana on the 2-3 when Varus was banned away. So Fnatic ban away Varus and take Tristana themselves. What does Reckless have in response? We saw Zyra Rakan last game, but that's banned away because of Rakan. Ashe is down, Varus is down, Aphelios is down. Is it going to be an Ezreal Braum? Are we going to see something along those lines? Or are we going to see, you know, he's got Jhin, he's got Sivir, he has a lot of champions, but that blind pick Braum, Rakan's already down, makes sense. Let's see what Hylissang has to counter it.
I mean, it would be quintessentially Reckless to play a Sivir. He has been playing it a lot in solo queue recently. It hasn't brought it out too much on the LEC stage.
Do you know what I want to see countered into Braum? A Zillion. I want to see a Zillion. Does well into lane, Rakan's banned away, some kind of range support could be good.
You can't Killian it either, so...
You can't what?
Can't Killian the Zillion.
You can't Killian the Zillion? Oh my lord, are we starting with those, are we? Fnatic have the 2-3 now. Are they going to pick Lee Sin into Viego? We saw G2 do that last time around, but no, it's a Trundle. Could be a flex. Trundle normally good into Aftershock support, so expecting that go towards the jungle. TF still open, Ryze is still open, Renekton still open. But you have to expect Fnatic probably going to lean towards their support here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, River, of course, has brought out the Trundle twice across the course of playoffs. I believe he won both the times he played it as well. 30 KDA. There's the Twisted Fate on 3. So now G2 Esports have the option of countering mid or looking down towards that 80 carry.
Caps has counter pick for TF. Will he pick the champion now or will he pick it later on? Could go Ryze, does really well into lane. Could go things like, you know, Lucian is also very good, some kind of lane dominant champion, but we're going to see, you'd expect the Ezreal Braum come out from G2. And when the Braum was first rotated, I think Ezreal was the first champion that comes to mind. But no, it's the Reckless Sivir special.
What is it with Reckless and Sivir? Like, across the course of his career, he's played it 75 times.
It's most played.
Most played. 164 of them, so 64% of them. So he's a very good Sivir player. I'm just going to have a quick look back to see when the last time he brought it out was. Did against Schalke, where he lost before that Mad Lions all the way back in January.
Okay, well, pick Sivir, ban away Alistar. Makes a lot of sense. And the Sivir, it's going to struggle into the Trundle pillar. And when Tristana looks for the all-ins, but makes sense into the TF, right? You can just spell shield the stun card, but I think the TF will obviously, Niski will bait it out with wild cards, you know, it'll be a stare down. But anyway, Alistar taken away from Hylissang. Renekton taken away from Adam. Now Fnatic needs a blind pick their top laner, you'd imagine. And G2 going to pick up their mid laner on 4. Looks like Fnatic just banning away counter picks for now. Jace ban spells something like a Gnar. We haven't seen that from Adam just yet.
And the question is, can Fnatic really pinch Caps' pool in the mid lane? Because Sylas, Ryze, and LeBlanc all available.
Syndra
Sylas
too.
now banned away. Syndra, as you say. But the Ryze, of course, can follow the Twisted Fate, which is why he's often used and gets prio in the lane early on. The Syndra and the LeBlanc, just very strong mid lane champions in and of their own right that can bully the Twisted Fate early on.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what he goes for. The LeBlanc would be really good into the Trundle especially. Gets away from a lot of the spells, but are we going to have a Diana solo lane from Caps? Now, Diana was banned out last game on red side by Fnatic on the 4-5, even though G2 have picked their jungler already, so maybe this is something that they know is up. It's been being played in scrims, in solo queue, whatever it is, but I think we might have a Diana solo lane here into the Twisted Fate. I don't expect the Viego to go into the solo lane, but you never know. We've seen Viego mids. I think C9 was the one who pulled that one out, but anyway, Fnatic gonna go for the Olaf top for Adam, and that'll give counter pick for Wunder.
So I've had a quick look. In all major regions across Season 11, Diana has not been played in top lane or mid lane.
Not a single time.
Only been played in jungle.
Always in jungle.
As
So,
far as I
well,
can see.
we might have broken that just now. We'll have to wait and see, but range support into Brown makes sense. Tristana, Lulu, wow, they're going for the push in bot. TF can play towards top, you'd expect. Not a lot of kill pressure in bot unless they overstep, but the Tristana will be very strong mid to late game with that Lulu by her side.
Of course, the Olaf as well can be buffed up a lot by the Lulu just running
Whoa,
into
whoa,
the
whoa,
back
Diana,
of the
Yasuo,
team.
Viego top?
Okay, so it's Diana jungle.
Okay,
We're not
so
gonna
it's
break that
Diana
curse,
jungle.
But it's caps on Yasuo. It's Viego going to the top lane for Wunder.
Oh, baby.
And I remember in pre-season, we saw actually, was it pre-season? Recently, we saw Caps and Wunder both practicing Gwen Viego a ton in both lanes because they wanted the ability to flex these champions into either of those lanes. Wunder has a lot of practice on the Viego top, but I don't think we've seen him bring it out at all in the regular season or in playoffs so far. Gonna see something a little bit spicy here, Kadro.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Yasuo recently, mainly in the LCK. I think Showmaker was playing it, Leader was playing it as well. We saw BDD play it as well, I believe. And it's always paired with Diana with that point and click engage. Vitality loved this combination. And now you have a Viego top into Olaf. I'm excited to see how this draft plays out because a lot of explosive champions on the top side of the map. And I think bot lane will just be scaling, you'd expect. Both supports maybe trying to roam around, but globals across the board, point and click engage, and a lot of side lane and team fight from both teams.
It's going to be a spicy one. I did just quickly look back. Wunder did play a bit of Viego at the start of the summer, but nothing since about week 3 or so. So it's been a while since he's brought that one out in the top lane here. The Diana Yasuo combination for G2. The Olaf, the Twisted Fate, and the Trundle coming out for Fnatic on that top side. Bot lane, likely to be an island, likely to be left alone, and the focus has to be on which top side of the map can get out to that early lead, which team can really catch the other team out, take the game by the scruff of the neck, and close it out. Of course, if G2 win, they will be 1 win away from Worlds. Fnatic need this victory, need to start coming back in this series, otherwise they're gonna miss out on Worlds for the first time since 2016.
Yeah. They definitely want to bounce back here. And I'll tell you something really quickly. The last time Caps played Yasuo versus Damwon Gaming in the 2019 World Championship. Remember, he was playing against Showmaker's Kale and he was roaming top a lot with Halo Blades. But we're going to get into it. Game 2 starts right now.
Hi everyone, before jumping onto the riff, I have one small question for Grabs. Thank you for joining me. You were hovering Ezreal and finally went for Saver. We know that it's a comfort pick for Reckless, but talk me through the decision making here and why you went for this champion anyway.
Basically, Ezreal is a bit more vulnerable one-on-one against Tristana, and we practiced some Savior. We know he's really good at it. So basically, if we survive the mid game, I think we're really strong. I think we should outscale really hard, and that's basically the goal.
All right, and a few words on Viego lane. It's been ages since we saw this champion outside of the jungle, so how good is it going to be?
Wunder is just a better Viego player, and we are known as the flex pick team, right, on the past at least, so we try to bring it back a bit. But I think the response was not too bad. So again, I think mid-game they're stronger, but if we bridge that gap, I think we're going to have a good chance.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes for you, and back to you guys on the Rift.
So can G2 weather the storm that is Fnatic's mid-game? That's what Grabs thinks is going to be the key point of this matchup. Fnatic will be looking to get out to their early game lead then and really start snowballing the game away from G2.
Let's keep our eye on the scaling as well, because he talked about it. We're going to outscale them. Sivir, notorious 6-item champion.
Oh, it steals away one.
TF. The Viego against Olaf we'll have to keep our eyes on. But yeah, Adam, I mean, you have Olaf Trundle level 1. No surprise they walked into the top side. That's probably the strongest level 1. Throw in a Braum there, and it's probably unbeatable. Anyway, Viego solo lane we haven't seen that much, and the reason for that is because his healing on creeps got reduced a lot, so he just was a better champion in jungle. I expect Olaf to have priority in this lane 100% because he wins out straight up 1v1, so Wunder's probably going to be playing safe here. But the enemy team has TF, Olaf, Trundle, so a lot of champions that can make this top side explosive. But for now, both junglers pathing towards bot lane.
Of course, Adam's Olaf feared through the LFL when he was on Carmine Corp. It was one of his key picks alongside the Darius, just one of his, such a strong lane dominant champion. And we've seen often in the LEC, he likes to just trade 1-for-1 kills early on. If he can get the wave into a good position for himself, he'll just run you down and then make it. He doesn't care if he dies. He just wants to make sure you are losing out on XP and gold.
Yeah. Niski is just pushing in mid, getting early vision. The TF has the push with the E start. It's going to put a ward onto Jankos' Wolves, but Jankos has done Red Raptor's Gromp. So he's going to be level 3. No, he got the Raptor stolen away from him. So he doesn't get level 3. He only has 11 CS because Adam took away the small Raptor. That's going to be horrific for Jankos here because now he can't fight Whippo for his blue. Bot lane already moving, mid lane already moving. Caps is fighting Niski to stop him from being able to get there.
Golgar goes out, Wind was going to block it. Jankos getting chased down by Whippo towards the top side. Niski there, but here comes Hylissang. There's the shield, there's the Guardian. Caps now in a 2v1. The exhaust coming down as well. Heal Niski, flash across the wall. Hylissang looking for it, and Caps will fall. First blood, Hylissang. Jankos chased out of his jungle as well.
Yeah, there's the bot prow coming in. Caps would win that 1v1, but Hylissang's there with exhaust. Niski arguably wasted flash there to try and secure the kill for himself. But Caps trying to stop Niski from collapsing on his jungler. This all comes down to Adam stealing away the small Raptor to stop Jankos from leveling up, to force him out of his jungle because he's only level 2. And now Fnatic slowly taking control of this mid-bot side of the map.
It's going to be a 3-buff here for Whippo, including the Wolves and the Gromp. Oh no, he didn't get the Gromp, but there's the Scuttle Crab for him. And you can see actually Adam really smart as well, going up for that top side Scuttle Crab after getting priority in that top lane. Fnatic, we heard already, he's going for the gank in mid instead, but I assume he will take the Scuttle Crab on his way back. Fnatic already out to an early lead here, and that's what grabs Fit.
Yeah, TF Trundle, a lot of early priority into this mini champ of Yasuo. Trundle wins against Diana 1v1 and was forcing the play. Just really unlucky for Jankos there. Just one small little thing stopped him from being able to fight back. He had red buff as well, so there's a world where he could have traded back with Braum. You know, I think that could have gone a lot different. But anyway, Whippo is going to get this top scuttle. Adam had to go and catch top wave. Doesn't have the CC for the crab itself, so it would take him a while. Niski has the mid push, and they're going to walk into Jankos' respawn camp, so we'll see what happens there, but fighting in bot.
One more auto attack will stun up. Upset uses the buffered jump to get away there. And it is so important for Fnatic that they put G2 on the back foot, that they put Jankos on the back foot, especially because of how strong Jankos was in game 1. 100% kill participation, incredibly high jungle proximity, 6-0-12 on the Lee Sin here, but now he's level 3 at 4.5 minutes into the game. He's going to help Caps get the push here, but he got neither of the Scuttle Crabs, didn't get his blue buff, he didn't get his first rotation Wolves, but he is going to work his way down towards this bottom side jungle.
I will say this pathing is very smart from Jankos. He saw them invading his top side, and he knows Whippo hasn't taken away any of his bot camps, so he's going to get the Raptors for now, but he doesn't have Smite, so it's going to be another 2v2. Caps has no flash, Whippo does.
Flash, pillar, and now Caps is caught out, but he can try and dodge away with the minions. The chase is still on. Niski doesn't have flash, of course. Jankos did not get the Razor Beaks. Another stun card coming out as Jankos is forced underneath the tower. A couple of chomps will mean that he's down to 150 HP.
Oh, G2's mid-jungle playing very risky there to try and get themselves just one singular camp. Caps has the creeps to dash away. Jankos holds his flash, but again, Whippo walking into his respawn camps. Jankos will know that he's there. He's losing his Wolves respawn. He's going to lose his Gromp respawn as well, unless Mickey can stop it. He's going to try to spot it out. Hylissang's already there to cover. Whippo has no smite. Jankos, his only real respawn camp now is Krugs. Upsets here.
Mickey's going to jump away. The explosive charge will not be enough to kill him. Jankos so far has got 6 camps, 5.5 camps overall.
Because of the Raptor.
Yeah, because of the Raptor.
So unfortunate, but I will say Whippo's playing really great around his pryos. Has mid-bot prio, using that effectively to walk into Jankos' jungle, forcing the plays, and putting G2 on the back foot. Already off to a really good gold lead here for Fnatic, controlling the whole mid-bot side of the map. Top lane in isolation seems to be going even. And now they just need to snowball this into neutral objectives. Whippo's red buff is still up since level 1.
Just left it up the entire time. Doesn't need to take it right now. And now because Niski has hit level 6, he has the option to get in to a jungle invader as well. Adam's looking for Wonder here. Jankos still only level 4. Solo laners all at level 6 now. Adam just wanted to clear out this wave as quickly as he can as he gets underneath the tower.
Yeah, but by process of elimination, if you're Fnatic and Whippo's taken away all of Jankos' bot camps, where is he? He's probably top side unless he's just doing nothing bot. So they knew that Jankos was around there, so Adam doesn't go for the all-in, has a big wave. Mickey helping Caps crash this wave. He's really struggling here, Caps. Jungle support always hovering around this lane, and Niski having the push as well hurts even more. So things actually getting even better for Fnatic now because Caps has no TP and Niski's level 6. So as soon as Niski base gets back on the map, he's always going to be first to every side lane play.
very strong start here from Fnatic. 1,100 gold ahead. You can see Wonder already realizing he might be a point of focus for Fnatic, getting himself a Bramble Vest alongside the Sheen on Viego here. Of course, into an Olaf, it does make sense. The Grievous Wounds will proc, and that makes the Olaf just that little bit less tanky through all of his healing. But, Adam going Vampiric Scepter for extra sustain in the lane. And G2 rocked back on their haunches a little bit as Jankos will get his second red buff on the game. The chase still on here. Adam misses the Undertow as Wonder uses the Harrowed Path to escape.
Someone I want to talk about this game is Nisqy. I think that last game he had quite a poor game when it comes to team fights, but if you look at Fnatic's trajectory in the last couple series and given the mid lane meta with things like Sylas and Ryze and TF being these champions which need to have either priority or some roam potential, he was doing fantastic on those plays. Nisqy, historically a player who you look at and you think of as a supportive champion, but he's shown that he can be a carry point for Fnatic. I just think that last game, you know, he misclicked the Zhonya's in the team fight, he wasn't really there for that mid lane fight, and that's how Fnatic was put on the back foot. So for now, he's doing his job, he's doing really well, pushing in mid, helping out Bwipo, and with these plated steel caps, he'll be absolutely fine in the lane.
So we'll keep our eyes on Nisqy to see how much he is able to use this Destiny, this Twisted Fates ultimate, to get around the map. Adam, for the second time this game, is roaming down towards mid. Nisqy gets priority into the Yasuo with that red card. And Bwipo, a level advantage here over Jankos, looking to shield this away. Jankos gets it and will immediately flash across the wall, as you say, Kadril.
Yeah, level 6 Trundle with red buff, red smite, Sheen. Diana would die pretty quickly, but yes, Fnatic still controlling this bot side of the map, but they need a little bit more. They need to get a kill, a pick, push them out even further, and maybe look to start the Dragon. The only risk might be is if Jankos runs straight to Herald now after doing Krugs at level 6, then it might be a bit of a problem. So, Bwipo.
Reckless didn't know he was on vision. Spell Shield is procced. Chases on from Upset. That's going to explode, but Reckless able to walk away.
Yeah, Jankos doesn't really have much to work with, does he? Mid pushed in, bot pushed in the whole game, and now Bwipo's going to start up the Drake, should secure that neutral objective. Jankos does hit level 6, but I don't think he's going to go for Herald. If he does go for it, you know, he has no flash. Adam can run down, Nisqy can ult onto him, he has no way to escape, so Bwipo should be able to control the whole map here after this Dragon. Move through mid, back to top side, secure Herald, and Fnatic with all these pushing lanes using them perfectly.
Jankos' battle cry not seeming to help him out too much in this early game. Maybe more of a motivator for Fnatic as they continue to put pressure down towards this bottom side. Reckless, obviously, without a flash, has to step away just a little bit. Bwipo can work his way around here, but this should just be a plate over to Upset on that Tristana.
Yeah, just pushing them off, making sure Upset can get the E onto the tower to, get, like you said, get the plates. Luckily for G2, TPs are coming up now, so Cap should be able to match Nisqy on the map. But it's all about mid-push, so we're going to see both mid-jungles contest this push. The one team that pushes this wave in can move into River first. For now, it'll be Fnatic, so that's what they want to do. But they're going to have to back off because Wunder is dropping the wave and running down here to secure the Scuttle. The Scuttle Crab will help this Herald secure, so Wunder will be down in tempo because he will have to run back top and catch this wave here. He's going to have to run all the way around top. Meanwhile, Fnatic still pressuring bot.
And although Jankos was put quite far behind in the early game, that level is really the only difference between the two junglers now. You see 200 gold between them, Jankos level 6, Bwipo level 7. Across the rest of the map, slight advantage for Nisqy in the mid lane. Twisted Fate passive will help you with that, and a slight advantage for Upset down towards the bottom lane as well.
Jankos now clearing down towards bot, making sure G2 can push out, maybe get a base off, or at least push Fnatic in. Everyone has globals available on the solo lanes. If Jankos gets spotted out, then Bwipo is just going to run straight to Herald. I think that edge of the ward saw Jankos that he's behind bot lane. See if Bwipo does it. I think he's just going to start up Herald. I think Fnatic saw Jankos bot. Fnatic's going to back off and they're going to get themselves this neutral objective.
Fnatic with an okay back timer there as well. You can actually see Upset just short of a Noon Quiver. It looks pickaxe, the daggers, and those long swords as well. Not quite able to get that first item, but already has the Zerg so has a lot of attack speed. Ragnarok popped him in the top lane. Harrowed Path coming out from Wonder as he looks to get away. That'll be an ultimate exchange for that Harrowed Path. Reckless here will be able to get a plate because of that back timing. The question is, will we see anyone stick around? Jankos decides he doesn't want anything more.
Yeah, so if I just bring up the minimap here, Bwipo's going to base. I think he's just going to beeline straight through bot to Herald this bot tier 1. Get all the plates over to Upset. So as much as... Oh, we've got a Destiny going on.
The ward is so good. Reckless already knew to walk away. There's the spell shield. Nisqy cannot catch out Reckless.
Yeah, but the thing is, G2's bot lane stayed for so long. They got a plate, they pushed out the wave, but they were chased all the way back to their blue buff. So now Upset can push in waves, and Fnatic can start to pressure the map. G2 the ones on the back foot who have to base now. No TP wards behind, although as I say that, yeah, that ward in between towers could prove to be something if G2 get the push and look for some kind of dive. But for now, if Fnatic plays safe in mid, they should be able to get this bot tower, at least a lot of it.
Looks like Bwipo holding off on using the Rift Herald right now. Still 2 minutes on the Drake. You can see the rest of G2 hovering around mid. This will be an advantage for Fnatic here. Flash, stun card, hit him for TP as they look to take the fray. Jankos jumping in. There's the last breath onto Hylissang as well, but he's still got the heal to keep him alive. Jankos the first to fall. They're looking only for Hylissang here. Caps dies as well, and Hylissang still survives. This is a great fight for Fnatic, as Wonder, Reckless, and Mickey really can't do too much. It's going to be 3 kills to Fnatic in the bot lane brawl.
Yeah, double kill to Upset as well. Now they can move towards bot and get this tower. They wanted to control the bot side vision, and Niski's stun card hits Jankos. It wasn't blocked by the wind wall, so they have a target to isolate. Hylissang was a target for G2, but he lived through with the exhaust, with the wild growth. And Fnatic come out on top. Really clean early game here.
And you highlighted him. Niski made a couple of good plays over the last couple of moments, so have a look at this stun card connecting.
Yeah, Niski hits Jankos, who has no flash. Bwipo pillars him on the side to stop him from going that way, and then Caps can't get the wind wall up in time. So he's stunned up, so he tries to turn on to Hylissang, but with the exhaust, with the wild growth, and Upset arriving, Adam zoning away Wunder and Reckless, Fnatic just take over.
Another stun card there as Caps was trying to kill off Hylissang, and then the third, of course, to lock down Mickey to make sure he can't get away.
Oh, we got a fight on the picture-in-picture.
Wonder is able to jump away with a hard break, and you see Yamato very happy with the way that bot lane river play went. The question is, can Fnatic keep the snowball rolling? You said they needed a few kills. They're now 4 up. And you can see Caps just struggling there to kill off his former teammate. 3,000 gold the lead for Fnatic at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, look at mid tower as well. Maybe we missed it, but it's got 1 blade left, so Niski...
Rift Herald, I think, was used.
Oh, they must have heralded mid. We must have missed that, yeah. I thought they still had it, but good spot there, Medic. But so, Herald was used mid. All the gold went to Niski and Bwipo. Bot towers on 2 plates. Adam's hitting top tower, which is going to sit at 3 plates. All these winning lanes benefiting Fnatic so much. As you can see, they're over 3,000 gold ahead at 13 minutes in.
Fnatic in prime position to equalize this series, and historically, it's kind of been the way it's gone between these two teams. Fnatic and G2 constantly trading, constantly battling at the top of the LEC. All-time G2 have a slight lead, 38 wins to 27. But this year it's been Fnatic favored, 3 wins to them, to only 1, well, 2 now for G2.
A lot of back and forth. Yeah. A lot of back and forth. You think of the reverse sweep eras where G2 was losing, knocked to the lower bracket as well. And then they come back against Fnatic, of course. And this is arguably one of the most important best of 5s they'll play in recent years, because it's for the last world spot. And now with turret platings falling, Upset's the man with all the gold on Fnatic right now. He's gonna get this bot tower, and he has almost like 4 supports around him. Adam's gonna buy time, Bwipo's gonna shred through any front line that he needs with slows, Niski's a stun bot, and Hylissang is his shield bot. So all the gold going to Upset is exactly what you want. Jankos has flash up, and Niski's looking for him.
He's gonna get locked up. There's the Everfrost. The root duration is just so darn long. Upset gets gifted a double. And now he is 3-0-1. That double also will help him with this laning phase as well. He got the bottom lane tower. First tower of the game is down, and 15 minutes in. Fnatic in command of this game. 4,500 gold ahead. Will take their second Drake.
Feels like the whole game Fnatic has controlled the bot side of the map with wards absolutely everywhere in their jungle, giving Fnatic perma bot push and able to walk in constantly. Caps has flash and Niski doesn't have ult, but this bot side vision, Bwipo playing towards bot side non-stop is giving relentless pressure to Upset and Hylissang, and they're using it very effectively. Bot tier 1 already down, they're going to get this mid tower too.
Such a change from game 1 where we saw a lot of the focus up towards the top side of the map. Here it has been all about getting Upset ahead. Fnatic doing that incredibly well. 4 minutes on what will be a 3rd dragon of the game for Fnatic. It's the Mountain Soul, whose shields will definitely help them out against the burst potential of a Diana and a Yasuo. Mickey gonna step in here to Bwipo, and you're gonna see just how much damage a Trundle can do. This is true exhaust, by the way, as Bwipo just needs 1 more chomp. And Mickey called out for the 2nd game in a row.
Yeah, so much true damage and tank shred, right? Sundra, red smite, red buff with his ultimate as well. He's shredding through everything. The exhaust doesn't even matter. And now after mid tower dying, Bwipo has to be careful though. He has no flash, but he is gonna get away. And you can see Upset after pushing out bot is moving top. Fnatic bot to mid to top, all 3 outers falling. G2 are yet to get anything, but they might find something here.
Bwipo oversteps a bunch there. Wonder's going to steal away that Divine Sundra for the moment as he looks to go up towards the top lane. Trying to defend this tower. It's a good kill there for G2. The shutdown going over to Caps as well. Upset on the front line with the wild growth. Will be able to jump away and dash out of the fray. And now that top lane tower still low, but not going to be taken out by Fnatic just yet.
So G2 hold on to this tower and they get a pick. Grabs talked about the scaling that G2 have, and Reckless is building towards his 2nd item. But Fnatic in full control of this game still, despite losing Bwipo. 2 dragons as well. 3 minutes until the next one. Niski, we've seen what he can do in bot lane 1v1s. Might look for Reckless here. It's a stare down, but he does spell shield it.
Everfrost coming out as well. There's the on the hunt. Reckless is going to try and run away from this one, but the exhaust is keeping him locked up. He'll use Niski as the stun card. Doesn't quite have flash. Now it's up. Caps goes in. Stun card blocked with the wind wall. and Niski is down. Caps with his second kill of the game on this Yasuo.
Oh, Niski's flash is about to come up now. He just didn't have it up for that fight, and if he did, he could have chased through it. His ultimate was also 4 or 5 seconds away from coming up, so Caps TP's behind him and gets the kill. There's a world where if Niski had both of them up, he could have flashed, killed Reckless and ulted out, but that's not what happens. So now G2, after getting that kill, Caps is sitting on 2 of them, will get this bot tier 1. So Yasuo starting to get accelerated a little bit here.
The question is, what can G2 do with that? Because Fnatic still have that deadly mid-game that Grabs said he was afraid of when we got into the game. With Dragon coming up in 2 minutes' time, you have to expect Fnatic will want to take that. Whippo taking the Rift Herald off towards the top side as TP was used by Niski to clear out top wave. Still a 4,000 gold lead for Fnatic. They are still very much in the driver's seat of this game. Almost 2 items on their mid laner and on their AD carry. 2 items on the way for Adam as well, but it's Caps going to try and take a trade here. He doesn't have any grievous wounds.
G2 have a lot of bot side vision. They see everything on the bot side map. Jankos is going to come through the lane. Maybe Adam face checks through River. They will spot him out. He has a Blade of the Ruined King, so he might be able to trade back, you know, onto Jankos. G2, are they going to look for it?
Is Adam going to look for it? That's the question. Mickey's on his way down as well. Whippo with Rift out. Here we go. They're looking for Destiny once again. Of course, Reckless, no flash to get away, and Fnatic pounce on their former AD carry.
How can the Sivir even move on top of a Trundle pillar? He doesn't even have ultimate up. Yes, has no flash, true, but I think no matter what he had there, he was as good as dead with the TF ult and the pillar.
It's just so difficult for him to ever get away from it. If the spell shield can only block one thing, and with Everfrost, with stun cards coming in with the Pillar of Filth as well, it becomes so difficult. The Rift Herald will charge in mid. That tier 2 is down. Fnatic 4 towers to 1 ahead, and they're going to look for a second charge. They're looking for Mickey as well as the subject goes down. Whippo can just tank this for days. Mickey down. Next on the menu is Jankos. He tries to dodge away, but Upset is leaping. Next up, Wonder. Heartbreaker across the wall, but he is stunned up, locked up, and taken out. Fnatic just battering down the door.
They're diving G2 at their tier 3 towers in 19 minutes. Are they going to take the inhib though? Probably just better to back away. They get 2 towers, they get 3 kills, and this Tristana is just so far ahead with a Lulu by his side and 3 supportive champions to help with stuns, with CC, with slows, and everything Upset needs to just keep hitting and hitting and hitting.
You can see G2's strategy of weathering the mid-game really not paying off too well. They may have bought an umbrella, but it's a torrential downpour that Fnatic are bringing to them. Hurricane Fnatic in the house, and right now, they're in true command of this game.
But it's just Fnatic fashion, isn't it? You think about all their best of 5s, either they stomp or get stomped in game 1, and then the reverse happens in game 2. We've seen that so many times throughout the playoffs here in the LEC. What a dominating bounce back here by Fnatic. They're 6k up. They have 2 dragons. They're going to work on this 3rd dragon now. G2, their only real big win condition right now is yes, a 6-item Sivir, but it's that man right there, Caps. He's the only one that's really far ahead on G2, arguably, and Adam's looking for him.
I mean, Adam! Oh, Adam! That was so good from Adam! He takes out Caps, the only threat really on G2. Reckless gets the kill. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic are on their way up, maybe looking for a bit more of a fight. Destiny available for Niski if he wants to join this one, but they decide to back away for the moment.
Hashtag worth. Adam will take those, because now Fnatic, Yasuo no TP, it's G2's strongest member, Caps, and now they can force the 4v4. Reckless still no flash up.
Man, they just got a bullseye on Reckless right now. Mickey's going to join it as well, but the rest of Fnatic are on their way, and the pillar's going to slow down Reckless. Concussive blows coming out, but the stopwatch being used here by Niski. No vision in the bush though for Fnatic. They will be able to get the kill, and Niski survives. Another double for Upset as Fnatic, we said they were going to look for the Drake. I think they might have another neutral objective on their minds.
Are they going to start this though? Niski no TP, no ult, Adam no TP either, so it's hard for all of them to collapse onto this. Wunder has flash coming up soon and has move speed to get away. I think Fnatic just play it safe. Get this dragon, starting up the Baron when Jankos can get into the pit and you don't really have enough CC to push him away or members to push him away. It's just the safest play. Fnatic's going to be on Mountain Soul Point here. They can retake control of Baron whenever they want. And they just own the whole map. The second G2 even steps foot close to the river. This is what happens. Fnatic just collapse on you.
Whippo is just running down whoever he wants, whenever he wants right now. Jankos forced down to 400 HP, cannot contest the dragon. Upset takes it. 7-0-2 on this Tristana, the supporting cast, helping him out a huge amount as well.
Whippo will be okay here, but I think it's pretty safe to say with Upset coming into Reckless's shoes, he's definitely more than filled them. I think that he's had a fantastic year, and now he's having a fantastic game. We saw Fnatic's playstyle throughout the whole year was play through bot, get Upset ahead, get Hylissang ahead, and let them dictate how the game is played. Upset playing phenomenally in the playoffs so far, after 10 games already.
Yep. It was a little bit of a quiet game 1 for him on that Kalista, but here he is showing up, and the team is playing around him, Pedro.
And Upset, a player who has been 4 times He's been one best of 5 away from Worlds.
Yeah.
And he lost them all. And this time, this is the 5th time that he could go to Worlds by winning this best of 5. And winning this game would put the series at 1-1. A step closer.
Yeah, it's been heartbreak after heartbreak for him, but perhaps the wife buff will be enough.
The wife buff coming in.
Started with the ambition, then moved on to Doinby, and now it is Upset's trying to use that buff to get himself a spot in World.
From the LCK to the LPL to the LEC. We'll see if it pays off, because now Fnatic in full control, 7k gold up, Mountain Soul points, full control of top side. Adam's gonna base, pick up some items, get some pinks, move towards the bot side. He has TP coming up soon, so Fnatic probably want to force this Baron when he does have it. Upset, not only is he unkillable and has supports next to him, but he also has a Guardian Angel now. So you gotta kill him twice.
It's just so impossible for Fnatic to do. They haven't even, for G2 to do. They haven't even managed to kill him once so far this series, this game. Fnatic just can do whatever they want on the map. They are playing it a little slow, which does give, of course, G2 a little bit more time to get more items. You can see Reckless at 2, Caps at 2 with that Infinity Edge complete.
But I think that's what you want to see if you're a Fnatic fan. You don't want to see them lose their minds and make this game into, you know, a slugfest by just overcommitting for fights. It's a very important best of 5, and getting this win is crucial. Fnatic in the driver's seat. G2, the only real play they can make is Jankos flashing in, ulting, and getting Caps on top of Upset. But even then, I think the wild growth, the exhaust is really going to hurt G2's burst. This Lulu pick negating a lot of what they want to do. We'll see what G2 can find, because taking down Upset's going to be very difficult.
Looks like Fnatic's strategy at the moment is get Adam to push in the bottom lane, then use the rest of your team to gain control over to the top side. There's no TP on Wonder, so he won't be able to join a fight if it does start around this Baron. Of course, Fnatic can just take away the jungle, but you have to expect the Baron or that subsequent Mountain Soul, which is coming up in 2.5 minutes, is their key target. Jankos going in, Adam in the mid lane. Here comes the Destiny. Wonder looking for a flank position, but the Destiny just a little bit late. There is Adam, very low, manages to survive. The stun card goes down onto Mickey. Adam able to walk out alive. Caps going in as well as they look for Quippo, who's now on the front line. The Heartbreaker not enough as the stopwatch comes out, jumps onto the back line. There's the last press, but Upset's already killed off one. They're looking for more. Upset's still alive. He's taken no damage. Upset doesn't damn die. Upset gets the double. G2's though able to get a 2-for-2 so far in this trade, but Upset is still alive. There's the stun card. Wonder jumping in. Winter's Bite from Mickey won't be enough to slow down Niski as Upset looks to put the damage down. Wonder going forward. There's the stun card once again. Eyes on Upset. Eyes on Tristana. That's 4 so far this fight, and Reckless has to flash away.
He's absolutely unkillable. G2 had a great start to that fight, getting down a couple of the frontliners so they could start to move forward, but Upset pushes them back, gets 4 kills, 11-0-2. We'll see if they can get a Baron off this. They have TPs. G2 have TPs to respond, but they're not alive for a while.
And you can see just how far ahead Fnatic were in that fight. You had the last breath. You had the combination with the Moonfall from Diana, and you had Upset taking 0 damage through it all. Baron started now for Fnatic. Jankos and Reckless on their way. Jankos does have flash, does have smite, but he has to work his way through an almighty
Upset wants some.
Upset once more. Heal coming out. Jankos flashes away. The stopwatch. Yeah, that might stop time for a moment, but all it does is delay the inevitable as he goes back to the fountain. Fnatic continue to look for more. Upset goes in. Caps in a 1v4 will flash away. Adam on the front line, just doing what Adam does here. Look at the damage coming out from Upset. Adam gets a kill. Upset looking for more as Caps jumps onto the back line, but he'll be killed off as well. Upset looking for Reckless. The man he replaced is getting pushed back to his own base. Wonder next up. Upset with the red buff with the slows. Wonder will use the Spectral Maul to dash away.
That's got to be it, right? Fnatic have to be done chasing. They've got all they wanted. They can turn back to this Baron and finally get this objective that they dearly wanted and started so many times. Fnatic should secure this future objective. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds as well. I think they're going to get both.
And what a response after game 1. Game 1 was close until the mid-game where G2 really took it over. Here, Fnatic have not given an inch. A slowish early game into a 10,000 gold lead at the 26-minute mark. Fnatic have come to party.
Oh yeah, look at Hylissang and Niski scorelines as well. 1 kill apiece and then 15 and 14 assists. Just standing next to Upset, keeping him alive. Wunder is going to try to get this. Wow, great play here from Fnatic, I think, because TP's top means you can pressure the top side of the map while G2 get this Mountain Soul that, well, you don't want anymore. You're just going to pressure top side. So Adam just using his TP, Baron's not up, just get tempo on the map, just keep these waves alive, and he can go for this tier 2 top. But Caps might collapse. G2, all their members going towards mid here. Maybe they just want to take a fight. Adam TPing top means maybe there's a world where they can find a 4v5. Caps is quite far away though.
G2 looking for the Fnatic push against Fnatic. Whipper with the wild growth though. Look at the damage. He's just so darn tanky. Mickey on the front line. Upset putting the damage down. He's going to get stunned up with the concussive blows. Caps joins the fray as well. Adam pushing the inhibitor towers while all of this is going on. Upset's going to jump away. Niski now the target from G2. 5 members strong. They will be able to take out one. But Adam is looking for that inhibitor.
Yeah, he's going to get this inhib 100%. Now Fnatic could just stop bases here. It means G2 would have to run all the way back. So Niski dies, but Fnatic crack the base open. So Adam using his TP there. The split push will base on the spot. Should get out in time. You gotta call that worth.
It's 100% worth. Get the inhibitor down up towards that top side. You have an open inhibitor in the mid lane. You still have Baron buff for 1 minute and 50 seconds.
And the idea from G2 was good. Adam's TPing top and he has insane tempo. He has a really big wave. He's gonna take our inhib. Do we defend the play or do we go for a 4v5? Maybe there's a world where we can get upset, get the shutdown, get 4 members, and then stop the siege, which will get G2 back in the game. Doesn't work in the end. Inhib for Niski. Trade comes off. Niski should be quick out of base, and Fnatic aren't stopping here.
Upset still has that GA yet to be popped, yet to be propped. Fnatic continue their unrelenting pressure as G2 are forced back to their inhibitor line. One of them already demolished.
What you'll see Fnatic do now is play with 3 or 4 members bot lane and have Adam mid buffing up waves or just pushing in waves to get that inhibitor. I think with that top inhib down, playing on 2 lanes becomes a lot easier.
With Fnatic here, they can just take a second, take a breath, reset, get those items in. You can see Upset 4 items strong on this AD carry. The Zonya's complete for Niski makes it a lot easier for him to navigate these fights, of course, because if he is ever caught out, he can just pop that stopwatch and make sure that he survives for a second rotation of spells. Upset on his way down the mid lane as G2 look to defend their middle inhibitor.
Adam level 16, he's the highest level member in the game right now. He's walking into G2's face.
Upset isn't even here. This is a fight without Upset so far. Now he joins the party. Look at where Jankos is. He's looking for that flank position, but Fnatic have spotted him. Ragnarok used. Caps already dead before he can even get the last breath off. And perhaps that's the last hope that G2 had in this fight. Upset goes legendary. He's jumping around, he's hopping around, he's leaping around, and he's looking for kills. Wonder underneath this inhibitor tower trying to survive against Whippo and Adam. The Destiny Gate from Niski joins the party. And Fnatic are on a killing spree. They're on a tear, and they are looking to tear through these Nexus towers. G2 forced back to the fountain. Reckless forced back to watch as Upset rips through G2. Fnatic will strike back. Upset will jump forward. And it's 1-1 here between Fnatic and G2.
Great game from Fnatic, great bounce back and great performance from Upset. Taking it back to G2. Wow, what a dominant game, you have to say.
Really was. After probably the first 10 minutes, it was never really in doubt. Fnatic just took control of it and they never gave G2 an inch, never gave them an opportunity to get back into the game. And even when G2 found good engages, Fnatic were just so far ahead that G2 couldn't get the damage down.
Yeah, I have to say, Fnatic, great response in draft with the Lulu into the dive comp, playing for bot lane non-stop. Whippo didn't leave that bot side jungle of G2, gave full vision to them, and Upset could just keep pushing and getting leads.
It was great stuff from Fnatic all round. We're dead even in tonight's series, and on the other side of the break, the experts will look at how Fnatic snowballed their lead. They got more kills. Oh, that's how it happened.
Really?
Yeah, just kept getting kills. Bruh. You kill the enemy, you get gold.
Say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go.
Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye.
everyone to the LEC studio. I'm going to summarize that game as Upset really wants to go to Worlds. Fnatic, they ran away with game 2. They tied the series with a very convincing win, I would say. Treats, what are your first thoughts about the draft and with the results-based analysis of prioritizing your Tristana for Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic went in with a completely different draft strategy. I like the TF and I like the Tristana, and I think they just had way more options in general, and they also used these options super well, especially in the early game with the lead that Bwipo got over in the jungle matchup.
Looks like a very well-rounded comp, and I think you see a lot of power picks that you would want in this meta, Goldborg. And then on the side of G2, we asked for more diversity and versatility in Ready Check. Is this then what you wanted?
Okay, so I've seen loads of Diana Yasuo in my LPL time as well at the same time, but the problem with this right here is that you lack priority in every other lane, and Diana is super weak pre-level 6, so I think Fnatic did a remarkable job at playing around with their prior lanes. Yasuo don't get prior against range, no prior against the Sivir and Tristana early. So the fact that they were able to just navigate around Jankos, with him even having the Raptor stolen away from him, was just super nicely done by Fnatic in the early game.
I also think that there are a number of things when it comes to G2's comp that basically Fnatic drafted around. So the first one is that priority on the Braum. They decided to end on the Lulu. And of course, you sit there and think, haha, we've got Hylissang off of an engaged champion. But that ended up not being a problem at all because G2 are the ones that had to engage all the fights. Their whole composition is very melee. And when you have 3 melee champions that want to dive on top of you, fun fact, Trundle and Olaf absolutely love that. And on the off chance that you are able to get on top of the Tristana, Lulu's going to polymorph you, Lulu's going to heal, Lulu's going to shield. So I really liked what Fnatic did, and I think that the moment they took control over the early game, it became very difficult for G2 until if they got to like 6 items or like 4 or 5, then maybe there's a wombo combo team fight there, but they fell far too behind far too early into the game.
Okay, so Treats, do you agree with G2 building in some late game components in their draft, just not with kind of what it turned out to be?
Yeah, I mean, definitely having some form of late game insurance is good. I think Sivir and Viego are just too bad of champions right now to make them work. So I think they just didn't have like the best components. There are other champions that they could play that are just better scaling if they want to go for that. So I think G2 for the next draft will at least adapt and have slightly better early game so Jankos doesn't fall as far behind, and then still have this late game and some other champions.
You mean Viego top, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, Viego top, not that good.
Vedius, you did want to look at the jungle pathing specifically because Bwipo put Jankos behind.
So a lot of this actually starts with Adam. The casters highlighted it before, but when we get to this point, you're going to notice that he's going to throw an axe out and he's going to steal one of the small raptors. Now, at first you might think this isn't that big of a deal. However, what the Diana is now going to do is path from the raptors into the red buff, and at first this is going to keep you at level 2. But with this early ward that they're able to put down, this gives full information as to what the Diana is doing. They know that the Diana is going to path bot. Meanwhile, the Trundle is doing a full clear bot side. Notice that as he's going towards the Gromp, this should traditionally give Diana the level 3. But because of that single raptor that was stolen, it won't. And while that is happening, the mid prio that the Twisted Fate got then put wards onto the raptors as well. So the control they had in top, they got vision early. The control they had in mid, they got vision early. And they know that Diana's not going to be level 3, so the Trundle can invade. And then with the prio that they have in bot lane with the Lulu, they're able to collapse and they end up killing the Yasuo in this situation as well. So just absolutely perfect early game execution with really good understanding of what they were doing, really good use of vision, great utilization of their priority, just masterclass in early game jungling from the side of Fnatic.
I genuinely think Vedia's breakdown here also just summarizes why it's so important that you have priority lanes that let you have a first move in this scenario, specifically when Diana is such a pivotal part of your composition. She's the main engager, she's the one who's supposed to get the other people ahead in a team fight. So as soon as Fnatic shut that down, there's just nothing for you to play for, and that made the game even more of a stomp really here for Fnatic, where they just got to do whatever they want.
Yeah, Treats, relate that then for me into, yes, you've made the tactical invade, you make sure that you have all the ground, and how does Fnatic then relay that into actually getting the kills on the board and getting Upset ahead?
I think the biggest thing to note is the TF pick. It just enables a lot of plays around the map. I think this champion is just perfect for Fnatic in general, because sometimes Bwipo and Hylissang go for these crazy engages, but Niski is usually more of a calculated player, I think, so when he plays the TF, it just becomes a bit easier for them to find these fights.
I think the TF also allows you to play easy mode when you're playing the broader map at the same time, because especially for Fnatic, as you're saying, Treats, it's a super good champion for them, because if they go for some of these exchanges or engages in a jungle and they overstep, they always have a man that can join join them without having that teleport up, and that man advantage that you create with the Twisted Fate just really solidifies a one engage for them.
And I think that Upset was obviously a huge benefactor of a lot of these kills. He was very difficult to touch in the team fights. His positioning was fantastic, but the whole team around him really was enabling him. I know that he has the most kills, but that really doesn't represent how well Fnatic as a team was playing to really set him up for success.
No, absolutely. As a bit of a treat for everyone at home, these three analysts are going to cover picks and bans after the break, but I do want to get a little taster here. Let's pull up the picks and bans once again, if we can, and talk about it. One thing that came up was kind of an obvious Arise would be good here, because obviously you can match also the mobility that comes out of the TF to some degree, right? What adaptations would have made this draft viable for G2?
I mean, what I said in draft is that I would like the Viego just to go towards the jungle. I think it's kind of too fancy to put a top lane, then go for the Yasuo Diana, which I think is a good combo, but not in this draft. So I would like them to just go Viego jungle and play a mage mid, something like the Ryze that was open, I think would be perfect. And then Sivir, maybe not the most optimal champion, but I mean, you could go for something like Ezreal, but I think it's just super comfort for Reckless as well.
I mean, once again, I think it's that bot lane part as well. The fact that you don't have two prior lanes, I mean, even having one in this game is so pivotal. I think we saw it in the Misfits versus Fnatic series as well, how pivotal a bot lane really became. If you did not have that skirmish, the Ashe and Seraphine really became a part where they could challenge Upset. In this lane for G2, there was no way for them to, realistically speaking, challenge that bot lane.
I know, we saw it even when there hasn't any ganks gone bot side yet, right? In terms of what Upset and Hylissang could do. Now, we talked in game one about the strength of the Rakan that got taken off. Now we see this Tristana priority and first pick on blue side for Fnatic. G2 is back on the red side again. They chose it for game 3. So does Tristana now add to the ban list, or you can't just keep banning bot laners, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't ban every AD carry. I think the biggest thing is just what they want to do with Aphelios. I'm not sure. Yeah, they must have some plan with that G2, but I think dropping that for a Tristana ban would be something that would be viable for them.
Personally, I think the Tristana priority is more of a pinch at Reckless. I think they're saying you can't play anything else. And the fact that he went towards Sivir over the Ezreal was a really big indicator for me, because he clearly went for comfort. He plays Sivir. That is one of his favorite champions. And we were all discussing, like, imagine if this was a Ryze, Ezreal, Jace comp instead, then it's a very different composition, very topside focused. And so I think that the priorities need to shift. Early Braum, not a fan, but I also think that this draft in particular for G2 was a bit of a test to see what Fnatic would do. And clearly, Fnatic will look to dominate in the early game.
Well, Nelson's interview, I'm hearing it in a whole different light now based on this draft, but we'll see what happens. The spot at Worlds is on the line tonight, and based on our first 2 games, we're in for a close fight. Join us for picks and bans after this.
Wow.
Don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye. What have you done to me? You're living in my mind, I can't sleep. I'm missing days. It's got me down and I feel so incomplete. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me, don't ever leave. Can't find another you. Don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye. Just hold me like you do. Don't let me go, don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go, stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me, don't ever leave. Don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye.
You've seen my highs and lows, and all the places my mind can go. Oh, say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go.
Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Stay with me, 'cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go. Stay with me. Don't ever leave. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Hostess is taking over the analyst desk where we'll cover picks and bans for Game 3 between Fnatic and G2. I am of course joined by Treats and Goldberg, and we thought that we'd have a bit of an analyst corner here as we go into this third draft. It's obviously tied up right now, so let's think about priorities. The Aphelios. It's been on our minds a little bit so far in games 1 and 2. Do we think it still needs to be banned? Treats, I'll start with you. What do you think?
I don't think it has to be banned. I would say that Tristana is a champ that should be banned over Aphelios at least. I mean, there must be some scrim meta going on there where upsets Aphelios is just too powerful or something, but I don't see the ban sticking for long.
I mean, it's completely the same. I think specifically with the supports, if there's no thirst paired up with it or anything like that, like it is a champion that can be abused. I don't know if G2 are just not feeling confident enough matching that Aphelios down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it does seem like a big pick for sure. We'll have to wait and see how things shift in the draft. The one thing I am also concerned about is Reckless's priority in the AD carry position. We saw him hovering the Ezreal, then shifting over to the Sivir. The question is, will he get an AD carry that he's comfortable on and have impact on? Of course, this game isn't necessarily on him, but in terms of the priority that he could get in the lane was obviously a problem. The early priority for G2 overall was a big problem. So let's see how that priority shifts as we move into Game 3 pick and ban. So, Fnatic is going to stay on the blue side, G2 is going to maintain on the reds, Varus is going to be removed from the side of Fnatic, and it seems that these early bans will continue to stay the same.
Yeah, it just seems like Fnatic is in this position where they feel fine with banning away the Varus, banning away the Ashe, and then all of a sudden, what left is there for Reckless really to play, and that's where the Tristana comes into the picture. So now G2 having opted in for the red side, I want to see what that adaptation has become of them.
Yeah, I would say that the Rakan ban is something that they obviously still want to keep because it's a really good one. I just think this Aphelios ban should be swapped out on the blue side third ban. Or sorry, the red side third ban for G2. I think if they swap it for like a Tristana, maybe Reckless is more comfortable playing something other than the Sivir.
But the problem you then have is that perhaps Fnatic want to blind the Aphelios. By actually banning away the Lulu, this does suggest to me that G2 is looking at an early Braum once again. But then, of course, Hylissang does have the Morgana as a potential answer as well. Fnatic are going to stick with the Tristana for the time being. The question is, will G2 actually decide to go for the Ezreal this time around? No, they're actually going to insta-lock the Trundle. So what do you think about this?
I mean, this does still leave open the option of Braum paired up with Aphelios for a third pick here from the side of Reckless. And I think in the jungle, they just realized that they needed something that could match the early game aggression, and Diana, that was just not it. So having seen Whipple on it, Janka's now just feeling like, well, I want to play like that in the early game, and picks up the Trundle.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see if Fnatic wants to go for the TF Lee Sin, because both of them are open and super strong into the Trundle, and they can control the map a lot. So if they go for the TF here, I'm not sure if Caps is going to look for the Sylas third pick this time, or if they will just pick the Aphelios, because Reckless champion pool, as you said before, it could be a problem.
What about the Rise? We saw it as a huge priority from the side of the Mad Lions. Do you think that that could also be something that G2 look at as an answer to the Twisted Fate?
It definitely could be. I still think the AD carry is kind of the thing that is a struggle for G2 with all these AD carry bans, but they lock in the Orianna, which I also think is a fine answer, and it doesn't really impact sides as much as the Rise, but it's a really good scaling into TF.
It can be a fine answer, and I agree with the scaling point, but there's always that early to mid-game pathing instead, where, or not pathing, but stage of the game rather, where Twisted Fate really just had the numbers of Orianna. She can never really move, she can't follow up for that man advantage, so G2, it seems like they're just going for that really scaling aspect of the game.
Well, I will say one of the things about Orianna into Twisted Fate is you can bully the Twisted Fate a lot more and make it it harder for him to actually get that roaming in the early game, especially before that level 6 mark. The concern for me comes from this Lee Sin pick in particular. Twisted Fate gold card into the Lee Sin. That Orianna could be in dire straits. We already saw in game 1 how much pressure this mid-jungle duo from Fnatic is willing to throw down. Now, we do see a couple more bans come out. G2 deciding to get rid of the Alistar and the Renekton, so that blind safe pick that Adam often goes for, as Fnatic now answer with the Camille. To me, this is looking something like a blind pick Mundo once again for the side of Fnatic Treats.
Yeah, definitely could be. I think Reckless here, he really wants to play Sivir again. I think it sounds like a bit troll, but it's actually not that bad in this game once again. And I think if Fnatic don't ban it, I expect G2 to take that one on 4 pick. If the Sivir ends up being banned, then maybe Affiliates is something that Reckless wants to look for. Okay, so it's not banned.
The priority right now is top laners. I imagine that Reckless will look to lock in his AD carry right now. Ezreal is still up and available, but it seems that the Xayah is going to be the pick for now. Gets that extra safety against the Twisted Fate gold card. So how do you want to see Fnatic round out the draft now, Treats?
Yeah, I think honestly they could pick kind of whatever style of top lane they want. They all have a super solid front to back. And I think it's kind of up to Fnatic more and to define their draft here. Do they want to go for a pick comp or do they want to play a full team fight comp? I think we'll have to see.
We're going to get Pyke.
Okay. Well, that's the pick pick comp there for Hylissang. It's one of his biggest comfort champs and he's really good on the champ, so yeah.
I mean, it has to scream comfort because you're not doing this for lane. It's super hard to actually get that execute down onto the side, down onto the Braum. So this is also to get out and influence the map once again for Hylissang. You can get prior with the Tristana and then you just send Hilly off to roam wherever he wants. He's been so good at that in the recent series as well.
Yeah, the Gnar here would be super good for Wunder because it's a safe champ against the TF and it has a good matchup into Dr. Mundo, so I think that's the most expected lock-in. But the Irelia into TF, that's spicy.
Well, we talked about comfort last game. It seems like we're going to have to talk about it again because this is Wunder's favorite champion. So what do you think about Wunder? In terms of the Mundo matchup, I feel like it's a pretty favorable one for Irelia, like a pretty safe one at the very least. But in terms of the comp, what are your thoughts, Streets?
Yeah, definitely a risky Irelia game, I would say. I think if TF and Pyke moves top one time and he dies to a gank, it's really hard for the Irelia to come back against Mundo. So I think as long as Wunder has a solid early game and can get at least the Bork, then he will be fine in the matchup.
Okay, so Gulberg, which comp do you favor right now? Whose side are you on?
I think Fnatic is easier to play in terms of you can actually punish this side lane with the Twisted Fate. I think the mid lane priority, a lot of it is going to come down to that. And if GT can't stabilize that, I think they might suffer a little bit.
Okay, Treats, final words. What do you think about the drafts?
I mean, I would like to say Fnatic because it's spicier, but I think G2 has a pretty solid comp as well overall, like a very good front to back. So unless the Pyke and TF can find a lot, I favor G2.
Okay, so it seems like strong ideas for both sides. I'm very excited to see how this Pyke will work out. We know that Hylissang is known for his Pyke, and I expect a lot of pressure to be put onto Caps in the mid lane. We talked about Caps versus Niski at the beginning of the day, and we know it's going to be a pivotal matchup in Game 3. The winner of this will move on to match point. The winner of this will be one step closer to locking in that final seed for Europe's World Championship. The teams are ready on the Rift, so let's get into Game 3 between G2 and Fnatic.
And on to Summoners Rift we go for Game 3. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Nice to see you here. If your friends aren't watching, by the way, tell them to start watching, because this series is already off to a great start. And it's a must.
It's a best of 3.
It's a best of 3 between Fnatic and G2 for the final world spot in the LEC. One of these two teams who have made worlds every time since 2016 is not going to make worlds. One of these two teams who have been finalists in the last 3 worlds is not going to make worlds.
Great setup there, Medic.
It's crazy.
It is.
It's crazy. And Hylissang's playing Pyke.
Hylissang is playing his Pyke and he's playing with Hail of Blades, so I can't wait to see how bot lane pans out in this game. And I want to say, just looking at the comps, we heard the analyst test talking Gulborg like the pick comp from Fnatic, Treats favorite the front to back. I think they're both completely right. Different win conditions for both sides. Fnatic have globals, they have picks, and they have a lot of single target damage. G2 have a great team fight, front to back scaling. So that's the expectations that both these teams are looking at. Fnatic want to pick up kills, and they want to pick them up on side laners and shut that Irelia down. G2 want to get to the mid game in an even state, and then look to force fights around Dragon.
It's kind of been the story of the first 2 games. In Game 1, G2 were able to get into that mid-game, a little bit ahead, and then we're able to take the game away from there. In game 2, Fnatic got that early lead. Concussive blows coming out. Hilly won't have to flash. Still has that grey health as well. The exhaust comes down and he's able to walk away.
Yeah, Upset to that heal there. Mickey's not running Ignite, running the exhaust, so they thought they could get some kind of all in there, but Upset pushed him back. Hook, he's going to connect, you'd expect.
Gets onto Mickey. Once again, the concussive blows a possibility, but Hylissang can just walk away. Mickey takes the explosive charge, and overall across that first couple of trades here, it's Fnatic coming out on top.
Oh, Hylissang playing so aggressive, going for every single Q. Hits another one onto Mickey. No heal. Reckless cleanses, thinking he had heal.
That's a mistake there from Reckless.
Ignite goes down, so it's a trade-off for... Let's imagine Reckless did have heal there, and he saved this Bueno. So it's a trade-off of combat summoners. That's what's important. But Fnatic still have heal. Hylissang's looking for more.
Mickey.
Oh, they both flashed!
Hylissang's in there, flipping heads!
Oh, Hilly's playing out of his mind in this laning phase. All 4 Qs doing so much work. Niski getting zoned away. But is he dead, Hilly?
Oh, the Unbreakable will come up and Mickey's keep him alive. Upset, taking a chunk of damage here as well. Wonder trading in the top lane. I missed him too. Have to see how that death from below really affects the game as it goes on. But you can see Hylissang so practiced on this Pyke, 16-7 across the course of his career. He's played it a couple of times against G2 in the last couple of years as well and has lost both of those. Wonder with the flawless strat into the flash. 3 flashes burnt on the side of G2 in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Wow, Fnatic getting the better hand of both side lanes here. Wonder lost his flash, but has still got kill pressure. Whoa, what's going on here? Hylissang is looking for Reckless in between towers at 3 minutes in. G2 are forced to base already. This blind pick Brown, Hilly, he doesn't care about enchanters anymore. He's going for Pyke and he's pushing them back. G2 will get back to this lane in time, and they have some potions to work with on Mickey, but Hylissang just hovering around here, just trying to hook them away from the creeps, and he's going to dash back over the wall. Both junglers pathing to opposite sides of the map, and both are going to trade away scuttle crabs. So a lot of action in both these side lanes at the start of the game.
And the last time Hylissang played this Pyke against G2, it was Reckless by his side. And they were winning out on that.
Again?
This time it's Reckless feeling the pain of Hylissang. The hook connects, Bripper going in as well, and Mickey is the first blood of the game.
Oh man, Hylissang's having so much fun on this Pyke. He's just sitting in the river brush, waiting for someone to walk up. Both of them now have no flash. I want to say it's a bit of a bot kingdom down here right now.
There's definitely a bit of a Diffy in the Spiffy, the support role, like that kind of works in the Siffy, in the Biffy. There we are.
Short.
Got there in the end.
Fighting top.
Wonder looking straight in onto Adam. Adam using the defibrillator to keep himself just that little bit more healthy. Wonder continues to trade in. The W will get a bit of extra damage down and mitigate some of the damage that's coming back. Jankos is nearby. Adam does still have the flash.
Yeah, Wave's kind of pushing into Wunder, but he's going to push back by getting his stack still up. Jankos hovering around, but Whippo's right behind him, and he's already based, has the Iron Spike. Whip pushing in Wave. Whippo's here to respond.
There's the stun. Whippo on his way, but Whippo just wants to protect. Wonder dodging away with the Blade Surge, and Wonder almost down. Whippo has the flash. Wonder somehow still alive. Adam walking forward straight into the waiting arms of Jankos. One more on but Whippo takes it.
Is he dead as well?
No, gets it. He's dead as well. You just can't do it to him! Fnatic 3 kills up!
Oh my god! That's game deciding that topside fight. If Wunder and Jankos get 2 kills, top lane is so swayed in the favor of the Irelia. But the Irelia is such a volatile champ that now it seems really hard for Wunder to start to win out in this lane. Whippo having based had the Iron Spike whip. Oh, my voice went a bit high-pitched there, Medic, I have to admit, but great match here from Whippo. Qs the dash away to make sure he can get onto Wunder, and he has to flash here. He knows that he's going to die to the next auto Q from Jankos. Adam steps forward, gets shielded. The Q misses, but now Jankos tries to get the kill. Auto attack. He just needs one more auto attack. Oh, but as he's in the animation, he dies. And then as Wunder's in the Q animation, he dies too.
Oh,
Adam.
My goodness.
Adam gets away. Both these side lanes are just so fun to watch.
The corporate Mundo showing that meetings can be the death of you there as he lands the briefcase into Wunder's face. There's a strong early start here for Fnatic. 6 minutes in, a 2,000 gold lead. Very reminiscent of Game 2, where they were able to snowball this lead away from G2. Jankos has been matched at every turn by Whippo. The top lane turned jungler is out jungling his enemy man right now.
Whippo has to be careful here, though. Has no flash. He's going to use the W to get away. Jankos is committing for it, but he gets kicked away. So what Jankos wanted to do there was flash Q to get the slow. Caps puts the ball on him, gets the shockwave, and maybe they can get the kill, but Whippo could just kick Jankos away, so Jankos uses flash and loses the Raptor. So let's take stock of the map right now. Hylissang and Upset have this perma bot push, and now Adam has the push in top, Nisqy has the push in mid. It's similar to last game. Fnatic have these 3 pushing lanes, they have a global, they can dive any side lane they want, and Jankos is spotted out on the map wherever he goes. Adam zoning him away from his Krugs, while the rest of Fnatic 4-manning bot. Reckless no flash yet, Mickey no flash yet. Only Caps can respond with TP here.
No level 6 as well for Reckless. Double TP's coming in. It's going to be 5 members of Fnatic down here. Caps is going to join them as well. Reckless with the cleanse to get away. Uses the root collar really well, but Fnatic still able to execute the dive. The shockwave though is going to bring them back, and Adam has to be down in this fight. He will fall 1-for-1 traded so far. Caps going in, gets hooked back, concussive blows. Procced on Hylissang, not quite there it goes. G2 able to defend, and meanwhile Wunder is pushing in top.
5-man dive there from G2. Hilly looks for the flash Q. Caps holds his flash. Whippo
hasn't got kick. Hasn't got flash.
This is a winning play for G2, as good as it looked for Fnatic. Yes, they got the dive, and yes, they killed Reckless, but Wunder is so far ahead in top now. This matchup that was swayed to Mundo, where he had the push, this TP advantage slightly backfires because it's only a 1-for-1 trade, so now Adam will eventually get back to this top side, but Wunder is definitely the winner of this entire series of events.
Look at the difference in the jungle right now, though, Kado. 1,100 gold in Whippo's favor. As you say, Wunder able to equalize the gold in the top lane, but Whippo is the key man so far for Fnatic in this early game, and he has been so consistently across the course of playoffs. We've seen it in the last couple of games, but here especially, Whippo has just had Jankos' number. He's been able to keep him locked out of a lot of the plays that he's looking for in the early game.
Yeah, Jankos taking away the Trundle this time around to prevent the early aggression. Reckless has flash up and he's level 6. Hylissang throws the Q a bit short and he's going to dash away, but I think both junglers playing really good in this playoffs. I have to say, Jankos I think is in top form, and Whippo in the Vitality series was trading blow for blow with Selfmade. It was amazing to watch him here on the Lee Sin, putting on a clinic, 100% kill participation so far, and Whippo's going for more. Mickey has flash up, we'll see if Whippo gets the double kick.
Now, is he going to go for the Phantom Undertow? Instead, just uses the Bone Skewer. There's the Undertow. Featherstorm coming out from Reckless will be able to escape. Nisqy stepping forward.
Whoa, he stole it!
He stole it away from Adam. The top laners doing the Riptail by themselves. Flawless Duet comes out, but there's the passive from the Mundo. Wunder should be able to walk away from this one, but he doesn't want to. He wants to go back in. Maximum dosage, healing up Adam. You can see the stonks going higher and higher as his health bar rises as well. Wunder going to be able to walk away. Whippo misses. The Sonic Wave just at the side. Wunder with a great dodge there. Adam still chasing him down. Infected Bonesaw hitting, but Wunder will be able to dash underneath the tower.
The whole map is in such a weird state. Wunder and Adam fighting over the Herald. Nisqy's up against Reckless and Mickey in mid. Wunder's going to get out. Caps is farming bot plates. So Fnatic moving around the map so much, had such a big gold lead, but they've lost Dragon. They lost the plate in mid. They lost 2 plates in bot. And they lost Herald. So all of these pieces have just fallen apart, all these small things adding up to something big. G2, despite being down so far behind in the early stages, are now pulling back.
Nisqy still has flash here. Dish locking the blue card. He's going to have to flash. Concussive blows won't proc. Whippo going in as well. Doesn't have the kick himself, but he's looking for the damage onto Jankos. But here comes Caps with the shockwave. One more auto attack onto Whippo will be enough. He's stunned up. There's the subjugate. There's the shockwave. And there is the shutdown. Hylissang with a good hook will keep Nisqy alive for the moment, but Caps is still on the chase. Has a red buff for the slow now, and there's another concussive blows proc. Nisqy trying to put the damage down on Caps. Out of vision. Hylissang dodging around. Phantom Undertow. Caps enough. The hook hits Mickey. The pillar is enough. And Caps survives. G2 equalize the scoreline.
Yes, be careful though. Upset has jump and flash. He gets spotted on a ward. He's going to go for it, I think.
Jump, flash. The block. Oh no! Oh my god, Mickey! It's a support kingdom this game! Mickey keeps Caps alive long enough for the concussive blows for Jankos to pick up the kill. And both these supports are absolutely smurfing.
They are indeed 10 kills in 10 minutes. It's just a bloodbath in top, in mid, in bot. Everyone's showing up in every single lane. And G2 win out on that fight. This Orianna that wants to scale is now really far ahead. Wunder heralding top. Whippo going for a kickback.
Wunder not tanking up the tower yet. The Riptail's going to charge in and should be able to kill off that tower. Wunder will go down here. Whippo is able to chase him out. The Riptail gets 2 plates, and Wunder does secure them. We've got a brief moment here, Kado. Let's have a look back at this play in the mid lane.
Oh man, so much happened, isn't it? G2 is getting so many plates, and Nisqy has to flash away initially on this play, because if he gets stunned up, he's as good as dead. So Whippo looks for the re-engage, but he doesn't have kick. But the key thing is here, he gets 3 stacks on the brown passive. Caps comes in, auto-attacks his flash, and then pulls him back with the shockwave. Now Nisqy's in trouble, so Hylissang has to save Caps. He does save, he does have to save Nisqy, sorry. He does save Nisqy for a little bit, but Mickey commits to the play. Q flash, Caps gets the kill, dodges away from Hylissang's E here. The flash was really clutch, because then Hylissang could get autos, and Hylissang's ignite just came up now. So he wants to pop it onto Caps, but it's too little, and it's too late. And then when Upset arrives, Mickey almost saves Caps. He blocks the
Blocks
first
the ult,
ultimate,
yeah.
but in the end there's an E and there's an auto attack, and when the shield falls, he does get the kill.
Importantly though, Upset there went back to look to proc the explosive charge so he could jump away, which gave them enough time to get the concussive blow spot.
Exactly.
Proc, meaning that he couldn't then get out of the fight. 6 kills to 5 on the scoreline. It's still a 1,000 gold lead here for
They're just
Fnatic.
hitting each other.
Supportal combat.
Oh no! Fight it top, Medic!
There's the Destiny coming into the top lane. The stun card's going to go onto Wonder as well. The Vanguard's edge. Trying to heal trying to kill off Adam. Adam flashes away. Wonder looking for the chase. Here's Brippo as well. The Sonic Wave dodged. Wonder with the fancy feet almost went out the 2v1 but couldn't quite do it. Fnatic get a kill in the top lane. And meanwhile, G2 are pushing in the mid. And this is a great moment for me to ask, guys, all of you out there, before you predicted G2, well, who on earth is taking the last world spot now? Spam in chat, Fnatic or G2. Last time it was 70-30 in favor of G2. Fnatic have won a game since then. And then we've had whatever this has been.
Oh man, what is going on? So much fighting. Wunder almost wins the 1v3. Hylissang and Mickey just hitting each other to give Mickey a passive proc into the ult, into the one-shot. Hylissang dies. Now Bwipo's behind Caps. No flash.
Do they know that Jankos is there? That's the big question, because Mickey is here as well. Bone Skewer coming out. They now know that Bwipo's there. There's the pillar. There's Caps. Shockwave not available for the Orianna. Mickey can still chase in here, but doesn't have an ult of his own either. Subjugate is available for Jankos. Bwipo has the kick. There it goes. Mickey dodging forward. Bwipo goes back to Jankos. A great little dodge there. The chase.
Oh, Jankos!
He was locked in the blows, but couldn't quite get it. Stun card locked in for Niski. Hylissang dodging away. Jankos still on the chase, but Fnatic should be able to walk away.
Oh, beautiful play there from Bwipo to get his escape from Jankos. Jankos again tries to flash forwards to get Bwipo to get the slow, but he doesn't get what he wanted. Hylissang still hovering around mid. Both AD carries have just been handshaking bot push while this 4v4 onslaught in topside just keeps going.
And it's so even now between these two teams. Remember, Fnatic had a 2,000 gold lead early on, and now
still the same.
Still people think G2 are going to win, perhaps because of how well they've come back so far in this one. Adam chasing Wonder underneath the tower. Perhaps a little bit more in favor of Fnatic overall, but still G2 the heavy favorites.
Yeah, Upset winning out in this 1v1. Has the kill pressure, and now Jankos is hovering top onto Adam. He has the ultimate, has the red smite. Adam no flash. I think this should just be a clean kill, no TPs to respond.
I really think this is what we expected when we heard G2 and Fnatic were fighting it out. It's a best of 3 for a world spot, and so far we have 13 kills in 13 minutes. Make it 14 in 14. Jankos goes on a killing spree.
Yeah, no globals for Niski, no TP, no ult just yet. I think G2 had that time, so they're gonna get the kill. Their objective is this top tower, though. You can see them kind of hovering to see if they want to push for it. Caps has TP. So Fnatic, if they take this fight, TP will come in. Bwipo 2 levels up on Jankos.
Destiny's not available though for Niski. He's going to have to walk the long way around here. You can see Hylissang waiting in the wings as well. Death from below can do a lot of work and gets you a lot of gold if you can proc it, but Hylissang now on his lonesome behind this tower.
Hylissang is deep in enemy territory.
Bone Skewer, there's the stun, there's the Sonic Wave, and Hylissang finds it. Death from below, X marks the spot. X marks the first kill of the game for the Pyke. Now Wonder with the Vanguard's edge trying to survive underneath the tower, but you just can't get away from the CC chain that is Fnatic.
The Fnatic death ball continues, and it doesn't stop here. Mickey, no flash just yet.
Oh, Mickey, that is not fine. Caught out as the Destiny comes out. Death from below gets another kill, gets another bit of gold, and look at how quickly this gold has accelerated for Fnatic. They're now 3k ahead.
Lots of back and forth, but Fnatic pull through once again. They get the gold lead, they get the fight, and they get the kills. And the thing is, Hylissang picked this Pyke because he wants to roam around the map. Mickey's playing Braum. It's so hard for him to keep up. This Pyke has so much kill pressure, almost solo killing Jankos there. Wunder can't survive the dive. He dies too. And then from there, the second the ultimate's popped, which just came up now, Mickey falls too.
It's just kill after kill after kill after kill, and G2 perhaps overextending, trying to stay, trying to protect that tower, but not respecting the damage that this Fnatic lineup can do. Also, Caps and Reckless were just not there. They weren't contributing to that fight as a whole. Rift Tower taken down for Fnatic. It's sitting on Hylissang. I love that. Oh no, it's not. It's sitting on Bwipo, by the way.
You don't love that? I do.
It's fine, but like I love it when you put it on your support, especially when he wants to roam around a lot because of the enhanced recall. It just gets you 4 seconds of extra tempo on the map. For the moment, though, Bwipo will be the one with that extra tempo. Right now, G2 grouping up in mid. Definitely in a losing position at the moment in this game.
The thing I just want to highlight here is Wunder. He's completely even in gold with Adam, but it feels like he's not really having the impact he wanted from this lane itself. He couldn't get the top tower despite getting the Herald that he stole away. He hasn't really found too much kills onto Adam, barring that one gank from Jankos. He's lost his tower. And now I think the 1v1 he should still win. But as the analyst has pointed out, there's a Pyke, there's a TF. This is never going to be a 1v1, so the Aurelia is going to have to get into fights. But with the itemization she has right now, it feels like it's going to be very difficult.
It's also the second time we've seen a counter pick from G2, really not working out too well. This time the Aurelia was picked into the Mundo. Last time it was that Diana last pick that really... Oh no, sorry, the Diana switched to the jungle right at the end. With the Viego top, that really didn't work out for them. Fnatic just have G2's number over the last couple of games. There's the lone skewer into the Fandom under 2. Hilly is by himself right now. Mickey's going to trade into him. Hilly actually will have to flash away. Niski and Whipper were in the area, so I understand what Hilly was doing, and it also opens up a bit of space for this Rift Tower to charge.
He got Mickey's ult, so now they can't engage when they siege his bot tower, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Hilly had to flash away. He has no breaks. It's just non-stop relenting, isn't it? Just keeps going in. He sees one person, he's just going to keep hitting him until he has to eventually run away, which he doesn't really want to do, but if you force him to, he might.
Exactly, and also by pushing them back, he controls more vision. You can see his first item, the Umbral Glaive. Is it Umbral Glaive? It's been a while since we had it. Yeah, the Umbral Glaive means that he's denying vision from Fnatic as he steps into their jungle. He's getting behind them, getting behind enemy lines, and making it very difficult for G2 to do anything. Adam here trading back onto Wonder, upset in the mid lane. There's the Destiny Caps. Does have Flash, will look to try and get away. Jankos in the vicinity as well, but that's 4 members of Fnatic, and Caps is just burst down. Jankos next up as upset once again leaps forward. He's been doing that a lot this series so far.
Oh man, this TF pick is paying dividends to Fnatic this game and last game, catching out G2 everywhere they run. Caps has no cleanse, he might have Merc Treads, but with the stun and the Everfrost, it's enough for upset to catch up. And it's such a bloodbath. 2 towers for Fnatic still, and they want to get this mid-tier one. G2 definitely on the back foot. Their objective, these side lane towers, bot tower, top tower, they're both on 1 HP, and they just haven't been able to crack them open. But now Fnatic, 5,000 gold lead.
G2 very much on the ropes in this game. You have to remember, the winner of this goes through to World. The loser does not make it. G2 have made it every single year since they joined in 2016.
And they finished top 3 every single split ever since they joined in 2016. If they lose here, they finish 4th.
Yep.
Which would be a horrendous position
I mean,
to be in.
It's 5 years. This is their 6th year with 8 out of a possible 11 titles for G2. And it's very possible we don't see them in our finals weekend. Currently, Fnatic well in control of this game. Game 2 was the same. It was a stomp for Fnatic, and G2 since game 1 have looked a shadow of what they showed us.
Yeah, and what we need to see from Fnatic now especially is the calm, kind of clean playstyle we saw last game, where they don't overforce, they don't overcommit, but Mickey might be caught.
Has to flash away. Another good hook there from Hillisang, predicting that Mickey would jump back to the cannon minion.
Yeah, Fnatic had that win condition of dragons last game, which made it much easier for them to just play for neutrals, but right now they have no dragons. With this mountain spawning in a minute, it's around, 30, 35 minutes that they're actually even going to be able to start contesting or pushing for a soul, so I think accelerating the game through kills is what they need to do with this comp. Twisted Fate, Pyke, they need to find picks and then convert that into a Baron, and then they can start the siege, but without that Baron, with its single target damage, it really feels hard to find any form of siege, so skirmishes is what Fnatic wants.
They'll definitely be looking for them a minute, as you say, before that dragon comes up. Niski off towards the top lane, getting push, getting prio. Doesn't have TP, but Destiny is on its way off cooldown. Adam's about to get his teleport up as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he is the one to go up towards top lane next, with Dragon being the key focus. In terms of items, there are 2 on both Niski and Upset. And there is another hook landing onto Jankos. Subjugate's going to keep him alive for the moment. Niski going in with the gold card block with the Unbreakable. A 3v5 in favor of Fnatic right now as Whipper dives in. Mickey with a good stopwatch. Adam's going to look for it in the death from below from Hillisang is perfectly timed, but Wonder's coming in. The flawless duet's going to hit onto the Pyke. Wonder immediately dives as he dives in, though. There's a Feather Storm coming out as well. Cap's going to join the fray so late. Already 2 of his teammates are down. Cap's looking for Niski. He will kill him off. Niski tanks off the tower. The Root Caller coming out as Upset dives across the wall. Shockwave still available for Caps, and he has the flash as well. Whipper going back in against his former mid laner. Can't quite do it as he flashes out. Adam still trading in. Hillisang has the death from below cooldown back up, so you have to remember he can use that once again. The hook hit it across the wall, but for it, Hillisang pays with his life. Cap's still alive, the shockwave used. Reckless trying to put the damage down onto Adam, who's tanking up 2 towers. Root Caller coming out, but Adam takes another tower shot. And Fnatic overstepped, Fnatic overstayed, and G2 pounced.
Do you know, we just talked about a medic 2 minutes ago. Fnatic just don't overdive. They're still 5k up, but they're definitely going way too deep here. Caps got so many kills in that fight and got a huge shutdown onto Hilly, who was fishing for hooks non-stop after those resets. Fnatic are going to get the Dragon. G2 won't get any major objective off of this unless they might start up a Baron here. Blue Orb comes out. I think that was from Niski to spot it out. Really good play there, but no, G2 are going to force his Adam. 10 seconds to respawn. Has teleport available. Niski doesn't have the Destiny. Whippo and Upset need to get here ASAP because G2 could just burst this and run. Maybe a couple of the members will die and they'll have to sacrifice, but this Baron is as good as dead, you have to imagine. Whippo is too far away.
Baron gonna get taken here by G2. The question is, can they make it out alive? Niski with the Everfrost, Mickey getting hooked in. G2 trying to retreat up towards the top side. A good kick. Gonna land to Reckless as well. He doesn't have the Feather Storm, and Reckless already gets shut down onto Whippo. He's managed to kite back with the death from below, and Hillisang has got the resets once again. Adam the next target. G2 now in a 4v5. Wonder going forward. Niski stunned up. G2 winning the fight as Upset has to dive away.
G2 forced the Baron. It looked like they would lose the fight because Fnatic arrived. They'd base, they bought items, they could TP in, and G2's positioning wasn't great. But Caps and Wunder, the solo lanes of G2 coming up massive. Reckless didn't have ult for that fight. He didn't have flash either, so he was an easy target. But when they focused down Reckless, it was the solo laners of G2 that picked the weight up.
And the solo laners of G2 have struggled so much in 2021 compared to their peak, compared to 2019. Caps and Wonder have not been in the form that they were in the past, but here we see them perform when it matters most. The question is, can they keep doing that? Can they keep this form up for the rest of the series?
Yeah, Reckless, there's really nothing he can do in this fight. He has no ult, he has no flash, he has barely anything and he's low HP. And when all of Fnatic's diving on top of him like this, great kick, he can't move, Adam's jumping on him, Hillisang's jumping on him, he's dead. But Wunder gets Jankos alongside Reckless, and now he gets his stacks up. He gets Conqueror stacked up and he can start free hitting. Upset splits from Niski and Hillisang, and they can start to move forward. This melee brawl of Jankos, Mickey and Wunder with so much stuns and CC and true damage alongside Caps' mage in Orianna. It's just too much for Fnatic to handle, and now for G2, only 2k down, but they have a Baron.
Only 2,000 gold in the game, as you say. Caps sitting at 7, 2, and 6. Rabadon's must be almost complete. He's got double needlessly large rod. And with a minute 30 left on this Baron, G2 will start collecting turrets, collecting structures around the map. Upset has a bit of time here by himself on this top lane tower. Hillisang is shadowing him. Caps is going to meet him in the jungle. Tower will not fall. Meanwhile, G2 are still pushing in that bottom lane. Reckless and Mickey going to get some damage down, but Adam is there to defend.
Yeah, Niski must have used his ultimate while we were in the replay. Maybe he was looking for some kind of pick or information, because G2 was able to push bot all the way into that tier 2 despite having no TPs, and they weren't afraid of getting collapsed on. Fnatic really focusing on this top tier 2. Looks like they're just going to back off. And everything's going to slowly quiet down for the first time in this game. And G2, look at the scaling. You know, Orianna, Xayah. I think that's a much better scaling combo into the carries of Fnatic, but they have frontline to work with. They have Adam, and they have Hillisang if he can find the resets, but in straight up 5v5s, like what the analyst has said, in a front-to-back, G2 should win, but Fnatic don't want to give it to them.
Fnatic still looking for those skirmishes, looking for those picks wherever they can find them. The game, once again, rests on a knife edge, as games often do between Fnatic and G2. You look back to 2019 Athens finals, you look back to the game we showed before the series started today, that base race, and that was a regular season game, never mind one for World's contention, as Mickey has been caught out here. Nowhere for him to go, Death from Below won't do it, but he does still fall.
That's a pick, and that's what Fnatic's comp wants. That'll slow down the siege of G2. They won't be able to push for that middle bot tier 2 tower, and the Baron has gone. Baron buffs off, they got 3,500 gold for that, and they've almost stabilized the game, but important to note, Caps has Rabadon, sees 3 items Orianna. One combo from Caps onto anyone that's not Adam, he might just kill them straight away with the shockwave, so they have to be very careful. They have to pick and choose their fights with precision, as Fnatic just did, picking off Mickey. They need way more of that.
Hillisang continues to be a nuisance in the side of G2, a thorn that they cannot seem to get rid of. Adam here is spotted on a wall.
He's on the phone.
He's on the phone. It's a Discord call perhaps as he sets up in this jungle. They know that Adam's there. Reckless is going to step forward. Root Caller comes out, doesn't break the passive of the Mundo though, so he's still got that spell shield available. Fnatic now the ones in the driver's seat in terms of tempos. They're the ones pushing in mid and top at the moment.
You're completely right, Medic. Tempo is the key word there. You can see Fnatic's pushing G2 back. This Baron from G2 only stabilized the game for them. It didn't give them this insane lead. It only gave them time to work with, to push in. But once that time ran out, Fnatic grab a hold of it and they can push them back. So next objective, 40 seconds on Dragon. But Fnatic want to find a pick. You can see Upset and Hilly just walking through the jungle after pushing in waves, taking jungle camps, just looking to find someone isolated off. And G2, look at their positioning right now. They're all within a couple of meters grasp of one another. They don't want to let anyone go astray, and they want to group up and stay together. Push in mid, move to this objective together, and then we'll see how Fnatic responds. I think Nisqy pushing in bot is already a good start.
The thing is, for Fnatic, they do not have to fight this. Adam doesn't have TP up quite yet. It's about to come off cooldown. There's the Destiny. Nisqy will know that all of G2 are down towards this bottom side river. 12 seconds on the Dragon. TP about to come off cooldown. Nisqy goes in with the Destiny. He's looking for Wonder. They don't know he's there. Double ward coming out. It's G2. Step forward into the river.
Adam's TP is coming up in around 5 seconds, so Fnatic need to wait a little bit longer. I think G2 just take this mid wave, push them back, and take this Dragon. What can Fnatic get for this, though? I think Adam can start pushing in and taking this tier 2 top. And G2 will get the Dragon. It's a little bit of a stare down right now.
This is good from G2 though. Let Reckless do the Dragon and then catch the wave in mid so Fnatic don't get that free pressure in the mid lane. They sent people across there, they got the wave, no damage on that tier 2 in the mid lane, but Adam does still have the top wave pushing it.
And the big question is, does Reckless have Infinity Edge on base? He's recalling right now, has BF Sword and Pickaxe. Doesn't have it just yet, needs a couple more waves, but with that 3-item spike of Xayah alongside the Rabadons of Caps, if these carries can start to hit, they're going to shred through Fnatic, but Fnatic playing really well around splitting G2 up and cross-mapping and trading here and there.
Upset is really strong as well with the Lord Dominic's and the Rapid Fire Cannon and the Kraken Slayer. He never even needs to get near G2 to put down the DPS. Tristana, of course, scales very well with attack range as the game goes on. That draw bead passive helping her out a ton. Nisqy has a Rapid Fire Cannon of his own as well if he wants to land those long-range stuns.
See, G2 can't step past the river. There's almost like this kind of line right here where if G2 step past it alone, then Fnatic's just going to collapse on them with the globals that they have and with the members of Pike, you know, TF, TP on Adam. So once they group up like this, now they can start to move together forwards. Reckless has Infinity Edge and Baron is spawning G2. Looking to get some vision here.
Nisqy not there, no TP on him either. He has Flash Ignite. He's pushing in that bottom wave, expecting G2 to answer. But right now, G2 are grouped up, Upset. Able to keep himself alive right now, can buffer out the jump. Wonder pulled back as here comes the Destiny. Wonder forced away, but that is the TF ultimate out, and Wonder can reset and has the TP to rejoin the fight. Nisqy stepping in, but can't quite find that stun that he was looking for.
Yeah, Wonder's going to have the TP back as well now, because you imagine Fnatic's going to start pressuring the Baron. The good thing for G2 is that Nisqy's not hitting on their bot tier 2 anymore, so they won't lose that. So now again, it's just a 5v5 stare down. Destiny down, Upset's ult is down. G2 didn't lose too much.
Nikki on the front line, there's the Unbreakable. Wonder's actually going to go and catch the bottom wave as G2 decide they don't need him to TP in straight away. Yankor's very fortunate the Razorbeaks were respawning because, of course, the King's Tribute and the healing that he gets out of that means that he is back to about 3/4 HP instead of the half that he was at a moment ago. Fnatic and G2 fighting over mid lane priority. So important when you are looking to make picks that you have more vision than your opponent.
Wonder needs to be careful right here. I think Fnatic, they were going to collapse. They were pinging on him, but they were scared of G2 doing Nash.
Adam needs to be careful as a top laner, but it's Adam on the other side. He's going to pop his ultimate as he tries to walk away. Reckless on the front line, caught out. Solid Wave goes a little bit wide. Adam rooted up in place, and here comes Wonder with the TP. Adam with the Sterax. Look at Mickey, he's lying down. Death from below is going to take him out, and Adam still alive. Half HP on that Mundo. G2 now a man down, looking to try and defend this fight. Death from below goes in as Hillesang tries to dive forward. Sonic Wave from Whippo up towards the top side. There's the Vanguard's Edge as well from Wonder. He needs to get out. Hilly continues to land the hooks, continues to land the stuns. Wonder dives in and dies immediately. And now Fnatic have a man advantage. Stun card flashed in, flashed away by Jankos. Fnatic turn their eyes towards the Baron.
5 versus 3. Fnatic should be able to get this. Jankos has no flash now. Nisqy forced it so he can't get in the pit. Caps can base and TP back. Fnatic still have Lee Sin ultimate. They still have gas in the tank. Caps is coming back. It's a 3 versus 5 medic. G2 need to find a way in Hillesang. Watch Hillesang, he's going to look for a hook.
He's looking for it. There's the Destiny. The gate behind them. Nisqy looking for the Rapid Fire Cannon stun. Lands it onto Caps. Hillesang in a great position for the hook as well, but Jankos is going to block it out. Upset dumping forward. And Jankos will be able to walk away. Importantly, Caps still has Flash, Reckless still has Flash, and the Feather Storm is still available. Sonic Wave hits once again, and Mickey is now back, and Fnatic have to back away from the Baron.
Oh, G2, hold on. The fight might not stop here. No flash Adam.
No flash on Adam, and no life to boot. Hillesang still with a flanking position. He's going to hook up Jankos, then dive away with Phantom Undertow, but Mickey flashes forward, lands the Winter's Bite. He was invisible, and Hillesang is still going to get chased down here, trying to get away, trying to escape the fray. But with the Glacial Fissure coming out, just enough mana for a single Phantom Undertow. Now we can dive into these bushes and try and use that grey health to escape. He manages to get out. Whippo jumping in once again. G2 have yet to start up the Baron. Upset looking for Wonder. Wonder jumps in. The Flawless Duet's going to land as well. The Vanguard's Edge not quite used yet. Upset used the Buster Shot there to try and flash! Vanguard's Edge shut down! Upset unable to do anything about that because their rally is just too darn strong. And now the Baron will be taken by G2.
Oh, this Baron dance went on for around 2 to 3 minutes. Fnatic get the initial picks. Hang on, Whippo might be a little bit caught here. The pillar comes out, Whippo has W, he has flash as well, but that slow is massive. If they can proc the passive, Caps is right behind him. Nisqy needs to peel.
Caps, Shockwave, Nisqy loses half his HP immediately, and then Caps spots the stopwatch. Reckless still alive, Whippo dumping away. Fnatic able to survive to fight another day for the moment. You can see Hylissang continues to hit the hooks from across the wall. G2 forcing forward, pushing forward, Upset up in 20 seconds. Fnatic still a man down.
Hilly looking for it, hook hits Wunder, has no flash.
He's stunned up, and look at the CC chain that comes up. Wunder trying to dissuade them, distract them as the rest of G2 come in, but Mickey now down. Death from below is available for Hylissang. He goes in and he gets it through the shield. Hylissang continues to press forward.
Fnatic don't have any TP, so I think the fight might end there, but as I say that, Nisqy's popping the ultimate. Is he gonna look for anything? G2 are on Mountain Soul Point, and the Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Fnatic have to run there to secure it. You can see Caps on the minimaps already running down Medic. That fight went on for way too long, but Fnatic and G2 fighting neck and neck here. G2 get the Baron, but Fnatic still ahead, and they're 1 member up. It's a 5v4. They're gonna stop the Mountain Soul from being taken. And now we might see the game slow down, but G2 having Baron, maybe they want to start the siege.
You think the game needs to slow down? We've only had 34 kills in 31 minutes here, Cadril. Come on.
You did a breather, I'm sure.
Speed it up. It's Fnatic G2. This is what I love. This is what the teams love as well, fighting for that world spot. 1-on-1, neck and neck, win a best of 3 for the final LEC representative.
I think the big takeaway from all of this fighting is how Fnatic and G2 differ in the way the fights progress. If G2 are clumped up, they can melt through Adam, but if they're split up, Hylissang can start picking them off 1 by 1, so keep your eyes on how that keeps on going. G2, 4 minutes, 30 seconds away from Assault. Nisqy pushing in top. G2 have the Baron, but how can they use it? There's no tier 2s on the map. Adam, no flash though.
Yeah, Wunder's really strong right now as well. Goes in with the Vanguard Jet, and Adam really can't get away from him. Healing up. Jankos down towards the bottom side, gets a shot down onto Hylissang as Upset tries to get the damage. Can't quite do it with the Buster Shot. Adam falls as well. That's 2 quick kills over to G2.
Jankos just solo killed Hylissang with Upset right next to him, tanking straight through it. 2 members down. Wunder doesn't have TP just yet. But he's going to group up. Jankos is going to come out of base. Still 4 members strong, but no waves to play on. They are going to get this bot tier 2, I believe, that still is up. We'll see if they can start the siege onto these tier 3s. 30 seconds on the front line of Fnatic in Adam.
Importantly, you do have Rapid Fire Cannon on Nisqy alongside the Void Staff now as well, so he can long range stun. Upset can clear out from long range as well as Whippo looks quick. Featherstorm coming out and the stopwatch used by Caps as well. They're looking for the damage, but the Shockwave still going to hit onto Upset. Wonder coming in from the side as well as G2 look to close out the game right here, right now. They can't quite do it. They'll take 1 inhibitor. Now Hylissang is back up. Can he be a nuisance? Can he be a pest? At the moment he can't as he doesn't quite land the hook. Stun's going to land onto Mickey. Wonder still diving forward. Sonic Wave connects as well, but for the moment that's just 2 inhibitors over to G2.
Yeah, G2 don't have any more waves to work with. Fnatic have hold on for now. They need to go top and push out this wave. 2 inhibitors down, just like you said, but that opens up the entire map. Destiny popped. Wunder does get the recall off. Maybe with that base they want to look for a fight, but Wunder has TP, so they can't overcommit. Nisqy's just going to go back to base, spend his gold, regen his mana, and G2 get the 2 objectives that they came for.
Double inhibitors down, Baron up in 2.5 minutes, Mountain Soul up in 3 minutes as well. 4 items on either side for the AD carries. Mid laners equal that with 4 of their own. And if I were Fnatic, my big worry actually is Wunder. Now, he just seems too strong. He's taking out Adam in a pure 1v1 every chance he gets. Hylissang continues to try and play spoiler, but right now it's so difficult for Fnatic to find an equal fight.
Problem is, look at the levels on G2. Level 17 Irelia, Orianna, and Xayah. So Fnatic down in XP right now on the solo lanes especially. Hylissang's trying to find 1 member to pick off. Wunder has TP to join the fight if he wants to. And Nisqy's waiting for that Destiny. 2 minutes on any objective, so teams are just kind of fighting back and forth and poking out spells to try and contest vision. G2 moving into topside. Mid and bot inhib down, so this is the only point of kind of pressure that they want to look for with their champions.
Second super minion's going to join the wave in the bot lane in about 30 seconds time. Adam caught up with the pillar. That does get rid of the passive. Now G2 pushing forward. Hylissang here with the rest of Fnatic. Mickey's going to take a bit of damage. Hylissang gets away from the shockwave. That hits no one. Whippo going in. Featherstorm once again used by Reckless. The feathers can get pulled back. There's the Vanguard's Edge. Just Wunder dives in. He's hooked up and he's already on a killing spree. So Hylissang's down. Upset trying to put the damage down from the side, but he just can't get it out. Wunder continues just to shred through Fnatic. It's a double for him. Upset's going to kick him away, but that GA only means he lived to see his Nexus fall. G2, 5 players strong, 3 inhibitors down, are going to push in for the win.
Yeah, they have the waves, and there's no one left on Fnatic to hold this. Niski and Upset are alive, but there goes Niski, and Upset even knows that if he bases, he can't hold this. It's gonna go over to G2. G2 are 1 win away from claiming the last world spot here in Europe. And wow, it looked like Fnatic had that game from the start. You know, the first 10 minutes of the game was so Fnatic favored, 5-6k gold lead. But it slowly fell apart after the dives just kept coming in, G2 responding, and the fights were just so back and forth, Medic.
Yeah, it was so close for a lot of it. You can see Yamato coming out onto stage immediately, not giving Fnatic a moment to breathe, to think about how that game went poorly for them after the early game, instead getting them up, getting them backstage, and getting them ready for what could be their final game of 2021.
Well, it's all cards on the table now if you're Fnatic and G2. If you have any pick that's been working all year long, this next game is where to put it in. But these teams are so evenly matched in team fights.
What a series so far. G2 came back with a monumental win. And when we return, we're looking ahead towards match point. Don't you dare leave. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Esport is not a sport.
Hey guys, it's not a sport.
Okay, wrap it up. It's not a sport.
It's over, no goodbye.
Not a sport? Eh? Who gives a shit?
Welcome back to the LEC. Get ready for the match of the week in the battle.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back, my groovy cats. It's Vedius here at the Telestrator once again, because G2 have moved up to match point after an insane Game 3. And I'm here to look at the key moment, in my opinion, that decided the game. Now, Fnatic are in a commanding position at this point in the game, but they do something that Fnatic often does. They throw it away. So let's have a look at exactly how they do it. So let's start by looking at the minimap and highlighting some of the positional things. Now, you will notice that Wonder is about to go back to base, and you can see that multiple members of Fnatic are starting to collapse towards the mid lane. Orianna is pathing towards top. Fnatic have their eyes set on the mid lane tower. So let's see exactly what happens as the clip rolls out. They catch Jankos out of position because they use their good deep vision to spot him out, force the flash from him, looking for a pick with the Twisted Fate ultimate invested as well. Good stun, or block rather, coming out from Mickey to soak up a lot of the damage, but then the moment he comes out of the Zhonya's, is going to get executed by the ultimate from the Pike. That's the word I was looking for. Now, you'll notice that the Aurelia has now joined the fray, and Orianna is about to go back to base and will soon join the fight. I'm looking for this button right here. So both these players are soon to join the fight, but they haven't joined it quite yet. Now, Fnatic at this point say, we can get ourselves a quick pick here, and now we can see if we can continue this siege. But it's at this point that they need to weigh up their options, because they notice here, okay, well, Wonder's overstepped. This is another big mistake from G2. This is another opportunity for us to get a pick, so let's just take the free kill. And this is the moment. This is like freeze frame before disaster strikes, because the problem for Fnatic is they're now splitting themselves up right down the middle. This bottom half is going to be separated from these three right here. And on first glance, this looks really good for the side of Fnatic, but you'll notice how disastrous it ends up being. First off, Caps TP's in and gets a kill on Taniski. Bwipo can't get involved in the fight. Hylissang is very low. And while he is able to land a clutch hook onto Caps, you're thinking, this is perfect. Wait for it, wait for it. Good flash here from both Caps and Bwipo. But you're going to notice here as Caps path back towards the team, he's going to get caught out. And you think, okay, well, with Caps dead, they can break into the base and get themselves an inhibitor. But look at the damage that comes out from Caps. Flawless execution from the mid laner of G2 as he just one pops to support. And now look, Upset has already committed to the play. He's jumped over the wall and he's now on the front line. And now Fnatic is in a very dangerous situation because Reckless has health, Reckless has mana, but Adam is thirsty for blood and Upset is right behind him. Mickey is now respawned, and now with these kills, with these shutdowns, G2 realize that there's an opportunity here for them to get the Baron. So that's exactly what they go to do. Fnatic secure themselves the Drake because it is the fourth and potential soul. G2 rush down the Baron and Fnatic decide, okay, let's try and get the collapse off. But there's a few crucial things that I want to highlight before we actually get into the fight. The first thing is Pyke's ultimate still on cooldown for the time being. The positioning of Bwipo and Upset means that G2 is in a 5 versus 2 right now, and let's see exactly how this one plays out. Mickey's soaking up a lot of the damage. Keep an eye on Wonder here. He's able to land the stun onto Bwipo, but notice how low Reckless ends up getting, and you think, oh, if Hylissang's ult is up, he's able to do a huge amount of damage, but it only comes up now. So because Reckless is able to live, he ends up getting that initial kill onto Wonder, but look at Wonder. He gets that initial kill onto Bwipo, and you can see that Wonder's actually just soaking up all this damage from Upset, who can only hit the person in front of him. Meanwhile, Caps is still safe, Jankos is still safe, and they're just mowing down the front line of Fnatic, using this single target damage to great effect and slowly picking apart the enemy. Upset can't do anything on the back line, and G2 are able to convert that dive into the Baron, into control over the game, and all of a sudden, G2 are back in it. Whew! It was a chaotic game. There was bloodshed all across the board, but it was a banger and a classic G2 Fnatic. Fnatic now need a win to stay in the series and the road to Worlds. So we'll see if they can take us to Game 5 right after this break.
G2, they entered today 2-2 in the best of fives, but here it is Mad Lions that will reign supreme in the fifth. They will.
I feel guilty. It was my fault. I want to hide. I want to hide for a long time after a moment like this. So usually what I do is I give myself maybe 1 day or 2, but then Monday morning when I wake up, it's finished. Like sometimes it's fine to lose. I've lost many times in my career. If we win next week, then we're not only at Worlds, and then we could beat Mad and get our revenge and maybe beat Rogue and get the title. League of Legends is everything for me. This is it. This is what I feel like I'm born to do. If we miss Worlds, I'm not sure how I'm gonna deal with that. It feels too unreal to not see myself there. It's really important actually I win in Europe again, because it's been a while since I've been able to consider myself the best. I always talk about this being the guy that everyone remembers with the most titles and everything, but I'm not even close right now. It's not gonna get any easier. You see these players coming in and they're so good, all of them. I honestly think it will be quite easy to go into next week because I know my team played really well. I can deal with my own stuff, but obviously it's a very stressful situation playing a game that, in my mind, decides if your year was successful or not. If you miss Worlds, no matter how you did in spring, no matter how you did in summer, regular season, or anything throughout the year, will matter. It's a failure. So next game will be everything.
Well, during his time with Fnatic, Reckless made 6 World Championships. Tonight could be his 7th. But if G2 and Reckless make it, they will also deny his former team, Fnatic, a spot at Worlds. There is a lot on the line, and I think that was very much reflected in the game we saw. Yeah, Treats, what was going on? Why was this game so back and forth?
I mean, this was a classic G2 Fnatic fiesta, no? It was back and forth, kills left and right, Hylissang hooking people, Caps outplaying people, it was crazy.
But at the same time, I feel like if you break it down for a normal analytical level, like this was Fnatic once again having better laning phase. I feel like the early game once again was extremely Fnatic favored, and then it became the Fnatic Classic at this point where you get to that mid to late game and all of a sudden Vedius broke it down on the Telestrator. They have that overstep.
Oh, absolutely. I think they're going to be beating themselves up for that, and rightfully so, because this moment, a moment like that for Fnatic, that can change the momentum of an entire series. So as we go into the possible decider game, let's take stock of what we've seen. And I think with Vedius' Telestrator and what happened in the mid game there, Fnatic and Bwipo and Hilly, they are the heart and soul and the core of this Fnatic roster, but they live and die by the sword.
They certainly do. I feel like that they are a large part of why I think overall Fnatic have been playing better in this series. Their laning phase, as Guldberg was saying, has been phenomenal with how well they've been roaming around the map. Bwipo and Hylissang as a duo are pretty much everywhere on the map, and you can see some of the early game plays looking back, just the way in which they were outplaying G2 on an individual level, 2v2s, 3v3s, it was Fnatic that was coming out consistently on top in this game and the last one.
So I think I hear from my analysts a little bit that the feeling that Fnatic is playing better in this series so far, but they're down match point, and I just want to play devil's advocate. Yesterday we said Matt has the clutch. We never said that Rogue was actually playing better, but losing the games, Goldberg. So how is the series different?
I mean, I think Fnatic is playing better until they aren't as well, because they are the team that's making the mistake. I think Fnatic are playing worse to be at this point in this series, obviously, because you can't consistently keep dropping the ball like this as a top team. Sure. Like, the early game has obviously been very successful, but if it's a consistent thing that happens in the mid game, then you are not a good team.
And I think we then also have to highlight the team that is on match point, of course, and they not only catch the throw, but then they make sure that they win the game after that. Treats the individuals on G2, they played very well in this last game.
Yeah, G2 is the specialist of picking up the ball right. I think it shows when they have all these experienced players. Caps and Wunder specifically in the late game had insane damage outputs in all the fight, and G2 looks comfortable when they get the ball thrown towards them, and they always take it.
Definitely so. So this could be it. This next game could be it. G2 make it to Worlds. Fnatic is out. Their season is done. Somehow I don't think that's going to happen, but we don't know. Let's pull up the draft once again. Goldberg, you said this was going to be 3-1 for G2. How did they draft in this game 4 to take it home?
Obviously, I'm sticking with my prediction, but as you already said, I think Fnatic, they are looking extremely scary. I think the draft they're going for here, if they want more late game agency, they should try and go for that instead, perhaps with more solidified engage. Hilly was phenomenal on the pike, but that team fight potential wasn't really there with this composition.
They're on blue side, Vedi.
4 support bans being thrown towards Hylissang, and then he pulls out the pipe.
That's actually true.
It's just, I think that right now, Fnatic actually have so many options, and I think that they're going to continue their priority on the Twisted Fate, because Treats has been talking about it pretty consistently throughout the series. It just gives them so much agency in the early to mid game, and it makes it so much harder for G2 to play through sides. That Aurelia just didn't get to play the game. She was 0-6 at one point, by and large, thanks to this Twisted Fate and Pyke making her life hell.
Yes. How does G2 win this next game? You've got 10 seconds.
How did G2 win this game? They get rid of the Twisted Fate, and they find a way to lock down Hylissang.
All right, Fnatic, they have their backs against the wall, and they need a winning game 4 to keep their dreams of Worlds alive. Let's hit the Rift.
Thank you very much, Shox. Here for what could be the final game of Fnatic's season, what could be the final game that locks G2 into a world spot. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Kadril, the wonderful man standing beside me.
It's been a lot of back and forth.
Yes.
So much back and forth, and I think the analysts hit the nail on the head. I feel like the TF's enabling Fnatic's early game. You have 2 winning side lanes, which are just winning out in the lane phase itself. Put a global on top of that, and it's really, really difficult to find any kind of breathing room for G2, and specifically Jankos. You know, with these lanes pushing in constantly, jungle walking into your jungle, sorry, and them having a global, it's really difficult to do anything.
We're going to jump on into the draft, and we'll see if G2 agree with you guys and that the Twisted Fate is a key ban. So far, they've been looking towards the Thresh, Rakan, Aphelios, sometimes the Lulu as well, towards Hylissang. But it's do or die now for Fnatic. Perhaps we have to wonder how they close out the game, because it hasn't been their early game where they've faltered. Twice in a row, they've got huge early game leads, and one of those times they just haven't been able to close it out.
Yeah. I think the overdive was just the biggest overstep, and when you give G2 an inch, they'll take a mile, right? Especially with such good scaling carries, if you just throw the ball in their court, they're going to keep it. So, into the draft phase, Fnatic banning away Varus once again. We saw a lot of support bans onto Hylissang. Are we going to see it again? Thresh already off the board. We're looking at Rakan as the next one.
Yeah, Rakan ban on red side has been G2's bread and butter. There's the Ashe getting taken away by Fnatic once again. You can see Camps with a smile on his face. There's the Rakan. Up until now, it's been LeBlanc, Xin, or LeBlanc again for Fnatic as their final ban.
Yeah, are we going to see a first pick Tristana again come out of Fnatic? Because the Ashe Varus bans give them a lot of options if they want to run a Kalista into Tristana or anything along those lines, but they could just run it back. It was working in the early stages, but will it work again? And do they think the run back is something they want to do? Trundle banned away from Jankos, and they think that that was one of the big issues last game.
Jankos did have a good performance on that Trundle, even though he fell a little bit behind in the early game. There's the Lulu taken away by G2, so that Tristana still up on the menu.
But LeBlanc is up, so maybe G2 could just slam something like Lee Sin LeBlanc here if they don't want to go in for bot lane. But no, they're also going to run it back. Brown picked up already. Xin Zhao taken for the jungle, and you expect them to pick their AD carry on 3 perhaps, unless they want to opt into LeBlanc. Will Fnatic go for Lee Sin TF again?
Definitely could here. You know, Lee Sin Wibbo's had a very strong performance on it so far, even though they haven't been able to clutch out those games. Alongside the Twisted Fate, where Niski showed just how much he can roam around the map, how much pressure he can exert from mid lane. Caps has been a little bit more quiet in the laning phase, although his late game fighting and his shockwaves in game 3 were impeccable. Renekton locked in here for Fnatic. That's going to Adam in the top lane.
Yeah, one of his most comfortable champs. I think it's by far his most played champ in playoffs, especially, so wants to secure that on the 1-2-3. That gives Wunder a lot of options. Could go for something like a GP if he fancies it, but they have a Tristana, so no immobile carries just yet to help that shutdown with a GP ult. It's gonna be a Twisted Fate again. So, TF Renekton, strong top side already. The only problem I see here for Fnatic is G2 could ban away things like Lee Sin and Viego, and then what is Wippo's pick in the jungle? We've seen his Olaf. I think he might have to resort to something along those lines.
I mean, he's brought out Olaf, he's brought out Graves. We've seen him play Karthus in the past as well. Of course, not probably part of this composition, but the Graves is a possibility for him. And G2 could, of course, decide not to ban out the jungle role either. They could look towards support. There's the gangplank for Jankos in the top lane.
Wunder in the top lane. Jankos isn't role swapping yet. Wippo went jungle, but Jankos isn't going top just yet. GP for Wunder. I think it's a great pick into Renekton TF. I think the matchup's good, especially if jungle attention's put up there. And the TF's just negated on the stun card when he collapses on top lane to get top lane ahead. So great pick there for G2. And again, Lee Sin, Viego bans expected. And then Wippo's going to have to run something like Olaf Graves, you'd imagine, with TF in mid lane. And again, support. What is Hylissang going to bring out? Could go for the pike again with the TF. But for now, Fnatic's going to ban away ADs.
Yeah, so far, of course, G2 haven't locked in their AD or their mid laner as far as we know. Of course, Xin Zhao could be some sort of super duper flex that we haven't heard of, but expectations are that Jankos will be piloting that in the jungle. Fnatic are looking towards their support and their jungler themselves.
Yeah, I think Fnatic have a choice here. Do you ban away things like the Sivir or the Xayah? Because I think Reckless can go for either of them. So it's up to them what they want to ban away for AD carry here, or is it just better perhaps to just take away something like LeBlanc? You know, just make it so Niski's life a little bit easier. But then again, Sylas is open, so they have a lot of problems to juggle here because they have two champions on mid and ADs with Xayah being banned away. Reckless can easily go for something like a Sivir if he wants to, and then Caps has full choice on Sylas, LeBlanc, anything along those lines.
Expectation is here that you see mid lane, and it's going to be the Orianna locked in for Caps, so nothing that can follow the Twisted Fate around.
So the reason they pick Orianna here is because if they want to pick Sivir here, Alistar can get locked in, and Alistar into Sivir is a nightmare to play. So can't blind pick Sivir just yet if that's what they want to do, so just picking mid into mid makes the most sense. Orianna control mage has been working out the whole series long. And maybe Fnatic think, well, if they're doing this, then that smells like a Sivir pick, so we'll just pre-pick a Jarvan here just in case. So now, there's not many mobile ADs left for Reckless unless he wants to go for something like, you know, a Kai'Sa to get out of the ultimate. With Braum, doesn't pair so well. Ashe is down. You're looking at Jhin MF Kai'Sa here if he doesn't opt into Sivir, but we're going to get the run back of the Pike from Hylissang.
We saw how strong he was in the early laning phase in game 3. He was dominant in that lane. Of course, Pike, not the best into Sivir because you can just spell shield the Bone Skewer, but that means you can't then spell shield the knockup from the Jarvan or the gold card coming out from Niski either. So we'll see if the Sivir is a lock here for Reckless. Lots of discussion happening on the G2 side.
Vayne.
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 Vayne!
Away!
We got Reckless's Vayne here for a match point of G2. Wow. Okay, so the Vayne lane. Maybe he thinks the Tristana Pike is just going to push and then get the Pike out of lane, so AD carry is just going to be a trade-off. Yes, Vayne will get pushed in, but so will Xayah, so he can farm up. And he should be able to melt through Jarvan Renekton when they commit. So a lot of scaling on G2 here.
Of course, the Condemn works with the Jarvan Cataclysm as well. Those walls can be stunned against. Interestingly, Vayne has only been played by Reckless once in the last 2 years. It was against Fnatic this summer, and they lost that game with Reckless going 4-2-1, tumbling in, flashing forward to try and kill Adam's Mundo, and actually costing his team the game. Here, though, in what is a do-or-die moment for Fnatic, Reckless locks in Vayne against his former team and could lock them out of Worlds.
Yeah, let's look at both comps then. Similar composition for Fnatic. A lot of pick with the TF Pike and lanes to play around with the Tristana Renekton. The only AP damage you have is the TF though, and G2, lots of scaling. GP Orianna Vayne, very dangerous the later the game goes. Lots of wave clear, lots of scaling.
G2 going for scaling, Fnatic looking for some early picks, looking for some early plays. It's kind of been the name of the series, and Fnatic have consistently got out to early leads, though they haven't been able to close them out. So far, we've had 3 games of breakneck action, and I'm expecting one more. Let's see if G2 Esports and Fnatic can take it to the Rift.
Esports!
Esports! Onto the Rift for what could be the final time tonight. The final time for Fnatic across the course of the entirety of 2021. After a disappointing spring, they look to bounce back in summer, but it has been a choppy road, a difficult road for them to navigate. And so far, G2 have just been that little bit ahead.
Yeah, now, a lot of, eyes on Reckless's vein. The last time they picked it into Fnatic, they lost, and now it makes sense in the draft. They have a lot of bruiser frontline, 3 melee champs, and you can dodge away from Hillesang on the pike this time around, but I expect the game to play out very similar to the last game, where Niski can push in caps, Upset and Hillesang can start trading really, really aggressively bot. I wonder if Jankos will go for some kind of level 2 gank to stop that from happening, but it looks like he's going to path top. Top lane will have a lot of trading. GP into a melee matchup tends to be a lot of trading, but they're going to invade. Mickey's going to sweep it away, and they're going to look to split the map bot side. Fnatic love to do this themselves, but G2 are going to do it back to them. And if they do this, that means the aggressive lane of this Pyke can't dash in on cooldown. So just learning from last game there, G2.
Obviously, it leaves Wonder a little bit on an island off towards the top side. The expectation is that Jankos will not be walking top side of the map basically at all this game. Instead, take away this red, take away the bottom side camps, and then get his blue. And you can see Adam already trying to trade onto Wonder because of this.
Yeah, and the ward on his own red will spot out Whipper when he goes towards it. And again, like we said, top lane, so much trading. Wonder and Adam going for it. Adam can kill him here.
Adam just kills him!
Oh my lord. Adam gets the level 1 kill onto Wonder. Who would have thought the most experienced and achieved top laner in Europe gets solo killed by Adam in his first best of 5 against G2.
Upset with the level 2. Upset is going to have to flash away. Exhaust was used as flash heal out of Upset, but there's no kill. Well, meanwhile, on the top side, Wonder's had to burn TP to get back into the lane. Bwipo now going over to the red buff. Wonder is in for a world of hurt on this top side of the map.
Yeah, he's going to be weak side for a very long time, and G2 tried to force something bot. In the end, it's just a trade-off of summoners from Upset and Mickey, respectively. And now Jankos will clear out his bot camps, and I think he's going to have to move towards his top side. There is a lot of dive potential with Renekton and Jarvan, but luckily Wonder still has flash, so he can, orange the stun and flash the combo, worst case.
That's what he'll be looking to do. Wonder still trading in. Let's have another look at this top lane play, because Adam's like, oh, first blood, s'il vous plaît, I will take it.
All comes down to Conqueror, Medic. Both of them just fighting level 1, because Wonder has the passive constantly with the grass, but that one overstep there gives Adam the confidence to just go for it with the fully stacked Conqueror, and he gets the first blood onto Wonder. Gives him a little thumbs up as well. Wonder has to TP back, and it looks like Adam is going to base. I expect him to TP back as well to keep this lane in a favorable state and keep pressuring.
Yeah, the only good thing for Wonder is there's a ward on the Razorbeaks and that ward in Tribush, which means that he did know that Bwipo is in the area. Now Jankos looking down towards this bottom lane. Remember, no flash on Upset. He can buffer away the jump, but he's still only level 1 here, Kadril.
Okay, Adam's safe TP, so he's just going to run back top, take that solo kill, and keep playing up towards the top side with his TP, so he can TP bot if his team needs him. There's Niski.
There's the Condemned TP coming in. They're trying to get just minions here. Niski coming in with the stun card. Unbreakable put up by Mickey, and as you say, no flash, and Upset now gets the kill, and that's going to mitigate a lot of the early bleeding that was happening. Bwipo in the middle lane looking to kill off Caps as well, but Caps is able to walk away.
Yeah, that wave was absolutely massive. Upset was still level 1 with like 4 CS because of the map split. G2 could stack a huge wave, so Niski had to TP no matter what. They get a kill as well, goes over to Upset. That should negate a lot of the CS disadvantage that he's facing from the split map.
Kadril, over and over the series, Fnatic get early leads. They get early kills. Here they're 1,000 gold ahead or so, 800 at only 4 minutes into the game. Adam is smurfing, winning the top lane match of 1v1. Upset, who was put behind, now isn't so far behind. And it feels like almost deja vu from games 2 and 3.
Yeah, dominating in the side lanes. Niski using his TP to help out his team. The TF will pay dividends as well, because when he hits level 6, he can always match Caps regardless of not having this TP. So now Fnatic saved in the bot lane from the split map and winning out on top side on the one-on-one. Adam, what you saw there a couple seconds ago was he pulled the wave in top, so it pushes into him, maximizing the wave state itself to get as ahead as possible in CS. Adam, no flash though, and Caps has TP, so with Jankos pathing up here, he might have to be a little bit careful, but Bwipo is really far ahead in jungle right now. I'm not sure if he got double crab, but he's very far ahead in CS. Jankos, 20 CS still, and still hasn't based.
in a really strong position right now is Whipple. We'll see if he is able to find something on the map. You can see G2 hovering topside, Caps and Jankos in the vicinity. Caps just going to pop the Scryer's Bloom, and Jankos was spotted here. I wonder if Adam wants to take this.
Oh, Jankos is wasting a lot of time, I have to say. He was spotted, and he's going to get spotted on the second brush as well. As long as Adam just buys time and waits, Jankos still has not based. Just going to help Wunder push out this wave. I think Whippo is going to be inbound. Adam could hold the wave here, and Whippo could move up. But it looks like Whippo is just going to clear out his Gromp. Jankos is really far behind in tempo compared to Whippo right now.
Adam's trying to hold it, but will eventually get underneath the tower. Wunder stepping forward, and that will reset the wave, meaning that Adam isn't able to hold it in front of his turret. Whippo was on his way up as well, and Wunder actually maybe overstaying a little bit here. Whippo can look for this, flashing with the Ruthless Predator, or jumping with the Ruthless Predator there. Whippo looking for Jankos, but Wunder able to walk out alive.
Yeah, good buffer on the W there. Instantly cleanses off the stun, and he's absolutely fine. But now Jankos still has not based. Whippo can take away these Krugs if he wants to, and Jankos will just have to base and run towards the bot side, you'd expect, because this Jarvan is a level up with an Iron Spike whip. Adam using his TP that he saved to get back to this lane after getting chunked out, and can start stacking waves. The problem Jankos has here, if he bases, Niski's ulting top, and it's a 3-man dive onto Wunder, so he has to stay around for a little bit, and it's just hurting him more and more the longer he stays here. Niski has to push in mid, he's level 6, Adam stacking a wave, Jankos cannot base, he's stuck top, and if he does base, you expect that maybe a 3-man play can come in.
Looks like Whippo has decided to back away from it for now, going for his second rotation of camps. Will be over towards his Wolves.
See, Jankos cancelled his base there. He was really unsure on this wave. Can we have a look topside, observers? Because Jankos cancelled his recall. He's still hovering around. He knows that there could be a 2-man dive. Waiting. Niski's going to come. Whippo won't be there. They might just go for a 2-man. Niski has Ignite, and Jankos is ready for it.
Niski pops the Destiny and just goes back towards mid lane.
Yeah, Niski pops ult, and he sees Jankos is still top. Yep. He's like, guys, this Xin Zhao is still top after 6.5 minutes, and he has not based yet, and my jungler is doubling his farm. It's absolutely fine. I'll use a Destiny to get that information. I'll back off and take the base that I wanted to take, and now Whippo can use that. I think he's going to be 2 levels up. Yeah, you can see Whippo on the left there. Almost 2 levels up now, because Jankos has to keep covering these lanes.
We were in such a strong position, twice the CS, 600 gold ahead of Jankos, who's only level 4 right now, same level as the supports in this game.
Yeah, and if you just look at the minimap here, you can see the amount of vision that Adam has to work with here on the top side. He can see absolutely everything. Those are the 3 areas that the jungle can come from, and he has them all covered off. Cap still has TP, but he hasn't been able to use it just yet.
Yeah, Adam putting on a clinic in this top lane right now. 7 minutes in, he has a 20 CS lead. He's looking for a plate as well. Wunder doesn't have TP to get back here. Adam tries to stop him. It's okay for the moment, as Wunder's going to lose that way.
It looks horrible to base right there if you're Wunder. It looks horrible. Yes, he'll ult the top wave to get most of it, but you know, if he stayed under that tower with no mana, Adam could have 100% gone for the dive with ultimate stun. Wunder had no real escape with no mana for the W, so he's going to have to use the ult to get the wave itself, and will have to run back top. So this early game, again, fantastic for Fnatic. This bot play that happened in the level 1 is what put them behind. Bot lane's only 10 CS down, but he has a kill. Adam smurfing in the top side, like you said earlier, and Niski is even mid despite having TP'd bot, and has ultimate coming up again soon, but yet to see a neutral objective fall. Herald spawning now. I think Fnatic might want to move Hylissang up towards there, and at least secure that.
The question really is if Fnatic can hold on to this lead, because we've seen them make a few over-eager plays across the course of the series. That mid-lane dive in Game 3 comes to mind immediately, and these early leads don't really matter for much if you cannot keep the ball rolling through the rest of the game. Whippo and Niski teaming up here to try and invade Jankos' jungle, and Whippo can just take away this red.
Oh, it's a horror, isn't it? Level down, no red buff. This Jarvan has boots and Iron Spike whip. Niski's right behind him. No cannon barrage either. Adam's hovering too, so yeah, Jankos just going to lose this red buff. And see if Whippo can get more. He might look just force Jankos completely out of his top side here.
Just taking the little Krugs as well. This is dominant stuff here from Whippo, still keeping about double the CS over Jankos. Bot lane has been quiet after that early game. Reckless going in, looking for the damage there with the Condemn hook, comes up, but only hits onto a minion.
And I have to say props to Fnatic. What we've seen this whole series long is them playing towards bot side. Adam gets that 1 solo kill, and now they're showing that they can play for a strong top side. They can play for this Renekton since the draft. After that solo kill, it's all about the top side of the map. I think Hylissang might run to the top side of the map right now as I say that. Look at him on the minimap, abandoning bot lane alongside Upset to make sure they get this Herald play and they win out. But I think that once they see G2 going back to lanes, they're just going to back off.
Yeah, Ghost Water dive on Pyke, obviously such an easy way to move around the map. Hylissang here waiting. Remember, Destiny almost off cooldown. Hylissang's looking for Caps. Upset coming as well. The slow from the Bone Skewer. Cap steps to the side. Jankos now coming in. Shockwave goes wide. Upset knocked back with the Crescent Guard. He's going to jump, but he's knocked out of his buffer. Stun card onto Caps. Jankos gets a kill. Hylissang next as he flashes away from the Destiny below. And Hylissang was looking for something, but Jankos found 2 kills.
This was the most confusing play I've ever seen. They're trying to 2v2 the mid jungle of G2 while their whole top side's on Herald. Upset jumps in to finish off Caps. He knocks him away from Niski's flash. Hylissang's ult gets flashed away from. They'll get a kill onto Wunder on the back half of this, but that bot fight was extremely unnecessary from Fnatic, and it just gives G2 a little bit of breathing room. 2 kills over to Jankos, who was so far behind, gives them a plate in bot, and he'll give them a dragon.
Yeah, getting the dragon so important here for G2 means that snowball, the possibility of an early soul for Fnatic just isn't there. Whippo might try for the steal, but it feels a little bit greedy to go for it. Fnatic do still have a lead. They're still 2,000 gold ahead. TP now invested by G2 to get back up to this top lane.
Yeah, Adam's 2 levels up. He's unstoppable right now. 30 CS up after Wunder catches that wave roughly. So the top side is going fantastic for Fnatic. It's just that one bot play put Jankos back in the game. Whippo will miss the combo, has ultimate. Jankos no flash, no ultimate. I think he's just dead on the 1v1 medic.
I think he is as well. Whippo will take down Jankos. An auto-filled jungler winning out the day in that 1v1.
Adam ulting there. He really wants those raptors. Forcing Caps away. Niski's able to hit mid tower. Adam should be able to run back towards top side. Whippo in the bot side jungle just used his combo though, so he might be in a bit of trouble if he gets knocked into the wall.
Yeah, there's the condemn. Oh, Whippo is just greedy from him. Cannon Barrage comes out as well a little bit too late. Hylissang's going to be able to retreat here. Meanwhile, the bot lane tower is the focus here for Upset. He's going to get himself a couple more plates, but just a few over-eager steps from Fnatic overall.
Yeah, I mean, every single play from Fnatic's been flawless, and they've got themselves ahead, apart from these just 2 plays in the bot side. One trying to catch out Caps, and then one trying to go for the enemy Wolves when enemy bot lane is right in your face, and you just use the combo for it. So Fnatic are their own worst enemy right now in this game, similar to last game when they went for that mid dive. Winning on the early stages, but they're still ahead for now.
And the problem obviously is like, you look at it and you're like, Fnatic are in control of this game. 2,000 gold ahead, they have a really fed Renekton, their top side of the map is really strong. But then all you have to do is think back 40 minutes and remember they were in this exact same position in Game 3 and G2 were able to fight back. So we need Fnatic to show the discipline they showed in Game 2 and not the all-out fighting that they showed in Game 3.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think the clear way to see how dominant this early game is from Fnatic is the plates. 5 plates mid, 5 plates top, 4 plates in bot for Fnatic. On the other side, it's going to be 1 plate left on this tower, 3-3 in mid and bot, and they still have Herald. G2's only plays are in this bot side of the map, and Fnatic just have to respect it and back off. Let Adam take top tower. Maybe look for a Herald in mid. You're going to take that tower too. You'll always win out in mid and top if bot lane just plays safe and backs off. I think Whippo might pop it now in mid.
He's looking for it. Rift Herald's going to be used there by Whippo in the mid lane. That's going to charge in. This should be a dead tower. Niski already with the Everfrost complete. It's going to do a little bit of extra damage to those towers with the AP that he has built up, and with the Rift Herald charging in, that's the tower down. Top lane, about 500 HP on the turret up there as Niski has the Destiny and could look to get up there. Well, Destiny about to come off cooldown. Rift Herald will get a second charge in. Fnatic now going down towards the bottom side as Reckless has flash, has cleanse, but he's all on his lonesome. He gets a plate. Whippo coming in. There's the Destiny. I thought it might be top side, but instead, Fnatic dive on their former ADC. Hylissang takes the kill.
Yeah, gets the kill, gives the gold over to Upset as well because of the way the champion works. The interaction to give the 300 gold over to Upset as well. So now mid tower is dead. Adam is probably going to get this top tower in the 1v1. Whippo's buying time here. He knows Reckless is dead. Just going to buy
He's got Cataclysm. He can go for this because Hylissang just needs the Bone Skewer to connect. Minky had to burn the flash.
Could be a world here where Fnatic get this bot tower as well. They're chunking it out a lot. Reckless will have to run from base, and yeah, Fnatic winning out on all 3 lanes right now. It's a 4,000 gold lead in 13 minutes. I feel like it's a deja vu, Medic. I said that last game.
It really is. And you can see the leads in the mid lane. 6,700 gold to 4,000. He's 2 items.
He has two items at 13 minutes. He has Everfrost Rapid Fire at 13 minutes.
See, it's 2 minutes faster than the previous record, not even than the previous average.
Oh,
He's so strong. Niski's having a stormer of a game.
Yeah, I mean, wow, I'm shocked that he has both those items so early in. Caps doesn't even have his mythic yet.
It's crazy. Absolutely absurd how big Niski is right now, and you have to think the game is all but won for Fnatic. They just have to dot the I's and cross the T's. The question is, can G2 find anything, any way to get back? Because right now Niski is everywhere on the map. Mid lane tier 1 is down, so he has even more freedom to roam. He doesn't even need the Destiny. He can just walk up here, and Wonder has to respect the fact that Niski could be near.
Yeah, Niski's just hovering to make sure that tower falls. He's going to run back to mid and catch his wave. And again, G2's only play is on the bot side of the map. As long as Upset's safe and respects it, doesn't go for that bot wave that's now crashing, then they should be fine. G2 just have a lot of pressure. You can see there's lots of pings. He wants to go for this bot wave. He needs information. Hylissang spots them out. And G2 just trying to make a pick here, trying to catch out Hylissang. Will he fall for it?
Glacial Fissure comes out. Hylissang will fall for it,
yes,
as he often does.
But Upset can push in bot. Niski can push in mid. G2 get a pick, and they're going to have to go back to catch these waves. Fnatic is still 5,000 gold up. Dragon in 30 seconds.
I think that's the big thing for G2. Do they want to try and keep stacking up these dragons, or did they just do it to delay the game? Because right now, Fnatic seem to be finding the picks. The question is, can they continue to do that now that the tier 1s are down? Twisted Fate's so good at roaming, so good at finding people in the side lane, but G2 have shown us that they can play defensively when needed and just wait for the game to scale.
Yeah, I think G2 might want to look for this next dragon that's spawning. Jankos, as I say that, starts basing. Reckless does too, Mickey does as well, so I guess they're just going to give that one up. They don't want to opt into the fight. Wunder doesn't have TP and Adam does. Wait, they might catch Mickey!
Mickey caught out as he tried to get back. The rest of his team abandoned him, and that is another kill over to Fnatic.
He was 1 second away from going to base, and Fnatic get themselves a dragon. Not only are they going to get this, they're going to get bot tower as well. I think Whippo could also just run through mid to top now and get Herald as well after securing this bot tower. So yeah, Fnatic own the entire map. All 3 towers have fallen now for G2. They haven't got a single one just yet. Wunder
has to flash away. That was flash for flash burn there. Whippos for Wonders, but that does give Adam so much more freedom if he ever matches into Wunder in a side lane now. Means it's harder for Wunder to get away. Adam looking for Reckless here. He decides against it. A little bit of caution, a little bit of trepidation there from the Fnatic top laner.
Yeah, similar situation where now they have the pressure bot. There's no need to make a play top. Wunder, no flash. Upset's going for it.
Upset just jumps in and then jumps out. Another kill for Upset on this Tristana. 3-1 now. And it really feels like this game is all done, but the singing. Whipper going in for Caps as well. Caps does still have the shockwave here. He's going to get it onto Niski. That's another kill for Fnatic. Adam escaped a fight off towards the top side, and that is a 9,000 gold lead at 16 minutes.
Medic, this is an absolute stomp by Fnatic here in Game 4. There's a very high chance we're going to Game 5 here. 9,000 gold lead in 16 minutes. 4 towers, 2 items on your carries at 13 to 16 minutes. G2 can barely finish their mythics. They've got a dragon and that's about it. Not a single tower. And Fnatic just have the confidence to dive you on tier 2s. Upset leading the charge here initially because Wunder has no TP. I feel like people are dying on G2 before I can even hand you off the mic, Medic.
You should just do the play-by-play from now on, Kajal.
Yeah, and then Cap steps up. He has flash, but I think once the combo lands, that's it. You can flash away, but Niski's going to chase you with flash himself. Chain CC locks him up. And look at all of G2 on the minimap now, all towards the top side. What did they get? Nothing. That tower got taken a little bit further down. Still alive, and they lost Herald too, so G2 are scaling.
They are scaling, but currently Hylissang is the only player with less gold than anyone on G2. And he has more gold than the G2 jungler. Mickey caught out once again. There's the bone skewer, and there's Upset on a killing spree. 4-1 now on this Tristana. Oh, Terra on it. Adam tried to trade into Wunder. Remember, Wunder has no flash. There's the Destiny looking for Caps, the stun, the lockup. Everfoss is flashed away from Whipper with the chase, though. The Cataclysm coming in, and Niski has the extra range from that rapid fire cannon to put the damage down. The shockwave coming out. Upset is down. Upset diving forward for Reckless as well, who has to use the final hour to get away. Jankos dead. A double for Upset. 3 across the course of the fight. And with the Rift Herald still alive on the top side, you have to think that's Inhibitor Tower down. Adam flashing forward. In his rookie season, this is the second time we've seen him solo kill Wunder in 2 games. I say that, hasn't quite killed him off yet, but the expectation is he will chase him down with the Ruthless Predator. Adam, 2 kills in the game.
Medic, it's an 11,000 gold lead in 17 minutes.
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever seen that before, but Fnatic have taken 5 towers. This mid-tier 2 is probably going to fall after they come out of base. And man, this game, it just feels like G2 can't do anything. Their only play was ever on the bot side, and Fnatic only messed up once by going for that play. And that's what got G2 slightly back in the game. A mistake from Fnatic.
Yep.
Nothing else has been proactive from G2, and it's just Fnatic from start to finish this game.
And Hylissang on this pike has just been an absolute nuisance.
He's a madman. Well, you say nuisance, but he didn't get anything.
Okay, so here's the thing. We didn't see that because we were watching bot lane. Right, and then I was like, oh, this would be the start of the play towards the top side. So, I mean, he's still a nuisance. He's still doing really well.
Yeah, definitely is. Good death. That's what we call those.
Yeah. Fast recall, fast recall.
Fast recall. And now 1 minute till Baron. Fnatic have 40,000 gold in 18 minutes. They have all lanes pushing in. They have a global to work with as well. Surely this mid-tier 2 dive won't happen again because Fnatic are just way too far ahead now. Whippo has a Guardian Angel picked up so he can dive in. Caps has no flash, neither does Reckless, so now the power of Jarvan will start to show itself. Fnatic going 1-3-1, pushing in these lanes, and then what they'll do is after these sides are pushed all the way into the tier 3, that's when they'll collapse into mid. You'll get these pushing lanes, and then they'll move like this through the jungle into mid, and that's how they'll crack open this tier 2 because G2 have a choice. Do I catch the waves, or do I defend my mid tower? And it's a lose-lose.
Right now they are just setting up in their own jungle. Red buff was taken. Mickey stepping on the front line here. Buffer's going to pop the oracles. Buffer already has GA, by the way, on this Jarvan.
Yep.
With the Gore Drinker, complete 2 items on him. It's not just Niski and Upset who are ahead.
And this is where the mid tower will fall. Both sides pushed in, and G2 have to catch it, and now they have to make the choice. Defend this tower or catch the wave. Looks like Reckless is going top, so that means mid tower will be under siege. They'll hold on just about for now.
Just keep it alive.
Nope,
Adam's like, nope. You can't hold on
Where's
to that.
Niski
Going to the top side. Reckless dead before he could even do anything. Niski survives. Mickey going forward, but he's all on his lonesome against Upset here. Whipper going in. Whoa, that's very deep there from Whipper. Has to flash away. He might have GA, but dying in the enemy base, it's probably not the ideal thing to do.
Reckless goes for the side wave. Fnatic get mid tower and Reckless. Win-win for them. Whipper has to flash out, just like you said, and all 6 towers down. G2 have not taken a single tower this game. It's also 13,000 gold lead Medic, and now Mickey's gonna die as well.
The problem for Mickey is he just has to face check. There's the Cataclysm, he's down. Upset goes godlike. Yanko stand up as well. There's another one. It's a double for Upset. And you have to wonder what G2 do against this Pyke Tristana combination in Game 5, because we're going there. There is no way that Fnatic can lose this game from this position.
No, you cannot throw this one. I refuse to believe it. We've seen teams throw games in the LEC, or at least enemy teams coming back and finding miraculous team fights, but I think Fnatic have put the nail in the coffin once they get this Baron. Jankos and Mickey had to walk into this jungle. Look at the vision on the map right now. They see absolutely nothing around their own jungle and the Baron pit. That's what they see, so they had to walk in to check if they're on Baron, because Reckless was dead. Medic, we're going to a Game 5 match point, I think.
I can't believe it. A best of one to decide which of these teams gets to World, to decide which of these teams misses Worlds for the first time in 5 years.
I will say, massive props to Fnatic for running it back. You know, the last game that they lost, yes, they threw it, but they don't care. They just run it back. They take the Renekton early and they play with the same similar composition, and it works out so effectively. G2 are going to have to change something up in the game, in the draft perhaps, to stop Fnatic being able to get so much agency in these games. Hylissang split pushing top with Baron buff.
It. He does this all the time on Pyke. It's so smart because you have Ghostwater Dive, you have Phantom Undertow, you have so many escape tools as Pyke, and all you have to do is stand near the minions to Baron buff them. You create another locus of pressure. The rest of your team's down on the bottom side. Hylissang knows he can survive anything that's thrown on him at him by G2, and so he just stands here and buffs up the Baron. He doesn't even auto attack the wave.
Yeah, just keeps the buffed up, makes it so Wunder has to clear waves while his team impacts the rest of the map. Looks like they're looking for mid and bot tower for now. Stacked up waves. G2 are facing a Baroned up Fnatic, around 15,000 gold lead, and they have to wave clear against it.
And it's so much cleaner than it was in game 3. You see, 3 waves synced up, mid lane inhibitors falls. Now the next waves come in and you have to deal with top and bot lane. Fnatic looking for that inhibitor. They've already taken the tower in the mid lane, but they will continue to pressure. Niski down towards the bottom side, looking for that rapid fire cannon proc on towards the tower. Can't quite get it. Adam now goes to top. Mid lane inhibitor goes down, and there's 2 separate pressure sources happening in the bot lane and the top lane, but it can't quite get the inhibitor. Upset oversteps, has to flash away from the shockwave. The inhibitor should fall on this push back in.
That's it. That's it. G2 have nothing left. The flash knock up into the Orianna ult is the only real way they're going to catch Upset, unless Reckless can pull a miracle, but he doesn't have ultimate now either, so I think Fnatic can start to walk up into G2's face and take 3 inhibitors. G2 just have to group up and fight because this 1-3-1 is taking so much effect. Mid inhib's dead, top inhib is surely going to follow. Jankos is just dead.
It's a shellacking. It's a one-sided stomp. It's Fnatic taking an early game lead and taking the game to G2. They are 17,000 gold ahead at the 23-minute mark. They have almost twice as much, 50% more gold than G2 have in the entirety as Whipper goes in with the Cataclysm and Upset once again goes legendary. Whipper survives, still has the GA even if he wants to do a little bit more damage. Upset getting another one as Wunder and Reckless can only watch as Fnatic take down their base. We are going to a final game to decide who is going to World.
It's scripted, Medic, it's scripted.
Man. It's scripted.
The story has written itself. This series has 15 domestic titles, 7 Worlds finalists, 4 MSI winners, and it's going to a Game 5 for the final World spot in the 2021 season for Europe.
It's Reckless against the team that he left. The team that he left because he wanted to win. And they could be the team that denies him Worlds once again.
Upset finally takes Reckless down. After all those years of trying to get to Worlds, I think Reckless stopped him twice. He has it all in his hands.
G2 and Fnatic will go all the way to Game 5 with a spot at Worlds on the line. Be sure to stay tuned for Silver Scrapes and Reckless with My Heart.
Catch up!
planet and us are connected. We share its veins. We can continue to clog them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko Eco Tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
Silver streaks. So good that it just goes over whatever else we're playing to get out of the break. Hey, G2 versus Fnatic, man. It's a rivalry that never stops delivering. And in this summer playoffs, the stakes are different from previous years. It is for Worlds. After this Game 5, one of these Titans will fall, while the other will live to see another day. Forgive me, but there will be some narrative here because this is just insane. First, can I get a reaction about how we got to Game 5, whilst I'll tell the viewers that everyone at home can vote. Who makes it to World? Spam in chat, G2 or FNC for Fnatic. Goldborg, do you want to go first?
I mean, it's crazy that I feel like it's on Fnatic's own terms that we are sitting in a 2-2 situation here, because it's crazy to think about just the game beforehand. If they didn't throw that lead, they would have just won now and been at Worlds. So I think Fnatic clearly has been the driving force.
I think that Fnatic have surprised me. Right, I think that they've just dominated. I think that as the series has gone on, they've gotten more confident in their execution. They seem to have figured out the game plan, what they want to do in draft, and it doesn't matter what curveball G2 throws at them, they seem to have an answer for everything. Fnatic is looking on fire right now.
Okay, I'm going to tell you already that G2 chose blue. And I know that this was a big talking point, so when we talk about draft. First up, though, I'm going to summarize what I heard in the caster room, which was, why are you giving Nisqy TF treats? Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, after the first TF game, this TF is looking super scary. I think it's one of Nisqy's best champion, if not the best, and it just finds so many picks around the map, and G2 just doesn't seem to have like any good answer into it. So,
but what I think the biggest thing about the TF is it's not even Nisqy that's like going side lanes permanently, getting kills. Fnatic is winning their side lanes. Adam is solo killing Wunder. The bot lane is just getting some jungle assistance while also finding advantages in the 2v2 because they do have those winning matchups. But the moment that they get those leads, G2 can't make plays. Nisqy's like, oh, you want to? No, you can't make a play bot lane. Oh, you want to make a play top? No, you can't go there either. And he just stops any proactivity from G2. And anytime they try something, he shuts it down immediately.
Yeah, we got to also look at how Jankos and Bwipo have played these early games so far. Bwipo has come out on top, but they haven't always finished the game with that. But there was that one game on Lee Sin where Jankos absolutely smurfed it, right? How can G2 channel this again?
I feel like it's a tough ask, because in that game as well, it was a skirmish that Arise down mid lane where some outplay potential was already also required in that. And I think, once again, having something to play for, having that matchup that actually makes sense for you, because going into this, it just seems like when you are out on the map in the early game, there's just nothing you can translate into anything. As Vedius just said, if your top laner gets solo killed already, then what are you going to do then?
Treats, you know, as a player who scrimmed versus both of these teams the entire season, how would you attack this early game prowess that Fnatic is trying to bring?
I think it starts a lot from drafts. I think the TF is obviously a good starting point, but also just the mid jungle that G2 are drafting is not very aggressive. I think Orianna is a fine answer into TF, but it's not really aggressive enough for G2 to get advantages through mid. So I would like to see them have a bit more kill pressure in their mid 2v2.
Also, this Braum Prow needs to stop.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Like, there's an element of it that I understand. Like, sure, I think that it scales quite well, and I think that given Fnatic want to skirmish and fight you a lot, I can see why a Braum would be good, but like, stop. I think that they could just be focusing on the top side. Now that they're on blue, they themselves could get Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Jace. They could get Twisted Fate, Viego. They could go for Ryze. Like, they have so many options. We know they can play for top side. They could go for the Tristana in the second half. Like, we need to see G2 unlock themselves more in the early game, because if they don't, Fnatic will obliterate them.
Let's talk about this top lane then. We talked so much about Wunder, the tank proficiency, or the choice for tanks in the series versus the Mad Lion specifically. Adam now, who's gotten a solo kill versus him as well. But do you think Wunder has been enabled in this series so far, and should they do more of that?
I mean, I feel like the most enabling he's been getting this time around is that Jankos has been up there, but for the most part, it's been to Shadow due to the Twisted Fate. Like, the amount of pressure that has occurred here really puts you in a position where you're not able to play for your top lane. I think the Aurelia game was the game where we saw most of the Wunder getting played for, but outside of that, like, the rest of the map is also bleeding, and it makes the requirement so hard.
In my opinion, I feel like that Wunder is just underperforming. Adam is getting the better of himself. I think Medic really summed it up well on the cast, saying that this rookie player is someone that Fnatic wanted to invest in early. They saw potential in what he could bring to the LEC, and I think that over the split, he's progressively been getting better, and now we're seeing the full potential of him. He is outclassing Wunder in today's games, and it's not just a matter of resources, because even when Wunder is being given those resources, Adam, I feel, overall impact is coming up clutch.
Yeah, Treats, can you say something about kind of how a young player like that, how stressful the situation is for someone like that, and how impressive it is if he does keep fighting it? I say it also in the context of, which we've said before, they want him to sack his lane, or he does it himself, right? He just goes somewhere else and leaves his lane to make sure that the team gets ahead. Incredibly selfless play out of Adam.
Yeah, I think Adam is a pretty well-rounded player overall as a rookie. Even like now you can see it. I think he's fine to sack, he's fine to play for lane, he's fine with everything. It's kind of this rookie mentality where you don't really care what happens, you just play your own game. And I think Adam is really good at this right now. He can do whatever the team needs him to do, and he always steps up when they need him to.
But now we're in a best of one. 50-50, completely split for the fans at home, and I think that's how everyone feels as well. We have a best of one for a world spot. Teams that have made it many times, that have had success on the international stage, but haven't won a trophy there at Worlds. They want to get back and try that again. It's insane. They are professional players, so they have the clutch factor and they deal with nerves better than we ever could, but still, they're thinking about all those moments they can make in Worlds.
So the thing is, for me, when I think about G2, I feel like that the expectation is that they have gone to Worlds. But now they're being put in a position where they might lose that. And I wonder how that affects the mentality. In the past, with Perks on that roster, I would say that he thrives in a position like that. I don't have that same confidence with this G2. But Fnatic, they have now been in best of fives 3 times in this playoffs. And every single game 5, they have stomped their opposition, and it feels like that this is their comfort zone. They thrive under this pressure and they relish in it.
Oh, you've summarized it very well. It's so dangerous because you never want to count out G2, but it's kind of that clutch factor. Who's going to bring it? When you look at Hilly and Bwipo, they've been bringing it all series long. However, none of my analysts gave Fnatic the advantage in the predictions a couple of hours ago. So I'm going to give you a chance to change if you want. You had a win for G2.
I'm flipping.
Okay.
I'm going Fnatic. I think Fnatic is the better team. I think they have been performing, and I think that in Game 5, they are the team that will not be afraid to make the play. I think Fnatic is going to Worlds.
Everything Vedius just said makes sense, honestly, and from an analytical point of view, Fnatic has been playing the best League of Legends so far, but I've been taught to stick with my gut from the get-go. I'm not going to change my prediction because of that.
And Treats, and the importance here is that Treats has gotten every single winner prediction correct so far. Treats, are you flipping it?
I'm not flipping it. I'm staying with G2 as well. I think everything that Vedius does make sense. I think Fnatic has been a bit sharper, but with G2 coming back on blue side, I think it could change once again.
Ah, man. Summarize it for me, Vedi. G2, what are they first pick? What are they ban?
I think G2 will first pick Lee Sin, actually.
Okay.
Epic prediction.
Epic prediction. So they live and die by Jankos' early game. Perhaps. We'll see. It's been absolutely crazy. I can't wait for this Game 5. We've been so spoiled so far in Fnatic. They've clawed their way through the lower bracket. 2 Game 5s already, and now just 1 win away from taking down their arch rivals, G2. Find out who makes it to Worlds in Game 5.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Versus G2, Game 5. One shot for these teams to make their way to Worlds. And, of course, to Finals weekend next week where they face off against Rogue for a chance to face Mad for the title.
Medic.
Yeah.
I think this is, to me, the most important G2 Fnatic best of one I've ever seen.
Hey, it feels like it.
So many stakes are on the line. Like, this time it's not a title, but it's Worlds, and it's keeping the run of Worlds alive for both these teams over so many years.
I mean, Reckless said it earlier today. He said, this is all that matters to me. If you don't make Worlds, your season is unsuccessful. You have not had a good year. Even if you win titles, even if you place well in spring, even if you have a good performance all around, if you don't make Worlds, your season is not worth it. And you can see on the looks on their faces, you can see Reckless there, you can see the players on Fnatic's side as well. This is everything to them.
Reckless was laser focused. If any of these players are going to have the game of their life, oh boy, it better be this one. Fnatic have looked dominant in the early game. G2 look like they can bring it back in fights, and that's where they're focusing in draft specifically. My biggest question coming into Pick and Ban is Twisted Fate. Oh boy, this song. It's scripted.
I mean, the thing is as well, Reckless left Fnatic before. He went to Elements, and they crashed and burned, and Fnatic claimed title after title, and Reckless had to work his way back towards them. And then now he's left the Fnatic and he's gone to G2, and it looks like Fnatic could be the team that deny him a spot at Worlds.
Oh, you can see Adam there taking a deep breath.
I mean,
the pressure on Adam. Renekton ban targeted at him after solo killing Wunder. It's just about a year this man's been playing competitive. Bwipo must be so proud that Adam coming in is taking out Wunder in this best of 5, especially in lane phase itself. Tristana first pick for G2. They want to be the ones playing this AD carry, and Fnatic have been denied it.
So that's the important thing. G2 moved over to blue side here. They locked in blue side. They decided they wanted. They locked the Tristana first. Rakan banned away. So far, we've seen Xin Zhao, Twisted Fate high priority. The question is,
there it is.
Twisted Fate immediately here for Fnatic.
Caps must have an answer. They let this champ go through Pick and Ban. They pick Tristana away. They have to have prepared something into it. Trundle's going to get taken for Bwipo too. Jankos, Viego, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin has a lot of options. Caps could go Syndra, could go Orianna. The Orianna hasn't been working out, I think. It's not really been having the push to stop Niski from being able to roam around. Maybe he wants to go for a Sylas.
The thing with G2 is they played for this later game composition for these team fights, and it's worked out for them a couple of times, but they don't have an early game right now. Fnatic consistently are getting early game leads, 2, 3, 4,000 gold, and you have to see some changes from G2 if they're going to manage to get towards that mid game. Here, the Ryze can follow the Twisted Fate a lot more.
I like this swap up. I like the Ryze into TF. You outscale him, you push him in, and you win the 1v1. TF just has a bigger global, but Ryze can deal with him on side lane. So what are they going to round out here? We've seen a lot of Brown blind picks. Are they going to pick support? I think matching jungle makes sense here. Ryze Lee Sin's a good combo. Ryze Xin Zhao's a good combo. GP blind pick could be good, but it's going to be a Camille insta-lock. So Ryze Camille for the side lanes. Niski has a TF. They have counter pick top. What is Adam going to pick into Camille? He could go for things like the Olaf. Could go for a Mordekaiser as well.
Yep. We saw Mundo against it in game 1, but of course the Camille was picked into the Mundo there.
No way.
Could, of course, take the Trundle into the top lane or even put Trundle as support.
Okay.
Instead, Ezreal will be locked in here for upset in the bottom lane.
Okay, so G2 can ban away top laners. The blind pick Camille, the stare down worked out, I think, because now they can ban away tops if they want to. And Fnatic still want to pick up their support and their top laner. So expecting top lane on 4, support on 5, but again, jungle not picked for G2. Lee Sin, Viego expected to be banned away, and with Trundle picked already, all 4 of the strongest S-tier kind of junglers, which have been prioritized, which are AD, will be taken away. And it's up to Jankos. What does he want to go for? We've seen Olafs, we've seen Graves being played by Bwipo, and those champions. Olaf very bad into Trundle, I have to say. Graves not too bad.
There's a lot of options here for both sides. You see Fnatic banning out the junglers. There's the Pyke. So much respect to Hylissang. Haven't seen it at all this year, pretty much. And just off the back of 2 incredibly strong games. The Pyke has to be banned away by G2.
So many bot lane bans throughout this whole series. You expect Viego to perhaps be taken away here, unless they want to pivot and look for something to target Jankos. They're banning away counter-pick supports. Makes sense to ban Braum because they've been picking Braum and Pyke's been the answer all the time. Leona still up, Alistar still up, Nautilus still up. I think that might be where we're trending towards. Fnatic can obviously flex this Trundle support if they want to.
Definitely could. G2, of course, could look towards something like the Lulu as well. We've seen Lulu Tristana have a great game earlier. There's the set taken away from the top side of the map, and now Fnatic have to either blind pick their support or blind pick their top lane here.
No, I think picking top makes sense, right? They've shown Camille.
Oh, yeah,
won't be a blind pick. Looks like they're going to run the Mundo. The only worry I have for Fnatic is if you go tank top into Camille, you're also playing an Ezreal lane in Tristana, so pressuring sides becomes a lot harder with the TF. And it's the Adams special! It's Adams Darius. We talked about something to play for in top lane. Oh, baby, that's something you can get ahead.
I mean, the weight of the world on this guy's shoulders as well. His rookie season in the LEC, 1 game away from Worlds, 1 game away from Finals weekend, and you lock in Darius. What a decision here from Fnatic.
Adam has 5 games of Darius this year, including, the EU Masters run, 80% win rate. He only lost 1 game, but there's the Viego coming out for Jankos, and that's going to be a Gragas support to round out bot lane for G2. Now, Alistar can't be picked into Gragas, so you expect something like Leona to be picked up here, unless they want to flex the Trundle, but I think Trundle going jungle makes the most sense. It's on Hylissang. He has counter pick. He sees the entire comp of G2, and he can pick his support. Leona makes the most sense, and there it is. So now, I think everyone knows which lane needs to be looked at here. It's top lane. Darius into Camille. It's going to be so volatile. Whichever one of these champions is ahead, it's going to dictate the game. Because the Darius has a TF behind him, and the Camille has a Rise behind her.
Everything. All your eggs in that top lane basket here. Alongside that upset playing the Ezreal, he's currently undefeated on it in playoffs, unkilled on it in the 2 games he's played, 14-0-12 on that champion.
This is the 15th game Fnatic's played in how many weeks? 1-2 weeks of just straight best of 5s?
You have to remember, like, Fnatic played 5 games against Misfits only 2 days ago. They are more practiced than G2 when it comes to stage games in this playoffs, but they also have to deal with the exhaustion of playing 15 games in such a short space of time.
We talked about putting all your cards on the table, and that's exactly what Fnatic have done. Adams Darius for game 5. Oh, it's all on the line, Medic.
It's do or die between these 2 teams. 15 LEC titles between them. Worlds after Worlds after Worlds. 2 Worlds finals. They have been the name on everyone's lips when it comes to European League of Legends. They have been the names that you talk about when you talk about the best in EU. Now they have fallen down from that pedestal, and only one can make it to Worlds. G2 versus Fnatic, a best of 1 starting now.
And right out of the gates, Fnatic looking for a level 1. They're looking for Mickey. Maybe he's been standing in that bush the whole series long. They're going to see him, but I think he's going to be absolutely fine. So Fnatic, I think that ward is going to be good for the bot lane phase, but now Jankos and Caps can move into the top side of their jungle and place down wards. I think Fnatic going to have to base and pick up a sweeper here.
Okay, guys, take a break, take a second. Sweeper's picked up there on Bwipo. Hylissang has one as well. We didn't really talk about the Gragas pick. It's a Mickey special in support. Obviously, we do see it around the world, but Mickey very practiced on it. Was one of the best Gragases on the server for a very long time. Obviously, good into the Leona as well, because if she Zenith Blades forward, you can body slam her out of the connection and make sure she doesn't get in range for her follow-up stun.
They're going to get the ward as well. So 3 champions getting the ward gives both solo laners level 2 on the first wave. So after 6 creeps, they'll level up because of the ward XP on both top and mid. So G2 should know that, and they should be very careful on this first wave, especially in top lane.
Both junglers starting leashless as well on the top side of the map. In the last few games, it's been Bwipo who's been getting the advantage early on, a lot of it due to the pressure that the rest of his team is putting down, the priority they have had in lanes. But Bwipo has had Jankos' number, at least since game 2.
Yeah, both junglers, like you said, full clearing bot is all going to come down to bot priority then. You can see Wunder has that ward in Tribush to cover off any maybe level 2 shenanigans. Adam, like we said, will get level 2 off the wave. They have to be careful for it. Lots of trading in mid. This is why the Ryze picks notorious into the TF. Kind of outscale, you win 1v1 and you can get the push. And Caps is forcing that already. Adam's going to level up from that creep. Maybe Wunder won't expect it, but he doesn't go for it.
Wunder giving the respect that's due to Adam's Darius. There's the Denner blade in the bottom lane. Mickey going forward as well. Hillsang with the Aftershock will be tanky enough, and Reckless takes the bad end of that trade. He has got 3 pots and a longsword here, so expecting to trade quite regularly with Upset and Hillsang.
A little bit of trading in all these lanes. Both junglers still backing down, both hitting level 3 at roughly the same time. Crab spawning around 45 seconds. And Fnatic have the push in bot for now, but again, G2 have the push in mid. Very, very similar to game 1.
Man, it's such a knife. I'm just imagining the tension that must be in these players' minds as well. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but Upset has been denied Worlds in 4 separate best of 5s. He's lost 4 separate best of 5s, meaning that he hasn't made it to Worlds. This would be the first time a player of his caliber, widely seen as one of the best AD carries, at least top 3, top 4 AD carries in Europe for a very long time. It would be the first time he's ever made Worlds if he's able to close this game out. Of course, Adam in his rookie season would be going to Worlds for the first time as well.
And I think whatever happens, hang on, as I say that, Adam's roaming mid, he has flash. Caps is getting pincered from both sides. I think he might be dead here. He has nowhere to run. I think Fnatic's gonna get first blood.
Yeah, Caps shouldn't burn the flash here. He's gonna try and trade back onto Niski, but there's nowhere for Caps to go. No mana for him to kill off Niski either. First blood goes over to Fnatic.
Yeah, so Bwipo ignored the bot crab. Jankos thought that he'd see him there, but Bwipo snuck past him and went for the mid gank instead, giving up the crab, and Adam collapsed from top as well. So Caps really had nowhere to run. Running back to the lane, he would get chased down and flashed by. So yeah, just dies. Gonna TP back. They lose nothing in the end, just a TP on Caps. I think Niski might have to TP back as well, but first blood straight to Fnatic.
I wonder, holding the wave in the top lane may cause Adam to lose out on a little bit of CS, but the assist will more than make up for that. The wave only just about collapsing in top lane, so Adam's actually going to be able to get all of this as well and be equal in CS. Stun goes down in the bot lane as Reckless is forced away by Hillsang, but another strong early start here for Fnatic. It's looking good for them. They can keep this momentum going.
And Caps froze mid lane, but Niski saving his TP for his team, so he wants to make sure he can use this global to prevent any kind of plays happening on the side lanes. Again, this TF pick will pay its dividends once again. He has the TP. He's gonna have ult up again soon, 2 or 3 minutes when he hits level 6. And Reckless has no cleanse, so if they can get the setup with Leona, TF having no cleanse, I think he's as good as dead.
Have to see if they're able to do it. As you say, now Cap's going to shove out this wave after freezing that previous one. You can see Niski a little bit behind in terms of CS. Niski, once again, just trying to get vision around that mid lane to make sure that he couldn't be caught out by Jankos on a gank. And the question is now, set it in draft. Top lane has to be a focus here for G2. Caps is working his way up here, and Jankos is in the vicinity.
Getting a little bit of information here, Caps. Trying to spot out the Raptors. Will put a wall down in the end, sees they respawn, so he knows Bwipo's respawn camps are top side. And he knows that he'll be there soon. Mickey's pincering on mid. Doesn't have a lot of mana, but has enough mana for the combo. Bwipo's actually just ignoring that and going towards top, so G2 doing the classic pincer towards mid, while Wunder is alone in top. He has flash, so he should be okay. I think Bwipo's just covering this wave to crash.
Adam building up that passive as well. Will pull Wunder back with Wunder waiting on his...
Oh, Adam!
Adam goes in, Adam underneath the tower, he's going to die, Wunder! Oh, trades him in the 1v1. Bwipo here as well with the wave, and Wunder is very low. Wunder can go back and then TP back in. Jankos could catch this, but he's in the vicinity, so Wunder should be able to walk back towards this wave under tower.
Adam thought he had the damage with the Q flash auto. Turns out he unfortunately didn't. He's going to TP back here to force Wunder off another wave. Maybe he can get the kill. Wunder's being really greedy here.
Wunder going in with the Hexagon Domain. What was that, Adam? He just TPs back in and Wunder dies for him.
Adam fails the first kill, but then Wunder kind of gives it back to him. Wunder's going to have to TP back here now as well. Bwipo's around. Niski just hit level 6. If Jankos looks for this top play, there will be a collapse. But look at Mickey. He's top side as well. Everyone knows the top side is everything. And right now, it's gone back into Adam's favor after that play from Wunder.
Adam now sitting on the Iron Spike Whip, getting that kill as well. Bwipo having to flash away here.
Oh, Bwipo.
Caps coming in with the Realm Warp. Niski there with the stun card will lock up Caps, and it means that Bwipo does not get caught with the Rune Prison.
Yeah, if he got hit by that W from Caps, he would have died. Mickey can flash after him, so Realm Warp's down. Adam's moved down here as well. Now, time for the Destiny. Global's coming in, but Adam doesn't have flash to get over that wall. The Q was zoning him away, so that won't turn into anything. A lot of contest onto this top side. Adam has to catch the top wave. Both AD carries handshaking and farming bot once again.
So Fnatic still with the early lead here, about 800 gold ahead, but it's been back and forth so far. Bwipo looking to see if he can get these early advantages, but is actually behind in CS over Jankos because he decided to look for fights instead of looking for those early camps. Mickey and Hylissang trading over a control ward, but nothing too much going to come out of that. Importantly for Fnatic and for Adam, no TPs on the side of G2, no Realm Warp available for Caps either, so it makes it a bit harder for them to really focus down Adam in the top lane.
Jankos got a lot of information there. He knows Bwipo is on Krugs, but they don't have Camille ultimate, so they're not going to commit for it. Niski still has TP as well. Oh, a lot of contests around this top side, but only 3 kills this time around. Normally we see a kill a minute. Both these teams paying respect. Mostly in this top side is where we've seen the kills, and Adam going on to Wunder once again.
They're just a bit short on the decimate there, can still trade in. Of course, the passive gives you a lot. He's going to pull him back with the app.
He's dead!
There we go, guillotine! Adam brings down the axe.
Adam is taking over the top lane. It's his rookie year in the LEC against the most achieved top laner we have in Europe. And Adam is smashing him for the 2nd game in a row in terms of lane phase. This Darius pick is huge into the Camille.
What a way to make a name for yourself, from LFL to EU Masters champion, and now to taking it down a Wunder in a pure 1v1. Not 1, not 2, but 3 times so far this series. Adam is on an absolute stormer, 1,100 gold ahead here, Kadril.
Yeah, 20 CS lead, has 2 plates as well, 2 kills. It's stacking up, and G2 are going to have to find a way to bail Wunder out of top lane. Adam is having a fantastic game so far.
He really is. Of course, Darius can be tricky to play later on. You can just get kited depending on how well the enemy team plays it. But for the moment, Adam is Fnatic's lead. Jankos off towards the top side is going to start up this Rift Herald. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic are pushing in this bottom side. You can see Reckless and Mickey having to give respect to the fact that they are on the weak side of the map. Adam now finished his Stride Breaker Mythic complete at 8 minutes 40.
Yeah, look at the vision G2 have towards his top side. Look how many members they're committing to try and dive Adam on this way. But look at where Adam is. He ran to mid. He knows something's up on top side because his team's all bot lane. They're getting free plates on this bot tower. And he knows that they're here because the Herald fell. They're bailing Wunder out of this lane phase, but they're losing a lot of the cost of it. Reckless is zoned away from the tower. He doesn't know where Hylissang is. 2 plates over to Upset. Niski can push in mid. Upset keeps the push in bot. And as long as Adam's safe, they're not losing too much. I don't know if they should fight. It would be a 4v3, but I don't know if they know Caps is based and all of the members of G2 have backed away. Wunder's going to have to go away as well.
Yeah, no Rift output down, but Wunder does manage to get a plate, so he'll get himself a little bit more gold. However, Adam's still very much in control of that lane.
Important thing is Jankos has Herald, so if you can use that effectively, Adam has no flash for a little bit longer. If they can get towards top, you know, kill Adam, get the shutdown onto Wunder and Herald top tower, then top lane will be stabilized. But for now, Adam taking over the game for Fnatic, stepping up in the 5th game for Worlds.
What a moment to do it. The rookie player, the 19-year-old Frenchman, really showing up on stage here. Niski can land a stun card. Caps was just greedy there. Shield of Drakewake's going to stun him up as well. Mickey coming in. Hylissang flashes past him, and with the Ignite and with the auto, that's enough. Caps are way too greedy in the mid lane. The solar flare coming out means Mickey has to flash as well, and Fnatic 4 kills on the board now.
Hilly playing again with absolutely no fear. Caps tries to cancel Niski's base, or Hylissang's base, sorry. Then he just commits to it, levels up off the kill, tosses out the ultimate instantly to get Mickey's flash, gets everything out of that play possible.
Adam forcing Wunder back once again. You have to think, if he can stack up the hemorrhage and get a guillotine once again, it's going to be a French revolution in the top lane as Adam continues to force a Wunder back. For the moment, though, G2 have been able to stabilize just a little bit. However, Fnatic still 2,000 gold ahead. The Ocean Drake in their back pocket as well. 3 minutes on a mountain for them.
Yeah, Fnatic are winning out on these solo lanes, but G2 have all the vision to work with in the top side. It feels like G2 have had pinks towards the top side. You can see in the minimap right now, these pinks have been here for so long on the top side of the map, but it just feels like G2 is just losing the lanes in general. Caps getting greedy by trying to cancel Hylissang's base. Wunder getting greedy, trying to kill Adam after he TP's back. Now it's all slowly backfiring. Reckless has even left bot lane at this point. Maybe they just want to put 3 members top, herald this top tower, change up the win condition from Wunder to Reckless.
It would make sense as Reckless now works his way towards the top side. You can see Wunder going down towards bottom lane. Upset will get the push in there, uses the True Shot Barrage to clear out the way, but Reckless on this top side. We've seen what a Tristana can do when he's ahead in game so far this series. The question is, will G2 invest that Rift Herald into him? Looks like not for the moment, Kadril.
Fnatic have 2 choices right now. Defend top, keep Adam there, and just try to manage the weather the storm, you know, of Reckless being top. Or Niski could look to ult bot and dive Wunder with Upset. Looks like for now, after pushing out top, G2's going to move their bot lane now towards mid. Maybe they want to just force something in mid and herald it. They think team fights could be the way to go and just get out of laning phase as soon as possible.
Oh, Reckless, Mickey, and Jankos have kind of just gone walkabout for the last couple of moments, playing Ring Around the Rosies as they walk up and down this river, but for the moment, Reckless will just jump across the wall and catch this wave as it pushes in. Could actually let the minions kill off a plate here, which he does. No one will have got any gold from that plate.
Hylissang has been laning mid this whole game, making sure Niski can keep this push, and he's absolutely fine on every single wave. Mickey has been running up and down the river with Jankos looking for picks, and with this mid push, it unlocks the map for Fnatic on this bot side. Upset can keep pressuring bot, and they can keep this vision around mid that they've now cured.
Rifttower about to time out here on Jankos. You can see G2 have been a little bit circumspect about where they wanted to put it. Not quite sure. Bwipo now on the top side, but you have to feel Jankos just going to run up towards top lane, chuck this down in the tri-bush, and try and get some gold out of it. Reckless is here as well. He's actually going to back. So Jankos,
running out.
Yeah, you've got like 2 seconds to put down this Rift Node. It looks like they're going to go mid instead. Hylissang going in with Hex Flash. Mickey is here as well.
How can they go mid though? They don't have a wave. Fnatic might be able to kill off the Herald. He's trying to get as close as possible to the tower. He's going to place it. Hylissang in trouble.
Hylissang doesn't have Flash, doesn't have anywhere to go. Tries to get out with the Solar Flare, but Reckless is going to jump across the wall. There's the kill. Hylissang will fall. Bwipo and Niski here to defend. Adam does have TP if he wants to join. Upset is forced underneath his tower in the bottom lane, and that Rift Node will charge in. Gold goes over to Reckless.
Look at G2 sprinting top. They have to deal with Adam. They have to stop him taking the first tower of the game. They get the crab as well, and that pick will help G2 salvage the map, put it in an even state where now mid lane's being pushed back into Fnatic. Niski is not unlocked on the map, and Adam can't start pressuring the side lane. I think praise to G2 for kind of killing the lane phase. You know, this Camille-Darius matchup was absolutely doomed after that second kill, but they found a way to kind of juggle the map and keep Wunder against Upset for the last 5 minutes. Reckless running up and down the river. Fnatic yet to respond.
And the gold pretty much even right now. I mean, Fnatic do still have 1,000 gold lead, so not quite as even as I thought it was when I first did my maths, but they are still a lot closer than it was a moment ago. Destiny coming out, that's just being used to look to see if they can catch out Wunder on the bot side. Adam here as well. Wunder's going to go in with Hexagon to dodge away from the gold card, then flashes away. Good escape here from Wunder. Niski looking for another gold card, but can't lock it in time. And a superb escape from Wunder. TP from Caps to the top lane as well as they look to get him some plates.
Absolutely clean play from Wunder. Uses the ult to cancel the gold card, of course, and then uses the Q for move speed, flashes away, gets the E up in time. G2 instantly responds by TPing top. The Dragon's going to get taken by Fnatic, and they're going to match the plates taken top with bot side. So it's a win for Fnatic because they get the Dragon, but they lose Adam's TP and they lose the Destiny. It's a complete split map right now.
Zenith Blade going in, they're looking for Reckless. He's going to be able to jump away. Importantly though for Caps, he was 1,000 gold behind when that play started. He's now been able to pick up at least 1 plate in the top side, so he's closing that gap just a little bit here, K-Drop.
Yeah, look at the minimap, Medic. You can see full vision towards the top side for G2 and full vision towards the bot side for Fnatic. It's just a trade-off of tier 1s in top and bot. Wunder has to be really careful.
Doesn't have the flash. Remember, Zenith Blade went the wrong way there. Hylissang was expecting one to go one way. Tower goes down. 1-for-1 traded so far. I think first tower was taken there by Upset, second tower by Caps in the top lane.
Next objective for both these teams is the Herald, which is just spawned. Herald would unlock mid tower, and unlocking mid tower in the early to mid game is essential if you want to start playing for Baron and getting the setup and pushing the enemy team back. So both teams probably want to contest that. Adam, level 11 now on this Darius. He hasn't found his way into fights just yet, but he still has flash up, of course. So if he can get in there alongside Hylissang and get on to Reckless and Caps, he is going to destroy them. So G2 need to find a way to peel Adam off of them. They're starting this Herald now. There could be a fight around this. Niski has TP.
See, Bwipo has been around but not really involved in a lot of the early plays here. Only 93 damage dealt to champions at the 15-minute mark, about 2,000 below the average, so struggling a little bit, but that hasn't really been his fault as such. It's just the way that the game has played out after those early kills from Adam. G2 have not wanted to take a fight.
So G2 have decided not to go for the Herald. In turn, they're going to lose it and top tier 1. So what they have to do is answer somehow with a bot tower or with a mid tower. They need to pressure something, because look at Caps on the minimap right now. He's almost at his Nexus gates. He has to run all the way around to his tower. They're going to push in mid. I think they're just going to be able to trade with a bot tower. Exact same situation as earlier. Fnatic get a bot tower and a Drake. G2 get a top tower. Now G2 get a bot tower. Fnatic get a top tower and a Herald.
The game has settled into a little bit more of a quiet stage here as both teams perhaps a bit tentative about making big plays right now. G2 obviously wanting to scale up as Fnatic got out to this early lead. Fnatic now deciding it is time to do something. Rift Herald comes down in the mid lane, and that should be the tower gone. Niski stepping forward with the gold card, locks it onto Mickey. There's a knockback, but Niski not underneath the tower. Cap steps in, Everfrost goes wide. Rift Herald is going to get another charge out of this. Wunder does have the TP if he wants to join the fray, but decides against it. Rift Herald will charge in and be killed before it can find its mark.
Yeah, good smite from Jankos there, just to make sure it can't chunk it down. Always buys you time and always makes it easier the later the game goes. Hylissang's looking for a pick here. Jankos might be in trouble.
Destiny available. He has got flash. The rest of G2 have to collapse quickly, but Jankos is down before G2 can get in there. And now the flank is on. The Realm Orb comes out. And Bwipo with the pillar! Bwipo stops G2's retreat right in its tracks. Shutdown comes out for Reckless. Mickey's going to get killed onto the side. Hillisang kills off Reckless. And now Fnatic have found it. They found the moment they were looking for.
Bwipo's pillar might have put the nail into G2's coffin. It stopped the ultimate and got them 3 big kills. Adam died. You can see his hands are off the table. He's nodding to himself. He knows they're in the lead here. Great play from Fnatic. They've not backed off after the tower. They're making plays. You can see Reckless already jumping away on the side of your screen because Adam's behind him. Caps thinks he's going to take them to safety, but Bwipo says no.
It's the pillar that could break G2. The pillar felt around the world. The pillar that could deny G2 their 6th worlds in a row, and even though Reckless was able to pick up a kill, Fnatic cleaned it up. You can see what it means to Yamato, you can see what it means to Fnatic, and you can see what it means to Reckless. Once again, he leaves his team to join a super team, to become a champion, and once again, he is denied.
Fnatic once again in the driving seat. So far ahead right now just because of where the gold is. The majority of the gold is on your side laners, Darius and Twisted Fate. And who's behind on G2? Their side laners, so Fnatic can control the entire map. And they're 2 dragons away from soul points, 1 minute on that Cloud Soul. Oh, that pillar. That could be the end of G2.
3,000 gold between the two teams. We have seen, of course, even in this series, G2 come back for more than this, but it's about momentum, it's about drive, it's about how Fnatic are playing together. The fact that Niski, once again on this Twisted Fate, has 2 items complete and is a nuisance, a terror around the map. The fact that Hillisang continues to find pick after pick after pick. The fact that G2 don't seem to have an answer. Hillisang, Hex flashes in. That's not the best position to be in. The Everfrost is going to lock him up. Look at how tanky it is. The Solar Flare going out, but the Zenith Blade will not be enough to keep him alive. Jankos could look for the Zenith Blade that he stole away, but Hillisang will for wonder. He's actually pushing in the side lane here, looking for that tier 2 by himself. Dragging up in 20 seconds here, Kadril.
That's a very big mistake there from Hillisang, because you're completely right. The objective spawning in 15 and G2 have side pressure. They're going to take a fight. Adam has to flash away. Mickey
gets the knockback, but only distracts Adam and Bwipo for the moment. 10 seconds on that Cloud. Tier 2 in the bottom lane has fallen. Fnatic now only 2,000 gold ahead. Bwipo trying to shove through this mid lane, but that Cloud Drake will go over to G2. Realm Warp, Caps is on the chase, looking for Bwipo. His former top laner trying to catch him out of the Rune Prison should be available, but he can't quite get in range. Bwipo too speedy. The Frozen Domain will get him out.
Destiny popped though. Are they looking for something?
They're looking for Reckless.
They're going for Reckless.
Upsets him as well. They dive onto him. The Everfrost will look him in place, and with the True Shot Barrage, Upset kills Reckless. Upset kills Reckless. And you got to say it twice because it's just that important. Bwipo now on the front line. The Hexagon Ultimatum is ready for wonder as they go back in. Caps trying to step in from the side, but Hillisang has rejoined his team after dying earlier. The Hex Flash, of course, will distract Caps. Can they chase him down? Flash. Red card! It's like watching Reggie all over again, but it's enough to slow down Caps, and it's enough to kill him off. Upset on a killing spree.
Yeah, the follow-up was enough. Hillisang might have died, but G2 tried to make their own play by trying to catch out Bwipo. They run way too far, and they leave Reckless all alone. He gets picked off. The fight ensues from there. Fnatic pick up more kills.
And a 4,000, 3,500 gold lead to boot. 20 minutes in. The fights are back and forth, but Fnatic keep getting the advantages. Look at the difference. Top lane, 800 gold lead for Adam. Mid lane, 1,300 gold lead for Niski. And bot lane, Upset picking up those kills, puts him 800 gold ahead.
And Medic, there's a world here where Fnatic win this game. Caps, the world's finalist in 2018, 2019, and the semi-finalist last year, might not even show up at this tournament. Bwipo was getting caught out initially, but then the Destiny turnaround alongside Upset. Reckless has no jump because he tried to commit to the chase. Stun card connects. Upset lands a W, lands the ultimate from there. He's dead. Mickey has to run away. He gets chased down. Caps thinks he can come and help out the play, but he has no flash as well, so they just commit onto him. Red card, Schmed card, doesn't matter. He's slowed, he's dead.
You can see Fnatic just so willing to continue this chase. They get the flash red card, they get enough, and now they have complete control of this top side jungle. Dragon up in 3 minutes time, but Fnatic might be looking up towards the big purple worm. The Baron buff their target. Upset bad enough.
You know they're going to start it. They're going to start it and look for a turn. G2 has to respond. This team fight could decide everything.
One moment, one breath, one team fight perhaps to decide the series, to decide if your season ends today. Caps TPing in, Fnatic start to turn off at 5,000 HP on the Baron. Take a breath, take a moment, because Hillisang's looking for the Hex Flash, has the Solar Flare. It misses, it goes wide, but Mickey's still the target. Knocked back, it's not going to be enough. Mickey's down already, and now with the Destiny you can see Fnatic can continue to chase this. Reckless, the target for him. Everfrost, stun card, Reckless rooted, Pillar of Filth, Realm Warp coming out, Reckless always down. Oh, he apprehends him out of the flipping incoming realm warp! And it works for Fnatic! Adam once again with the clutch moment for his team!
Fnatic are not gonna let you get away. Once you're in the jaws, you're in the stomach. Fnatic get 3 members of G2 and they're gonna get the Baron as well. 2 times G2 try to run away, 2 times Fnatic say no!
And Adam, once again, in the moment his team needs him, he steps up. This guy's a flipping rookie, he's 19 years old, and he is taking his team to Worlds.
Oh, the turn was a little bit shaky at the start from Fnatic as Hylissang misses the ult, but they managed to single out one target, and it's Mickey. He tries to use the ult to proc the Aftershock to live, and once he dies, G2 once again have to run. The Destiny's popped, Niski comes from behind, uses the Everfrost initially into the stun card. Caps thinks he can get him away this time, but no, says Adam.
What a performance from Fnatic, so coordinated as well. This mid-game, so strong from them. G2 have not found an answer in the last 3 games. Now a 5,000 gold lead for Fnatic. 2.5 minutes on the Baron for them as well, and you can see G2 now looking for something. They think perhaps they can catch Adam off in a side lane. No Realm Warp available for Caps though.
Fnatic need to re-establish map control. Because they took this Baron, G2 can get out onto the river first and they have control. Adam has no flash. G2 are probably going to commit to this. No, looks like they're just going to take the pink and back away, but now Fnatic know exactly where you are.
Adam knocks across the wall, Caps with the Everfrost. Adam going to get put down at the Decimate. Jankos on the front line now. He's all on his lonesome Heartbreaker to try and get away, but Whippo's on the chase. Flash, subjugate, bring it down the hammer as there's another kill over to Fnatic. Whippo chasing down Jankos. And Fnatic continue to push forward. The pillar available. Caps slowed up. Caps hit with the Mystic Shot. Hit with the Essence Flux. Hit with the gold card. And that's enough for Fnatic. 2 more kills for them. And with the Baron buff, they can look to push in this bot lane way.
G2's coaching staff shaking their heads. They know this game is in such a bad situation. Caps 1 and 6 right now. He can't find anything on the map. And Fnatic can find absolutely everything. That's going to be a mid tier 2. Caps is dead. They're going to get bot tier 2 as well. This gold lead is just going to keep escalating and getting worse.
And we're on the precipice of something incredible here. G2 missing Worlds, getting knocked out from contention for the first time in the organization's history. 2 years ago they were in finals. Last year they were in the semis. They have been Europe's hope for the last 3-4 years or so, and now Fnatic are knocking on the door of knocking them out. The inhibitor tower, the target, 24 minutes in. Fnatic have an 8,000 gold lead, and G2 can do nothing about it. Adam at the helm, Whippo at the helm, Fnatic at the helm as they break through, they batter through the base of G2.
What does G2 have left is the big question. Adam's going in.
Just needs the guillotine, brings it down, and Mickey's down, and now Wonder down towards the bottom side. He's going to have to run away from Hylissang. They could just win it here. Fnatic could just lock Worlds here. Mad and Rogue wait next week, but we know it's all about Rogue. And all about Worlds as Fnatic decide to back away. G2 still stepping forward, but Upset just has so much damage on this Ezreal.
G2 backs against the wall, Reckless back against the wall. Fnatic push them to their Nexus towers. They're going to take an inhibitor for now, but boy, are they not done just yet in this game. Almost just over an 8,000 gold lead now for Fnatic. Dragons up, that's going to be the next objective for them. It should be pretty free. They have all the vision in the world to work with, items being completed. Fnatic are ready to take it home.
It started with Fnatic. EU LCS champions year after year after year. Only lost 1 of their first 8 title contentions to Alliance. Then G2 came in 2016 and they took Fnatic down a peg. They became the kings of Europe, the team that everyone wanted to beat. And then this year, Mad and Rogue have risen up. They are the new kids on the block, and it's G2 and Fnatic fighting over table scraps, fighting over that single world's position. Currently, Fnatic are in the advantage. Fnatic have control of the game. The question is, can G2 find anything, any way to get back in?
And the trust Fnatic had in putting Whippo in the jungle and bringing Adam in after the EU Masters win and putting him in the top lane. Phenomenal showing by both of them. Specifically, what can G2 do to win? I don't know. The Destiny's pop, the siege begins, the dive's coming in hot.
Mickey's going to get pulled back. The Noxing guillotine's going to be enough as Upset takes the kill. Caps already popped the stopwatch. Look at Upset just diving forward. And Caps is down. Caps is dead. And perhaps with it, G2's hopes of any chance at a world spot. Second inhibitor's going to go down as Fnatic look for the win.
They have a bot wave. Niski flashes in. Reckless has to flash away.
Reckless trying to get away from his former team. the team that he left to join G2. And Fnatic, they don't care that you're not with them anymore. They will take you out. They will lock you down. Jankos dead. G2 dead. One day able to get one kill on the backline, but Fnatic still 4 members strong. Will rip him right back in and rip away any hope they had of making it to Worlds. Fnatic will join Mad and Rogue at Worlds for Europe, and G2 are going home. Fnatic make it through to Worlds.
Oh, they're all screaming, they're all so happy. What a moment of elation for Fnatic. The fan favorite was G2, but the winners are Fnatic. Upset finally conquers the demons of Worlds, and he makes it there, the 5th best of 5, and he puts in a statement series. And now we won't see Caps, we won't see Reckless, we won't see G2 at Worlds this year for Europe.
We use it perhaps too much, but it's the end of an era. It's the G2 era is dead and gone. They don't even make it into finals weekend. They have done that every single time. And you can see the elation on Fnatic's face. Take a bow, good men, because what a performance. After they started to fall behind in Game 3 and lost that game, I thought that was going to be the story of the series, but they fought and they fought and they fought, and they took it to G2.
Every single player stepped up. Upset had an amazing series. Nisqy stepping up, showing that he's one of the best mid laners in Europe, especially on that Twisted Fate pick. Whippo role swapping, his first split, and he manages to take down G2 alongside Adam in his rookie year, his rookie split in the LEC, gets the better hand of Wunder, and the mad scientist of Hylissang brings it all together.
He brought the Pyke out. Like, they had to invest a ban on Pyke.
They had to invest more than one ban, Medic. There was about 4 or 5 support bans.
Just absurd stuff from Fnatic. Congratulations, of course, to them for the win. Kia Player of the Series votes at LEC on Twitter. Just give it to all 5 of them. Like, come on, let's be honest. I mean, Adam, Nisqy, and Upset are your options, but give them each one. I'll draw it on paint. We could just award it to each of the players because they each had so many individual standout moments. And when the pressure was on, you can see just what it means to Fnatic.
They're going to Worlds.
Yep.
And the next week's best of 5 will decide whether they're going through play-ins or to groups. But no matter what, Worlds is locked for now. And the smiles on Fnatic, they're so relieved. They're so happy. It's great to see.
It really is, of course. Commiserations to G2. You saw them leave the stage. Downhearted, there were some fist bumps around, but nowhere near the elation that we come to expect G2, the joviality that you come to expect from G2. Fnatic were better on the day, and they deserve their spot representing Europe at Worlds. What a performance, man. So, like, every time you get a series like this just done at the end of it. We have 2 more. We have 2 more incredible series next week.
That's not the finals. Oh, that was just for a world spot. Fnatic still have 2 best of 5s ahead of them if they want to win the entire thing. Adam didn't even know they could still win the LEC a few days ago. He thought they were they could best finish 3rd place.
I did love that tweet.
He tweets that he doesn't even know if they can win the LEC. He thought they were out. Oh boy, you're not out. There's still a lot left to go.
Man, look at that. Upset 4 times, 1 best of 5 away from Worlds. So often overlooked as one of Europe's great AD carries. His name was always there, but it was always like, what accolades has he got? He's never won a final. He's never made it to Worlds. He's never represented Europe in an international competition.
Yeah, everyone was like, is Upset one of the best AD carries in Europe? Because he kept falling short. They finished 10th place in Origin. 1 year later, he's going to Worlds. One of the star players of Fnatic. And the trust that Fnatic had in him, of course, the shoes he had to fill, the amount he stepped up this year in this split is unreal to see. The wife buff is real.
It really is. Yamato, of course, going back to Worlds as well after his performance in 2018 with Vitality, one of the great European underdog stories, that group with Gen.G, Cloud9, and RNG, where they almost made it out.
Well, Fnatic going to Worlds. They have Whippo and Hylissang, very veteran players who have been to the finals, but now you have Adam. Rookie player, he's going to Worlds in his first split in the LEC. You love to see it. Upset's making it there. Nisqy's going back. He went with C9, I believe.
Yep.
They're
2019, I think, with the Blabber lineup.
Yep.
Yep. Whoa, that was an incredible performance. The Telestrator still says Kia Player of the Game. We did say that earlier, but I'm going to say it again. Your Kia Player of the Game, Player of the Series votes at LEC on Twitter are Adam, Nisqy, and Upset.
Adam had a fantastic series. They all had a fantastic series. I already don't know which one to vote for. You guys can decide.
I do think Nisqy's pressure that he had in the mid lane really accelerated the game for Fnatic. We have tons of more LEC content coming up as Law is checking in with Upset and Hylissang and Adam and Yamato will be joining us in the post-game lobby. We'll see you guys then. Bye-bye. Next week, we've got more.
Oh, yeah.
Even though League of Legends is not a physical sport, there's the same eagerness and nerves before every single esports match than I had. The same in swimming. It was always about getting closer to a new high that you can reach, an endless pursuit of perfection. Even though I've come so close, I don't feel bad about it. If I work harder, it is gonna happen.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to the LEC. Fnatic will make it to Worlds as they defeat G2 Esports, and we can watch the winning moments right now from the team a couple minutes ago. And Upsets, thank you so much for joining me. How do you feel right now?
I feel really overwhelmed. I honestly can't even describe it. It doesn't even feel too real right now. I've been trying for such a long time to go to Worlds, and I always felt like I was good enough to be in a team that can make it there, and something never really quite worked out for me, even though I was close many times. And this time in playoffs, we had a talk and I said it's so important that we will be strong mentally. Yeah. And everyone really believed into the idea. And even when we had difficult days, we came into the match day and made sure that everyone was ready to go all the way. And I'm so proud of my team that we managed to pull through in Game 5 3 times in a row. It's honestly like a movie, and I want to thank my team and also my wife, of course. She has been so supportive, and I don't think I could have done it without her giving me the mental strength. And also my family, of course, and I'm just very happy right now. I still can't really believe it, but yeah, I'm just feeling very proud of the people supporting me.
I can imagine, and you've been working so hard for this, and you talk about the mental preparation and how to stay calm on the D-Day, I want to say, and it went to 5 games here, and I mean, we knew what was at stake, a Worlds ticket, but also Fnatic facing G2 come on together like spot. I think it's the best story we could have had, but I'm just wondering how you guys managed to stay so calm and mentally reset after each game to come back creative and be even stronger, because I feel like, yeah, you got stronger throughout the series to the upset.
Well, we felt like that the times the enemy teams were winning in playoffs was when we griefed it really hard, and the times where we would win, it was when we didn't throw our lead. So it wasn't like we got stomped and we didn't know what happened. We had a clear idea and we had very good ideas of how to approach the next game mentally. Like, if we get ahead, we can chill a bit. We don't need to run it down so hard. And everyone took a lot of confidence in this, I think. Once we got ahead, even it looks like we need to lose 2 games first so people can like chill a bit. But once we reach this point, it feels like people are like playing for their life, and this is when we shine and we come up huge. And yeah, my teammates showed up so big today, so I'm just really proud of them.
Tell me about the defining factor in game. What made you the better team when you think about the teams, the composition you had, the way you guys played, the way G2 played?
I felt like they were playing kind of desperate with their jungle to help their lanes a lot. And I'm not sure why, but their jungle was falling behind a lot, trying to pressure lanes, but the lanes didn't really crack. I think everyone on our team played a super solid laning phase, and Bwipo capitalized so well and then led the game a lot, and everyone just felt like we knew what we want to do when we got ahead in the games that were really important, let's say. So yeah, I think this gave us a lot of confidence throughout the game and made us the better team today.
Tell me about the Darius last pick during the last game. I guess it was an Adam idea?
Yeah, Adam just wanted to play Darius because it seemed like a good matchup into Camille, so he just picked Darius. And yeah, he really smurfed today, so I'm really happy about that, of course.
And we'll see him in a couple minutes in PGL, but before that, upset. You talked about this. You were so close to reach Worlds a couple of times. 2018, 2019, you missed out on Worlds, and now it's finally here after 4 years of you playing on stage, and you finally made it. So what does it mean to you?
It means everything to me, because I've been waiting for this moment for so long, like I said, and I'm just happy to be in a group of people that shows up when it's important, and we all support each other in the important moments. We had so much trust in our team to first-time champs even today, and just make sure we believe in each other, and that's more important than maybe picking the best champ in a moment or something. And I think it really shows throughout the games that we stayed calm and we managed to pull through. And yeah, that's just a very fulfilling feeling, because after all, it's a team game. You can think you're super good individually, but you don't win games alone. It's always the team. And I'm just so happy I'm on the side of the better team today.
What are you looking forward to the most when it comes to World Championship? Of course, you could still start from play-ins. We don't know that. We'll see about that next week in the playoffs. But yeah, any expectations so far, given the teams that already qualified?
Well, I always felt very confident in my ability, especially with Silly. So maybe I would like to get some reality check from maybe some from FPX or something if they qualify some Chinese League of Legends. I would like to experience firsthand and see how we stack up.
That would be fantastic. But as I said before that, you still have maybe a last step to climb next week in playoffs. You're still running for the first place. We'll see how about that. But given the way you guys played lately, the teams remaining, Rogue and Mad Lions, how do you see next week developing for you?
Well, I think if it goes to 5 games, we will win. Let's say that.
The 5-game buff upset. Well, for now, congratulations on taking down G2 today. Thank you so much for the interview and your time, and we'll see you next week. And for now, that's all on this side of the studio. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for the post-game lobby. Stay tuned.
Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. What have you done to me? You're living in my mind, I can't sleep. I'm missing beats. It's got me down and I feel so incomplete. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me. Don't ever leave. Can't find another you. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just hold me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go. Stay with me. Don't ever leave. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. You've seen my highs and lows, and all the places my mind can go. Oh, I'm safe when I hold you close, and I don't wanna be all alone, alone. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me, don't ever leave. Can't find another you. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go. Stay with me. Don't ever leave. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye.
Welcome everyone to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Chucks. I'm joined by Adam, Niski, and Yamato. Niski didn't make it to the graphic, unfortunately, because there were some swapperoonies last minute. Also, if you're wondering where Hilly and Bwipo are, Bwipo is currently in a documentary shooting where they're following him this whole crazy days. That's going to be dope. And Hilly was feeling a bit knackered after the 5 games, which we can all understand, right? So, yeah, I want to get a first reaction of everyone of Make It to Worlds. Adam, I'm going to start with you, the rookie. How do you feel you did in the series?
Honestly, I think I did pretty well, I would say. I wasn't that much stressed because I thought that we could win if we were at our best, as I said yesterday during the interview.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happened. That's what happened basically. I think G2 wasn't playing that good either. They were a bit trolling, especially Wunder, I would say, without shutting him. Yeah, but he was playing bad. But so I think it was a bit easier than we might have all expected. And of course, going towards, I won EU Master in the first split, and now I go towards. This is really amazing what's happening to me, and I'm actually really glad to be part of this team, to have Yamato as a coach, Iski as a wonderful teammate, everyone has a wonderful teammate too, and I'm really happy.
Yeah, of course. Congratulations. It's really insane, actually, what you've done so far and how you've also adjusted, because it's not easy to step into an organization like Fnatic, right? And then the pressure of Bippo, who goes to the jungle. How do you feel you've learned specifically from playing with these guys for a summer?
Before meeting them for the first time, I was a bit scared. I'm like, wow, such players with great experience. I don't even know, I would be so shy, talking about them, about the game, because they know so much more than I do. And I thought, there would be kind of ego coming from them. But naturally, I instantly felt like the atmosphere that they were here to help me to improve. And, this is really thanks to them and thanks to Yamato, thanks to everyone, that I could improve that fast and that much. Because they really make me feel comfortable the first day I was with them. And I mean, I think that I couldn't expect more from a team like that.
Like you speak to me, it seems like someone who's been in the scene for years and years and years, honestly, with the clarity. What can you tell me about, I think Adam, but also the way the whole team formed around him?
Oh, honestly, I think, every team comes with its own challenges, and it's all about how much energy and effort you put in to make it work. We've had times where things were rough, but I think it was always clear to everyone what potential we have. And like our mantra, we're on a mountain, just making sure that our mental is in the right place. Some of the lessons and the learnings we've gone through together has been phenomenal. And it's always in playoffs, comparing to spring and comparing to now, it's always the final product. What are you when you are there in the end? And I can clearly see that everybody, including Adam, is just applying the lessons that we've learned on our journey. And it's not over yet, and we're going to learn from this series too. And I couldn't be more proud of this group.
I mean, you have a lot to be proud of, making it to Worlds, this run through the lower bracket. Let's talk a bit about the series then, Iski, as we get another look at the desk slamming situation. And I think just kind of the love, that you see in that moment. Talk to me through the series. First, what dark magic did you apply to make sure that you got TF so many times?
I don't know, actually. I was surprised. I thought, since I played, I think twice, game 5, once against Vit, once against Misfits, it was. I was like, okay, I guess they will ban TF probably. Oh, yeah, I guess they will ban TF, but then they didn't. And I got it 4 games, and we were always winning, but then we were losing games, and I was so ahead. I had 2 items to 1 every single game, and I was like, guys, this is not normal, the way we play, we need to change. And then we realized that if you fight less and just let me play my game, then it just free wins, and that's what we did the 2 next games, and we won. So
yeah.
Thanks Grabs for TF, by the way.
Thanks to Grabs. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that, because you're right. Your early games, outside of the one where Jankos on Lee Sin got super far ahead because of that triple kill mid lane, your early games were insane. But there was that, I believe it was game 2, right, where the Pyke. Yeah, so the Pyke, Bippo and Hilly just go in. You guys are so far ahead, and then you're at the inhibitor. Was that kind of the moment where in the talk also after it was like, guys, come on, we know we have this if we just don't do that?
Yeah, I mean, we just overreached a lot. I mean, we also overreached before in the game, but it happened to be good, I guess. But then we overreached again, and then we gave them comebacks. But game 4 and 5, as you saw, we didn't give them any of the fights they wanted. They were just kind of running around and giving farm, and we were just playing actually smart. For once, and yeah, we just took it home.
Yeah, it was game 3, by the way. But
Game 2, game 3, it doesn't matter.
Adam, I want to talk a bit about the top lane matchup, and I want to talk about something that I read on Twitter, which was when you played Olaf. I hear that there's a story connected to that, in that you scrimmed G2 actually in K-Corp and picked Olaf. What's up with that?
Yeah, so I was in K-Corp, so we indeed scrimmed G2, and I blind picked Olaf, right? And I think it was playoffs for G2, playoffs time, because it was EU Masters for me.
Yeah.
So I blind picked Olaf, and Wonder considered that it would be useless practice for him to pick a correct champ against Olaf. So he actually picked Yumi just to troll his teammates. So, I mean, not to troll, but he apparently don't want to play the game. And Maybe he should have picked a good champ, so he would have practiced more against my Olaf today.
And I heard that you put in chat when you played Olaf.
Yeah, I was.
Where's your
yeah,
Yumi?
I wrote no Yumi such.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see. How do you enjoy the mental warfare of everything and kind of the pressure and playing around with it?
Which kind of pressure? Sorry.
Just the pressure you have, but it seems that you kind of like it. It seems that you get better because of it, with the pressure on your shoulders. I'm of course referring also to your Darius in Game 5.
Yeah, of course. When there's a lot of pressure on me, I mean, I would say that pressure helps me to perform better because I'm putting 100% of my mindset in the game, and I won't let anything distract me. I was actually really stressed before the game. I was breathing a lot, closing my eyes, trying to only think about the game, and this made me think about the Darius pick. Playing Darius would make me so confident, and also like playing Darius for a ticket to Worlds, I couldn't expect more coming. Like it's a really big gift that that I allowed myself to, and also I'm really glad that my team allowed me to play Darius because of course I had trust in me, but my teammates had how to say had to have trust on me. Yeah. And I'm really happy that they let me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a dream. You say it's a gift, but you gotta play it, right? And
Yeah.
you gotta win the game. Yamato, can you let us a peek behind the curtain in terms of, you know he's really good at Darius. It's actually a good matchup into Camille, but it's a Game 5.
It's just the story would be too good, you know?
Yeah.
Darius Game 5, you know, people, all his fans always write me, why is he not playing Darius? I'm like, we're not going to pick Darius into Jace in the regular season. Come on, guys, stop spamming me. Because people always come to me like, why Morg? Why no Darius? And this was the perfect moment for it. And I just told Adam, just remember that the enemy has to engage on us and don't run into them and good things will happen. And he delivered. That's the thing. He asks for something, he delivers. And I think that can be said for everybody. Like, Hilly, Lulu, Pike, whatever. Like Niski's gonna he also has something cooking in his pocket. If he tells me, trust me, we're all gonna trust him. We're gonna back him up, and this is the bond that we've built within the team.
It's very, very evident. Final thing about the spotlight on Adam, I think you completely deserve it, but you're also the player of the series with
Nice,
53% of the
nice,
votes.
nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff overall. That means we're going to see you at Worlds. So let's talk a little bit about the World Championship. Now we have Mad, Rogue, and Fnatic. Niski, I'm going to maybe start with you. You have a rookie now, a rookie top laner, and you're going to Worlds. He's going to be doing that all through quarantine and all through the scrims. Talk to me about how excited you are to go back to Worlds and to go with this team.
I mean, for me, I'm really excited actually that I made it to Worlds through EU actually, and not through NA. Like coming back from NA for me was like a big step. I felt like I need to I had to like test myself against EU mids and actually know if I was as good as I thought I was, even when I was in NA. And I guess this is kind of a proof that I'm still like one of the best in EU, and I'm really glad that I go to Worlds and also kind of test myself again against the mids that kind of demolished me there before, like Doinby and like all that. I just want to see how they play and see how, I guess, good I am compared to them.
It's still meta, which probably will be, I don't think you're getting your hands on that TF probably.
Hopefully they don't ban it, yeah.
Someone will leave it open. Yeah, Yamato, I also want to go to you specifically because we spent a lot of time together when you were also joining the analyst desk. A lot of times we worked together. I always saw your drive. But I remember talking to you before the season and when you got this opportunity with Fnatic and you telling me like, this is so huge. This is a career moment for me and I want to put so much into this. How do you look back on, as you say, the sometimes difficult time you've had this year and eventually the crowning achievement so far, making it to Worlds?
Well, I think anyone who is, has been working in Europe, the idea is always, you join Fnatic, you join G2. That's the end game, right? Because like in my career, I kept losing to these two teams. That's like the story of it. And then eventually you'll get your opportunity. And I knew, this is it. Like if I don't seize this opportunity, I might have just fucking quit. It's just, what's the point of continuing if we don't make it in this year? And I looked at the players that I have, and I looked at, just the ingredients we have and the potential we have. And like, if this wasn't it, then, might as well, go stream and play Fortnite or something, just hang it up. And I'm just so happy we made it. And I know it's not over. Like, I know the moment this is over, I'm going to think Rogue, Mad, and I know it's going to be the same for the boys, but we're going to have a break day. And, I've been saying from day one, we all wanted to win the LEC and nothing has changed.
Adam didn't know that you still had a chance to win the LEC, apparently.
Yep, indeed.
And the way he found out was so random too. I was talking to Niski, we were saying, yo, now we know our gauntlet after the Rogue got 3-0'd, and Adam was like, what? We're playing them? Like, Adam, what? You don't know this? I guess the LoL Esports site could have been more clear.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always the case. Yeah, pretty chill, right? You just see the opponent ahead of you. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually don't care like which team I'm facing. I just focus on trying to show which top is the best between the two teams. This is what I'm really focused.
Of course. Niski, can you tell me, from Screaming and Playing, obviously you're also going to play Rogue and or Mad still next week. How do you think they're going to do at Worlds?
I think, top of my head, I think Mad is going to do really well, actually, at Worlds. I feel like their laning is pretty good, usually. I think their top, I mean, at least their solo lanes are really good. Their jungler is pretty good. They're both just, like, fine, or just do that, like, they do what they have to do, I guess, to win the game. I really think that their mid game is where they really shine, and they're all on the same page, always do good plays, punish enemies, never grieve, kind of. So, yeah, I don't know. For me, Mad is the team to be scared of, in my opinion. And for Rogue, I think they're a good team, but they don't have that, I don't know how to say it, but like they don't have that magic that makes them, I guess, be scared of, because I'm not really scared of Rogue, to be honest.
Yamato?
Yeah, I would agree with Nitski. I think Mad Lions thrive in the chaos that always occurs in important games, because there's the human element of the game and there's so many variables that can change. Like you have a fight, enemy AD gets a triple kill, it changes the whole game. And I think Mad is very good at rallying around problems in the game and solving them together, while Rogue is very controlled and they play very systematic, but the moment something shifts, I think they struggle. And I think that is the biggest difference maker. And I think Rogue hasn't shown yet that they've conquered their demons, and those demons are going to be so much taller coming into the World Championship. So we'll just have to wait and see. You know, you find one thing, you figure it out on the day, and all of a sudden, you know, it could be one missing piece. So I would not underestimate Rogue, because in the end, they have good players.
They are great players, but they might run into a human-sized Darius on the Rift next week, and then who knows what happens. This is also the first time in the history of their organization that G2 misses Worlds. I do want to kind of, save a word for that, because that's crazy. Yamato, I may go to you for that, because, you know, with the weight of the European scene, it's kind of crazy, right? It's insane.
Well, it is insane, and from my point of view, it feels pretty damn good. I have to say, like it's so juicy. Like just thinking about like what just played out. Like this is a story that I'm gonna tell my grandkids when I'm old and gray and I can't play League anymore, because it's gonna be patch 64.10 and there's gonna be 1 billion OP champs, and I'm gonna tell this story because it's such a great juicy story. You know, I remember like all of the messages and the fan sentiment at the beginning. You know, in spring and everything was a disaster. Even in this split, you know, when we lost 4 games in a row, everyone was like, ah. And it just makes it so much juicier. But for me, you know, with G2, it is crazy to think about that it played out this way. And I think in the end, the challenge of just making a team work, there's so many details to it that you need to pay attention to. It is not just about picking players that performed good the last year and just hoping it works. So there's so much more to it. The team culture, how team players function together, and that's a challenge that everyone faces. And sometimes that comes with a lot of difficulties. So G2 couldn't figure it out this time, but I think their players have enough credit due to what they've accomplished in past years that you know that these players can be scary on a certain day. So even though with the performance today was underwhelming, I think these are players to look out for in the future still.
Yeah, tons of respect for the players, but I think we can all agree that the 3 best teams are going to Worlds, right? You can't take anything away from Rogue, Mad, or Fnatic, and you didn't pause a single time, Niski.
It's true. It's true. I mean, they were blaming us for the pauses, and I was like, okay, I will beat them without pausing today.
I bet you were like, this is a bug, but I'm not gonna pause.
Okay. Fun fact, we were actually thinking, because Upset was like lagging in game 1.
Yeah.
And it was like, I should have paused, and I was like, no, please, just play, you know. And Yeah.
I think I'm going to get a chat or like a Slack message from the referees afterwards say, like, you can't do that, Sean. I think they can't pause. But in any case, that's a different story. We are going to take a look at our bracket heading into the finals weekend. Wow, how this has played out. It's actually insane. Mad Lions back-to-back in the finals. Rogue now having to play Fnatic. Adam, you just played a whole lower bracket already. You won 3 Game 5s. You know, how confident do you feel that you can beat Rogue?
Honestly, I'm really not focused on that. I don't evaluate like our chances to win. I will just go into the best of 5 and look to show who's the best up, and then we will all come into the best of, show who's the best team.
Mm-hmm.
I think at least this is the mindset I have, but I would say that I'm pretty confident, at least, if we manage to keep this gameplay. I think we will still have a lot of chances, more than when we got smashed during the second game against Rogue. I think that now we will do much better, since I think, as I said yesterday, we found back our identity as a team, and it feels really great now. To play, actually, to be a player of this team.
Mm-hmm. It looks like a different team, honestly, when you look at that performance, I think specifically. I do want to ask you one more question about your gameplay, which is that you seem incredibly willing to leave your lane, sack your lane for the good of the team. It's actually nuts, because I feel like you've showcased that you can put on the carry performance, you can counterpick, you can play weak side, you can just leave your lane. I think a lot of top laners would say, excuse me, I'm catching this wave. You know, is that something that you've always done, or is that something that's kind of grown because of the team synergy?
Honestly, I think that I'm not thinking when I go mid. I just but like I'm just thinking like, what's the more natural play for me, and what's the most efficient play that I can make, either catching or I don't know, going mid. Like I think that I personally don't care if I have to sacrifice a wave or two just to help my team to create an even more big advantage, because usually I'm not the guy that will 1v9 the game. I just have to help my team, basically, and then when I go back into the lane, I just have to make sure that I will still be better than the opponent, basically, because like. If I just smash the enemy top by staying in my lane, it's not like I'm just smashing this guy, it's right. But if I smash him while being behind already, it's even more grateful for me. And it shows that I'm even more better than him. It's not that I just solo kill this guy. I'm just way better than him. And I just need to have this feeling that I'm way better than this guy.
Is this why in Game 5 you got solo killed to then TP back?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Like I let him kill me, so then like he has confidence growth, and like which makes him troll, basically. So I kill him back, and then I take a solo kill a second time, but he doesn't get it back.
No.
Because I'm better, right?
Sure.
And I give him advantage, and then he's ahead of me, right? He's ahead, Yamato.
And you roam mid as well.
Then I roam in to put me even more behind, and this guy, I don't come to side when he pushes, because I help my team, right? And then like I'm just better than him in team fights, right? And it's like all these little things that make me feel that I'm better than him.
Yeah, Niski, what a funny guy.
Yeah, I mean, actually in Game 5, he was like, I'm roaming mid, and I'm like, no, please, 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 like your wave is pushing to you can chill. He's like, he doesn't care, and then he comes mid, we like heal. I'm like, okay, game is over here, like, good job, Adam.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yamato, what do you think of that? Do you sometimes tell him afterwards in reviews? You tell him actually you should have stayed in your lane.
It depends on the value of it, right? It depends on the situation, you know. I just need to make sure, Adam, you know, we did a good series today. We need to calm down. We have a lot of series to play today, yeah? We have a lot of more moments to prove yourself, and we will take those moments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. You're sitting there thinking like, I'm the coach, and if this guy's just gonna like, you know, flame everyone, it's fine. It's you're all in a very happy, I think, elated atmosphere, and it's only natural that you think it's funny. Niski, I do want to get your opinion on Rogue and possibly the Mad Lions and the idea of coming back to Europe, you know, and fighting for that trophy next Sunday.
I mean, okay, I will start with Rogue. I think our chance against Rogue are actually pretty high, in my opinion. I think they play... Their scrims usually are pretty good, but I feel like on stage they play way different than what they show in scrims, so I'm not sure what's up with that. But in my opinion, if we just play our game like we did against G2 today, we'll beat them. And for Mad, I don't want to get too scared, but they're pretty good, to be honest. I think Humanoid especially is probably the best mid in EU. I feel like his map play, his laning phase is just the best. And I mean, I have no shame to say that I'm just watching his like pro view and just learning whatever he does, and kind of, I hope I can use that against him as well. And yeah, I'm just excited to see how this week it turns out.
Yeah, Yamato, final note maybe for you on the trophy, perhaps.
Yeah, we're gonna gun for it. It was weird, you know, like in these best of fives that we played, I felt like Vitality was the most dangerous because it like bit us back. But I felt like in the other two best of fives that we played, like there was a constant fear and like a hope that we would end, which is kind of a good bet because it happens. It kind of happens. It's a good bet. And I feel like these two next best of fives is gonna be, you know, punch after punch. It's gonna be, you know, the kind of gameplay we know and love. And I think it's going to be a lot more interesting in terms of preparation, a lot more interesting in terms of just the gameplay. And I think the same way as Niski, I think Mad is a tough team to beat. There's a lot of inspiration to take away from them. They have an aura and presence about them, but beatable. Because in the end, it's in our hands. Because when we play good, we play damn good.
I think we've seen that today for sure. Across the pond, of course, the LCS playoffs are live right now. TSM versus Cloud9. Niski, what is your prediction?
I think C9 will win. I hope they win and that they get in our group and that we smash them, of course. But yeah, I think C9 will win, to be honest.
Okay, Yamato.
Same way. I think C9 is much better from the few games that I watched. Maybe Speaker can do something, but doubt it.
Adam?
I don't know any of the
I don't
NA
watch
teams,
NA.
so I will just agree with Yamato.
Okay, it's usually a good bet. Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you guys so much. Wonderful PGL. You made it to Worlds. Really crazy run so far. We'll see you, of course, next week as well. 4:30 on Saturday for finals weekend. Bye. It's been great. Take a long time to shift the narrative that G2 and Fnatic are the best Europe has to offer. But right now, they are not. Tonight, one of these titans will fall as they battle to keep the 2021 season going. One way or the other, this series will lead to a brand new path for both teams.
A lot of fighting going on mid, but Jankos is there, Mickey's there, G2 win out.
Sonograve comes out, camps with a shockwave, managed to find them up. It's a double for Jankos. Hillesang will get one in response.
Trust me, we fight it. If they commit for tower, we fight, okay?
Niski coming in, the TP's joining as well as Wonder looks for the fray. Hexagon made him his key target. Upset the one he wants to land it on. Niski steals away a shockwave. Upset is dead. Adam next on the menu here for G2. And Niski on his lonesome in the midst of 5. Tinners G2 will clean up game 1. But the rest of Fnatic are on their way, and the Pillar's going to slow down. Reckless concussive blows coming out with the stopwatch used here by Niski. No vision in the bush though for Fnatic. They will be able to get the kill, and it's 1-1 here between Fnatic and G2.
But Fnatic still have heal. Hillesang's looking for more.
Looking for Mickey.
Oh, they both flash!
Hillesang's in there flipping heads.
Yes, be careful though. Upset has jump and flash. He gets spotted on a wall. He's going to go for it, I think.
Jump, flash.
The block!
Oh no! Oh my god, Mickey!
Nice, man.
Upset used the buster shot there to try and flash. Vanguard dead, shut down.
G2 are 1 win away from claiming the last world spot here in Europe.
Fnatic take down their base. We are going to a final game to decide who is going to Worlds.
It is going to be insane to see who actually comes out on top. Will it be Reckless, Upset, G2, Fnatic?
And there we go, guillotine! Adam brings down the axe. The realm wall comes out, and stop with the pillar! Fnatic will join Mad and Rogue at Worlds for Europe, and G2 are going home. Fnatic make it through to Worlds.
don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. What have you done to me? You're living in my mind, I can't sleep. I'm missing beats. It's got me down and I feel so incomplete. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me. Don't ever leave. Can't find another you. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just hold me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go. Stay with me. Don't ever leave. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye.
You've seen my highs and lows, and all the places my mind can go. Oh, I'm safe when I hold you close, and I don't wanna be all alone, alone. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me, don't ever leave. Can't find another you. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go.
Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say